Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Li Chang'an looked away with difficulty and looked at the short old man warily. "Senior, who are you?" The short old man slapped his forehead and shouted, "Look at my brain. I haven't introduced it to the guests yet. My name is Dar Kalkluf Alfred. Bintham, call me Dar. That's good. According to your knowledge, I am the creator of Thousand Spirits and Food City and the First City Lord." Li Chang'an was first dizzy by the long list of names. The names were spoken in the language of the void, which gave him a headache. No less than a junior student taking the English listening test in high school. Then I was shocked by the second half of the short old man's words. Li Chang'an asked in disbelief, "Are you the first city lord of Thousand Spirits and Food City?" Old man Dar spread his hands and said, "As you can see. So are you still alive?" "Of course. What's here is just a clone of my soul." "Ah. No wonder no one in our world can successfully master the Thousand Spirits in Food City. It turns out that its owner is still alive. This has nothing to do with whether I live or not. I have already terminated my contract with the Thousand Spirits and all Food City. I failed to recognize the master. I am simply too useless as the mediator of your world." Li Chang'an. These words are really hurtful. Old man Dar patted Li Chang'an's shoulder with his skinny palm and said, "There is no need to prepare yourself. Compared with the void civilization, it is normal for the primitive life planet to lag behind. Besides, your world itself is not normal, and ordinary void civilizations really don't dare to come and contact you." "What do you mean?" Li Chang'an felt that he had touched a little bit of the truth about Kanglan Star. Old man Dar waved his hand and said with a smile, "No more. If you say 337 too much, my family's life will be in danger." Li Chang'an's calm gaze fluctuated a few times. Sometimes not explaining is actually a better explanation. Old man Dar's mouth twitched. He hated dealing with such smart people. Old man Dar changed the topic to the main topic. Changing the topic, "Are you willing to contract with this annoying troublemaker?" "Of course, I want you to guarantee that this is not a trap." "Old man, the main reason why I abandoned Thousand Souls and all Food City was to suppress this little b asterisk 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 d." With a friendly smile on his lips, Li Chang'an said to Mr. Dar, "How can it be a troublemaker? Look, the hair on its body is so beautiful. It is a cute little guy." When old man Dar heard this, he was in awe and said that this ancient dragon cub with a bad personality was cute. He had opened his eyes today. The little purple fox, who had been basking in the sun with his eyes closed, twitched his ears when he heard Li Chang'an's words and secretly reached towards Li Chang'an. However, old man Dar also noticed the changes in the little fox and immediately helped Li Chang'an and said, "It's not cute anymore. It grinds its teeth, loses fur, and urinates everywhere. Old man, it's going to be very troublesome for me to clean it up." Li Chang'an immediately retorted, "Hey, that's wrong. It shows that this little guy is in the developmental stage. It is said that women have become 18 years old. In the process of becoming beautiful, it has withstood extraordinary tests. This willpower, quite astonishing." The little fox originally showed his paws, preparing to give old man Dar a crazy scratching meal, but after hearing Li Chang'an's words, he retracted his paws with satisfaction, pretending to be cute, and lay down on the windowsill. "Let me see which little sweetheart has such a sweet mouth." The little purple fox opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Li Chang'an. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. As soon as you look at the little fox's eyes, love bubbles up. "Darling," a Lolita sound came out of the little fox's mouth, and it jumped up from the windowsill. In Li Chang'an's surprised eyes, he hugged his face, and the little fox rubbed his head against Li Chang'an's forehead, shouting daring. Old man Dar's eyes suddenly became like those of a heavenly being when he looked at Li Chang'an, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Since ancient times, Li Chang'an is the only creature that has been so popular with ancient dragons as a scorpion. The little purple fox rubbed it for a while and felt that he seemed a little too proactive and unladylike. So he immediately got down from Li Chang'an's face, squatted on Li Chang'an's left shoulder, and coughed a little embarrassedly. "Darling, don't get me wrong. I'm not usually like this. Li Chang'an. The little purple fox had not squatted for a while when Li Chang'an was kicked off the shoulder. This is my place. Nua's voice sounded. Who is it? So rude. The little purple fox suddenly became murderous and wanted to see which desperate soul dared to kick it. But the moment it saw the bubbles, its voice dropped from soprano to alto. Destruction Abyss Corner? Well, that's okay. I'll sit on the other side. The little purple fox was scared very quickly, trying to steady his hand and climb onto Ji Chang'an's right shoulder. Before it climbed up, there was a cat paw printed on its fox face. Get down! The little purple fox was kicked down again. It had never experienced such injustice, and it suddenly became murderous. Then he withered quickly, and when he saw the unique dark red dragon scales of the dust demon prison suppressing dragon, his murderous and charming eyes became much clearer. Lord of Purgatory! The little fox's voice suddenly rose an octave higher. For a moment, it thought it would be good to stay here with Old Man Dar. Sorry, darling, we are not destined. The little purple fox looked like he was about to cry. He was hugged by Li Chang'an, and his fingertips touched the little fox's forehead. A drop of blood as red as agate seeped out from the fingertips and fell on the little purple fox. The little purple fox struggled symbolically, with a smile of success on its lips. The contract is reached. Then, before the little fox could smile for long, he was hit by a stick and flew out. Guji, where did you come from? Little B asterisk asterisk ch. Didn't you know this is Miss Yao Yao's place? When Old Man Dar saw the little fox clinging to the wall, his tens of thousands of years of depression instantly turned into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha! You have today too. The little fox pulled down from the wall and looked at Yao Yao in Ji Chang'an's arms with a murderous expression. Bah, what kind of wild rabbit dares to spank me? The little fox was about to fight back when the Tianxiang silver Gouet hammer in Yao Yao's hand instantly enlarged several times. Silvery moonlight clung to it, and a hammerhead larger than the little fox's body stopped in front of its nose. A thin layer of moonlight reflected in its eyes, which seemed to be filled with a slight chill. A drop of sweat dropped from the tip of the little fox's nose. Well, it seems okay to give in to a rabbit for the time being. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully Gulong's poverty. Guji, why is this ancient dragon so weak? Yao Yao delivered a fatal blow. The little fox seemed to have been hit by an arrow in the heart and fell forward to the ground. Sorry, darling, we are not destined. The little purple fox looked like he was about to cry. He was hugged by Li Chang'an, and his fingertips touched the little fox's forehead. A drop of blood as red as agate seeped out from the fingertips and fell on the little purple fox. The little purple fox struggled symbolically, with a smile of success on its lips. The contract is reached. Then, before the little fox could smile for long, he was hit by a stick and flew out. Guji, where did you come from? Little B asterisk asterisk ch. Didn't you know this is Miss Yao Yao's place? When Old Man Dar saw the little fox clinging to the wall, his tens of thousands of years of depression instantly turned into uproarious laughter. Ha ha! You have today too. The little fox pulled down from the wall and looked at Yao Yao in Ji Chang'an's arms with a murderous expression. Bah, what kind of wild rabbit dares to spank me? The little fox was about to fight back when the Tianxiang silver Gouet hammer in Yao Yao's hand instantly enlarged several times. Silvery moonlight clung to it, and a hammerhead larger than the little fox's body stopped in front of its nose. A thin layer of moonlight reflected in its eyes, which seemed to be filled with a slight chill. A drop of sweat dropped from the tip of the little fox's nose. Well, it seems okay to give in to a rabbit for the time being. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully Gulong's poverty. Guji, why is this ancient dragon so weak? Yao Yao delivered a fatal blow. The little fox seemed to have been hit by an arrow in the heart and fell forward to the ground. Old Man Dar smiled even more happily, but he still explained for Yao Yao. It's called Lei Yan Long, the thunder of thunder and lightning, and a language of language. Yao Yao, don't underestimate it. The reason why it is so weak is because I have locked it here since it was born and refused to let it out. A trace of doubt appeared in Yao Yao's eyes. How did this old man know my name? Mao Mao uttered a sentence in surprise. This guy awakened the gift of speech and spirit. Old man Dare glanced at Mao Mao with admiration. This prince has good eyesight. What Lei Yanlong awakened is the talent of speech spirit. Pow Pow suddenly understood. Only Yao Yao didn't know what it meant. Old man Dar explained thoughtfully for Yao Yao. The Thunderword Dragon Clan, like all ancient dragons, has 3 talents. Among them, the most awakened talent is the talent to control thunder and lightning, followed by the ability to charm, and the rarest talent is the talent of speaking spirit. Mao Mao corrected what old Dar said. First of all, Lei Yanlong's talent is not to control thunder and lightning, but a special ability similar to thunder and lightning. Secondly, it is not a charm ability, but a lie. Only the last sentence is correct. Hearing this, the old man Dar thought for a while, with a look of wonder in his eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for clarifying my doubts. Why? Yao Yao, Guji? So? Mao Mao. Thunderword Dragon's speaking ability increases with experience. They need to be exposed to everything in the world. If they're kept in one place all the time, their power will not grow. This Thunderword Dragon has been locked here since it was born, and its ability of speaking spirit cannot be developed at all. I even think this guy is the weakest ancient dragon in the history of the Thunderword Dragon Clan. Mao Mao's words were like a second knife stained with blood, piercing the little fox's heart so hard that it fell to the ground completely. Only then did Yao Yao understand why the rich-tongued dragon was knocked out with a hammer. Doll still had a good word for the little fox. When it goes out, its strength and talent will develop very rapidly. And this little friend, please note that this guy was hatched 400 years ago, and I have been keeping him in his infancy, but the accumulation of 400 years has not disappeared. You remember not to let it release its power too much and miss the development period, otherwise it will really become the weakest Thunderword Dragon. The little fox got up from the ground with a curse and snorted. Old man Dar, I can't see that you still have some conscience. Old man Dar blew his beard angrily and glared. Did I think about you at that time? I was afraid that this little friend would think you were too good and abandon you in the end. The little fox thought about this possibility for a while, then suddenly realized that he did not want this kind of future. The little fox tugged at Li Chang'an's trouser legs and said pitifully, Darling, don't abandon me in the future. Woohoo! Li Chang'an put Yao Yao on his head, picked up the little fox, and promised, I won't do this, and next time if you have something to say, just say it directly and don't beat around the bush. After saying that, he gave the little fox a pop on his head. The little fox covered his head and raised a smile. This feeling seemed pretty good. Then the little fox glanced at Yao Yao, who was condescending above him, and groaned in his heart. Let's just let you stay on Darling's head for a while. When I am successful in my cultivation, I won't let you. Oh, by the way, a smirk appeared in Li Chang'an's eyes. I forgot to tell you that Yao Yao is the logistics manager of our team. The spiritual food you usually eat is all handled by Yao Yao. Mao Mao. Yao Yao's cooking is delicious. Pow Pow. My eldest sister's craftsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Yao Yao raised her little head proudly. The smile on the little fox's face suddenly stiffened. It's broken and I've offended the cook at home. What should I do? Urgent online. I can do it myself. An idea suddenly appeared in the little fox's mind, but although it has read a lot of blending books from Old Man Dar, it is a pity that this dragon does not have any blending talent. Once when he tried to cook a meal, Old Man Dar said he was a genius because he could not burn the pot by boiling an egg. As for the yellow-black hard-boiled egg, the dog would curse when he saw it. Thinking of this, the little fox lowered his head willfully, already thinking about how to fool Yao Yao, the cook. Li Chang'an smiled. After the little fox joined the team, he felt that the daily life in the beast control space would be very lively. Old Man Dar watched with satisfaction the interaction between Li Chang'an's pet beast and the little fox. Finally, someone could control this troublesome troublemaker. He glanced at Yao Yao, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The power of the moon god once again descended on the descendants of the Tying Jade Rabbit. Yet, Li Chang'an was stunned and felt that there was a story. Old Man Dar walked to the room full of books and scrolls and rummaged through the cabinets for a while. "Where's my 11th volume of Wan Lu?" The little fox responded weakly. "I used it to make a nest." Old Man Dar's roar came from another room. "You evil beast!" The little fox snorted. "I already have Darling's order. No need to look at your face, old darling." Soon Li Chang'an heard the angry footsteps of Old Man Dar. He was holding a crumpled scroll with some purple hair on it. Old Man Dar showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Don't think it's ugly. The effect is still there." Old Man Dar coughed a few times and tore open the scroll. A ray of gentle moonlight turned into the beautiful Gong Yi. Her soft eyes stayed on Yao Yao's body for a while. He stretched out his hands to hold Yao Yao's little paw, and then the figure disappeared faintly. Old Man Dar looked at Gong Yi's voice, and the gentleness on his face became more and more obvious. Yao Yao covered her head. Fortunately, she had the precedent of Huanyue goddess, so she could handle it quite easily. After a while, it returned to its original state. Old Man Dar looked surprised and did not ask for the reason. He finally sighed. "The pet beast has been contracted and the things are given. You can leave. Oh, by the way, I also left a surprise for you. Don't thank me too much. Goodbye. Say hello to Xiaonan, Xiao Shui, and Xiaoxing for me." Li Chang'an wanted to say something else, but found that he was getting further and further away from Old Man Dar, until the cozy hut was no longer visible from his sight. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the concerned eyes of 3 first-level food spirits. Yao Shirling asked, "How do you feel?" Li Chang'an's mind was confused, and he blurted out, "Who are Xiaonan, Xiao Shui, and Xiaoxing?" Spirit food, food spirit potion, food spirit alchemy, food spirit. Old Man Dar walked out of the hut. Above him was a huge star, vast and boundless. And if you look closely, the cobblestone path in the small courtyard is actually made of planets. Oh, that purple really got it right. The 3 first-level food spirits' eyes trembled and their voices stammered. Have you seen him?" Li Chang'an finally cleared the thoughts in his mind. "If what you were talking about is Senior Dar, I have seen it." Ling Shiling's eyes were bright, like a little girl missing her father. A muffled, thumping sound came from the alchemical crucible. The spiritual fluctuations around the potion food spirit trembled violently for a few times, and then calmed down the excitement. "Did he say something else?" Li Chang'an said softly. "He asked me to say hello to you." The spirit food spirit couldn't help but let out a low cry. The thumping sound of the alchemy spirit was a little lighter, and the medicine spirit's eyes were filled with light. "He hasn't forgotten us." Having said that, Li Chang'an was about to get up and leave, but Yao Shirling stopped him and asked, "If you don't mind asking, what did you do at his place?" "I took a little troublemaker with me." "Oh, which one is it?" Li Chang'an's expression suddenly became serious. "Which one? Do you have a second ancient dragon here? If so, please let me see it. Is there a lot of trouble like this in Thousand Souls Food City?" "Not many, just 3. Each of the 3 of us is responsible for one. What I took away was the little fox." "Oh, then the little spirit can be liberated." Ling Shirling looked at Li Chang'an with a much kinder look. Li Chang'an asked curiously, "Can I ask what kind of trouble the other 2 are?" The potion food spirit knew that the person in front of him was the one favored by the Creator and considered one of his own. So he said, "I am responsible for a magical plant that is always dividing and growing." Li Chang'an and Mao Mao checked it out and found that there was no such ancient dragon, so he lost interest. Potion food spirit smiled regretfully. "Xiaoxing is responsible for 08, a doll. It is the highest masterpiece of a former divine craftsman from the Divine Craftsman Star. It is filled with evil thoughts and curses that are enough to destroy a civilization." Mao Mao suddenly became interested, while Bubble retracted into the bubble. The painful memory of evolving into the original ancient dragon was still vivid in his mind. Li Chang'an is also very interested in this doll. If Mao Mao can absorb this curse and evil thoughts, the Purgatory Singularity may be able to remove the word prototype and become a real Purgatory Little World wish. Can you tell me about this doll? Alchemy Food Spirit was a little excited and wanted to take Li Chang'an immediately to take away the scourge. Potion Food Spirit was still calm and reminded, the fallen doll is the most dangerous of the three troubles. If it weren't for Xiaoxing's special ability, even I would be corrupted in an instant. Li Chang'an thought for a while, and it was right. You should be cautious first. Can you show me first? You have also seen bubbles. I am very resistant to curses and malice. The three food spirits glanced at each other, and it was not unreasonable to think so. After all, they were all around, so there was no need to worry about Li Chang'an's safety. Yao Shirling thought about it for a while. Okay, I'll ask Xiaoxin to take you to see it tonight, but if something cannot be done, don't act rashly. Don't forget, you also have a big problem. Without your restraint, I can't even imagine what kind of tragedy would happen to this planet. Li Chang'an made an okay gesture. No one valued his life more than he did. The potion food spirit breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Go and accept the glory that belongs to you." The three first-level food spirits turned sideways and allowed Li Chang'an to step out of the platform. In an instant, the audience burst into deafening cheers, mostly from ordinary blenders. Because Li Chang'an's victory thwarted the harmonious family's plan, their future lives would not become very difficult. As for the young people who reconciled the aristocratic families, they were all dejected as if they were mourning for their heirs. However, the family heads and elders of the Harmony family were not much disappointed. As long as other families did not get this opportunity, they would not be at a loss. The subsequent liquidation and compensation of other forces will only cost more money, and it will take more than 10 years to return to the peak. Only the members of the Ming family, whether they were the head of the family or ordinary disciples, had gloomy expressions. They had gone too far this time. Dongwang Kingdom was definitely the first to take action on them, and it was not bloodletting, but the kind of liquidation that cut off limbs. Li Chang'an came to Shihua Jing and showed a hearty smile. "Grandma Jing, I'm back." Shihua Jing laughed heartily, hugged Li Chang'an tightly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'm proud of you." Afterwards, Su Changqing and other reclusive blending masters held a celebration banquet in the food street. Everyone wanted to toast Li Chang'an, but they were all killed by Mu Qingqing's eyesight knife. An old master muttered, "Master Mu, a man blessed by the food spirit of wine, actually objects to his son drinking." Su Changqing took the fruit wine provided by Mu Qingqing and said softly, "There's a reason for everything. Don't forget that Li Xiaoyu is only 18 years old and has not yet reached his 18th birthday." The old master sighed in annoyance. "I forgot about this. The calmness of Li Xiaoyu when blending always make me think that he's a blending master in his 20s. Su Changqing chewed on these words, and the reconciliation master was right. He had tasted the spring festival banquet of the three Yuan dynasties. To be fair, even a senior Li Shi master might not be able to make such a big meal. Spiritual feast. The old master also realized what Su Changqing was thinking. "Master Su, how about we come together?" Su Changqing nodded. "We really need more people. Call a few more people." After a while, Su Changqing brought several blending masters to Shihua Jing. Shihua Jing looked at the battle and thought something had happened again. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Su Changqing got straight to the point. "We want to recommend Li Chang'an to become a blending master and be his guarantor." Shihua Jing thought for a moment and found out that the assessment of the blending master was not easy to pass. First of all, one must have sufficient blending strength, and secondly, one must be famous and must at least be ranked among the top 3 in a provincial competition. If there were guarantees from other blending masters, the reputation factor would be negligible. Mu Qingqing and Li Chang'an have a close relationship and are not qualified as guarantors. If these people are willing to be Li Chang'an's guarantors, it will be a good thing. Shihua Jing said solemnly. "Yes, but you can also ask Xiao on what he thinks first." A master with a long beard stroked his beard and said, "That's exactly what I meant." Several people came to Li Chang'an, only to find that the protagonist of this celebration banquet looked solemn. When Mu Qingqing learned the purpose of their visit, She looked at her son and discovered the problem. What's wrong with Shaolin? Li Chang'an lowered his head and tapped on the communicator. I am sorting out the harvest of Thousand Souls Food City. This Thousand Spirit baptism has indeed raised his experience bar to 99%, and he is one step away from becoming a level 8 Beastmaster. The purpose of this visit was perfectly fulfilled, but what made Li Chang'an bald were three other things. The first was the blessing of Ling Shi Ling. He took the little fox away, and Ling Shi Ling secretly gave him a little blessing. Spiritual food blessing. All spiritual food skill comprehension plus 200%. All spiritual food effects plus 100%. The delicious food can remind people of beautiful memories. Originally, this blessing was not too troublesome, and the blessing was very effective, but he did not expect that the focus of this blessing was the last half of the sentence. Li Chang'an secretly made a cup of juice with a few spiritual fruits and gave it to Pow Pow to taste, and the little guy was so happy until now. Even Yao Yao's moonlight shining cannot dispel this state, because this is not a negative effect, but a positive gain, which can indeed bring people happiness. This made him feel very uncomfortable. How could he cook for others in the future without being reported for drugging on the spot? The second one is Lei Yanlong, a little fox. Old Man Dar didn't give the little fox a name. He knew that every ancient dragon had its own real name, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. But this didn't work for Li Chang'an, and the overlapping nickname had to be arranged. Under the kind eyes of Mao Mao and Pow Pow, the little fox firmly asked Li Chang'an to give it a good name. Lei Yanlong, whose nickname is Huan Huan, is a little fox who likes to call herself her own concubine. It always makes Li Chang'an feel like she is in a drama, so she gave the little fox this name. When Huan Huan knew that the word Huan in Dongwang language had more strokes than the word Yao in Yao Yao, she readily accepted the name. My name is more complicated than yours. Daring said there are several more strokes. Huan Huan jumped at Yao Yao again. Yao Yao's eyes turned cold, and she held Tianxiang Ingui tightly and fell asleep. Apart from the noisy part of choosing the name, the most troublesome thing about Huan Huan for Li Chang'an is its 400 years of accumulation. Once he reaches level 8 as a Beastmaster, Huan Huan will never be able to stop his breakthrough. But he was worried that Huan Huan couldn't hold back and broke through too quickly, resulting in a lack of solid foundation and losing the qualification to compete for the original Ancient Dragon. Unexpectedly, Pow Pow used Emperor's Liquid and a 30 billion gift pack to repair his congenital defects. The final foundation was laid by the original Wanlingsu Yuanlong. Huan Huan may not be treated like this, so how to restrain this scheming little guy is indeed a headache for him. The third is the additional reward of this Thousand Souls Festival. In addition to the increase in authority, 3 first-level food spirits also gave him a resource land. That's right, he now has the kind of resource land that the Harmony family has exclusive access to. This was also the reason why he sent an urgent message on the communicator to scare people. Because tonight, he is going to see the trouble of suppressing the alchemy and food spirits. Once others go there, the resource land will be unblocked. That kind of movement cannot be concealed. Several mediation masters who planned to talk to Li Chang'an saw that his expression was so bad and did not dare to disturb Li Chang'an. They just waited for Li Chang'an to come to his senses. Beep. The communicator sounded the sound of news coming. Li Chang'an quickly opened the message and glanced at it. The word arrived, made the gloom 527 disappear from his face, and he exclaimed, "It's okay." When Miaohua also looked over worriedly, "Chang'an, what happened?" Li Chang'an smiled heartily and said, "It's okay. Everything has been solved." When Miaohua had no doubt that he was there, but Mu Qingqing's right eyelid was twitching wildly, as if something big was about to happen. She didn't know about this brat. There must be something big he's hiding. Learning from the past, Mu Qingqing grabbed Li Chang'an's ears and threatened in a low voice, "You brat, you'd better tell the truth so that we can wipe your butts easier later." Li Chang'an originally wanted to refuse, but considering that the shaker had already arrived, there was no need. It's not a big deal. It's just at this Thousand Souls Festival, I will be rewarded with a special resource land. In an instant, the sound in the entire private room stopped, exuding an aura of deathly silence. Shi Huajing was even more direct and sealed the private room on the spot. Two overlord-level pet beasts, Hua Xianzi and Wanhua Butterfly Emperor, were guarding all sides. What did you say? Is it the kind of resource land that harmonizes the family? Li Chang'an took a sip of tea and exhaled. Well, it's that kind of special resource place. Shi Huajing was stunned for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh and looked at Li Chang'an with complicated eyes. Her lifelong pursuit turned out to be in the home of an 18-year-old. It was realized on the guy. Su Changqing also stammered and asked, "Doesn't that mean another one?" Mu Qingqing glared at him. Li Chang'an also knew what they were thinking and spoke his thoughts frankly. "I do not intend to take this land as my own. I have informed Elder by Suikong that this land belongs to the public of Dongwang State and is national property." The blending masters in the private room opened their mouths, but could not say anything. If it were them, they might not be able to control themselves in the face of such a huge temptation, let alone hand it over to the country. But they couldn't say that Li Chang'an was naive for handing over a large piece of meat so easily. During the Thousand Souls Festival, Li Chang'an and the Hehe family came and went, and it was not difficult for them to see that Li Chang'an was not a passionate young man. On the contrary, he is very insidious and very small-minded, but it is precisely this kind of person who made the most selfless decision. This is the real reason that makes them speechless. Su Changqing said with difficulty, "To be honest, I probably wouldn't have been able to make this decision. You are really awesome. Don't call me senior anymore. I call you brother." Mu Qingqing, "The seniority is messed up. As night falls, the night in Qianling Wanqi City is different from the outside. There are two moons here, one blue and one green, plus the silver moon of the blue star. The light cyan moon veil covers this ancient and mysterious city. The quiet streets were no better than during the day, and there was no one around. Even the food spirits were very rare." Li Chang'an walked out of the private room and went outside. Shi Huajing was still inside, controlling the others and not letting them go out. Arriving at the door, two men covered in black robes were waiting there quietly. Li Chang'an stretched out his hands to one of the men in black robes and hugged him. "Sister Kong, do you feel you've gained weight?" "Damn, how did you see that?" Kong Sihui opened her black robe, revealing her long wavy hair with purple gradient. Li Chang'an sniffed the fragrance in Kong Sihui's hair and said with a smile, "Keep it secret." Kong Sihui's aura was naturally well hidden, and even the body fragrance was not leaked, but since Li Chang'an knew that when Miaohua had Xiaobai's auspicious beast aura, I discovered that I could find traces of such beast masters by locking the aura of auspicious beasts. Just like Xiaobai was able to see through the identities of Li Chang'an and Mao Mao at a glance, Li Chang'an was able to pinpoint Xiaobai's location at a glance. It has nothing to do with the perception of mental power, purely relying on an ethereal intuition. Kong Sihui pushed Li Chang'an away angrily, touched herself up and down, and pinched the flesh around her waist. "You're not fat either? Aren't you keeping it well?" Li Chang'an shut his mouth very wisely. Naturally, he would not say that Kong Sihui was fat. She was just right and as fat as she should be. The other cloaked man looked at Li Chang'an with a look of admiration. "You dare to rub this crazy woman away." Li Chang'an sensed this person's gaze and turned to look over. Another cloaked man opened his black robe, revealing his true appearance underneath. "Mr. E." Li Chang'an was a little surprised. He didn't expect that among the people shaking this time, there was actually a Bazuguo. Without the saint level taking action, the Bazu kingdom was enough to suppress the situation, let alone a venerable Kong with extraordinary combat power. Ifengbu's handsome and steady face showed a rare look of admiration. "Thanks to you for what happened this time. Otherwise, the situation in Dongwang Kingdom would have been a bit more serious." Li Chang'an scratched his head in embarrassment, and Kong Sihui rolled her eyes at this heartless apprentice. "Why didn't you react like this when I praised you? Since we are all here, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, we will be blocked when we leave the city." Kong Sihui urged Li Chang'an to leave quickly. The center of this incident is this kid. As long as this kid leaves, there won't be many people in Huajing's side who will be in trouble. Li Chang'an asked in surprise, Huh? Didn't Master tell you? Kong Sihui was confused and confused. Did the old man say something? Yifengbo took over. We set off yesterday and just arrived here this afternoon. Mr. Bai probably didn't have time to notify us. Li Chang'an was suddenly enlightened and explained the additional rewards for this Thousand Souls festival. Kong Sihui's eyes widened, and Yifengbo remained silent. He picked up the communicator and started to communicate. We don't have enough manpower. It takes a lot of people to receive this special secret realm. Can you go in a day later? Li Chang'an shook his head. No, and every day more brings more risks. It's a quick way to cut through the mess. If it's really going to be troublesome, wouldn't there be you too? Yifengbo also felt that Li Chang'an's words were reasonable. It would be better to put this kind of thing in the bag early to avoid mistakes. Li Chang'an took the two of them to the junction of the inner city and the outer city. As soon as I enter, the resource secret realm will be unlocked simultaneously. I will give you the permission to enter. When the time comes, it will be up to you, Sister Kong and Mr. E. Yifengbo and Kong Sihui nodded solemnly. We understand. Li Chang'an turned around to pass the authority and stepped into the inner city. At the same time, a crimson light pillar rose into the sky, emitting a thick smoke of fireworks. Li Chang'an saw a piece of black land and a temple, and without hesitation gave the access rights to Yifengbo and Kong Sihui. He said, I still have something to do, and walked deeper without looking back. Kong Sihui wanted to stop Li Chang'an from walking around, but was stopped by Yifengbo. He saw that the direction of Li Chang'an was deeper into Qianlingwanchi City. Without the permission of a first-level food spirit, ordinary people cannot enter at all. There's no need to stop him. He must have more important things to do. And isn't he your most valued disciple? Trust him. Only then did Kong Sihui retract her outstretched hand. At the same time, the intense red light made everyone in the city look this way. Among them, people from various aristocratic families were the most shocked, but at the same time, they also thought of Li Chang'an. Maid, does the increase in authority actually reward a secret realm of resources? If we win this time, wouldn't there be two different secret realms in the family? This idea has appeared in many people's minds, but it is undeniable that they have missed it. It seems that another harmonious family is about to appear in Dongwang Kingdom. Although other Hehe families think so, the Ming family, Murong family, and Yin family will not think so when they go to the Hehe family of Dongwang country. The head of the family, his spies saw the turmoil in the 8 pillars of Daxia, as well as Kong Xie, a professor at Dongling University. The head of Ming family smashed the table to pieces and cursed. Young boy, how dare you do this? He already understood that Li Chang'an was digging for the roots of the 3 major families. Once the Dongwang Kingdom Presbyterian Council took control of this resource, that means that their 3 major families are no longer unique harmonious families, and the gap has been opened by Li Chang'an. He could foresee how the 3 major families would be suppressed by Dongwang Kingdom in the future, and even disappear in the long river of history. No, while there is no one guarding the secret realm now, we must kill that Li Chang'an. The head of the Ming family knows that this special resource secret realm will be taken back once the holder dies and no one inherits it. Inheriting the secret realm requires a very close relationship with the holder, at least 3 generations of blood relatives. Otherwise, this authority cannot be inherited. This is also the reason why there are such harmonious families. They are all inherited by blood. But will Li Chang'an prevent such low-level mistakes? I saw a pure white elf sitting on Wen Miaohua's shoulder, curiously poking at Binglan Xianling Lanlin's little face. And Binglan Xianling even took the initiative to let this elf poke his face, looking like he was enjoying it very much. This is exactly what bubbles are. As ancient dragons that are 100% compatible with Li Chang'an, they have a closer relationship with Li Chang'an than anyone else. Therefore, the authority of part of the secret realm is also in Peo's hands. Even if something happens to Li Chang'an, Pao can still open this resource secret realm. Of course, this is the most pessimistic result. Li Chang'an does not think he will fail. But ideas are ideas, and the way out still needs to be prepared honestly. The reason why Li Chang'an chose Pao Mao was because not many people knew about the relationship between Pao Mao and him, and Mao Mao was too conspicuous. At the Qinling banquet, many people recognized Mao Mao's strength, but on the contrary, it was just a joke, and not many people noticed it. Tomorrow, Qing, you will protect Miaohua out of the city, and we will give you cover. Shi Huajing said to Mu Qingqing in the hut. Li Chang'an opened the secret realm, and naturally those people no longer had to control it. They immediately rushed back to the hut, and no one else could enter without permission. Mu Qingqing solemnly agreed. When Miaohua contracted a Tianbao clan, and another elf next to it would not be out of place, and it would be most suitable to be placed next to her. In the core area of Thousand Souls Food City, Li Chang'an came to 3 first-level food spirits and complained, "The opening of this secret realm is so conspicuous. Can't it be more low-key?" Potion food spirits smiled awkwardly. "This is not something we can decide. The master originally set up this process to be so grand in order to give the harmony talents a suitable reward, and we have no right to change it." The alchemical food spirit barked loudly, and it seemed that it was very anxious. He asked Li Chang'an to see if he could solve this problem. "Let's take a look at that doll first," Li Chang'an said to Potion Food Spirit. He also wanted to see what this doll filled with evils of this world looked like. Under the leadership of the Alchemy Food Spirit, Li Chang'an walked into a mechanical fortress. The aura permeating the mechanical fortress made his scalp numb. Are these heavy artillery really not going to misfire? Li Chang'an was a little unsure. The alchemical food spirit stumbled and said, "No, it's okay, the seal is sealed." After saying this, Li Chang'an became even more uneasy. Even the sealed mechanical fortress is so terrifying. So what will happen if it is completely unsealed? Oh, no, if I become the master of 1,000 spirits in Food City, wouldn't this mechanical fortress belong to me? Li Chang'an has always been very tolerant of his property, and suddenly felt that this huge war fortress was so pleasing to the eye. One person and one spirit walked to the core area of the mechanical fortress. There was a light prison here, and there were some mechanical detection machines around it. The small muzzle above made Li Chang'an's hair stand on end. Alchemy Food Spirit, this is that puppet. Li Chang'an saw the puppet's program through the opaque energy film of a light prison. It was a beautiful woman wearing a priest's robe, with blonde hair hanging on her shoulders and a lock of blonde hair hanging on her pink ears. She lowered her head and couldn't see her face clearly. From his initial impression, Li Chang'an knew that the appearance of this doll was no worse than when Miaohua. Alchemy Food Spirit, do you have a hard, uncomfortable feeling? Li Chang'an realized that he was here to do business and just enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Nothing to feel bad about. That's okay. The alchemical food spirit unlocked a layer of seal. What now? Li Chang'an waved his hand, but still didn't feel anything, so he simply summoned Mao Mao. Mao Mao asked the alchemy food spirit to unlock a few more layers of seals. When he knew that there were only 3 layers of seals left, the alchemy food spirit was unwilling to continue to unseal it. If it is unblocked again, it will be easy to get heavy. Mao Mao also knows the concerns of these food spirits. The quality of these overflowing evils is not bad. Although it is a little less, it is better than lasting. Mao Mao immediately activated the Purgatory Singularity, and a dark red light spot appeared on its chest. The black and purple aura overflowing from the doll was forcibly absorbed by the light spot. When the alchemical food spirit saw this scene, its thump-dong-dong sound became a little excited. It saw hope of solving this trouble. With the movement of the Purgatory Singularity, Mao Mao's aura increased rapidly, and soon it stopped. The alchemist food spirit looked over. What's wrong? Are you out of strength? Mao Mao gave Alchemy Eater a white look and said that even if the dust demon-suppressing dragon died in battle, it would not die due to lack of physical strength. It said to Li Chang'an, "I can't hold it in anymore." Li Chang'an immediately understood what Mao Mao meant. It was about to lose its level. If he wanted to continue, He had to break through to level 8 Beast Master first. Then a black light spot also appeared on Li Chang'an's chest, and all the evils that were led by Fur rushed towards him. The two purple-black eyes on the alchemical, soul-eating crucible were stunned. Are these really human beings? Not long after, a spell came from Li Chang'an's body. The roaring sound of power, the expansion of the beast control space, and the increase of spell power are all done in one go. At the same time, Lei Yanlong Huanhuan also broke through to the awakening stage. As expected, this little guy was not very experienced in the world and was blinded by the increase in strength. She wanted to advance to another level, but was woken up by Yao Yao with a hammer. Huan Huan covered her little head and looked at Yao Yao with tears in her eyes full of accusations. Yao Yao was holding a 3-meter-long medicine hammer and remained unmoved. Although physics education was lagging behind, it was effective and quick to buy. Huan Huan's panel appeared in Li Chang'an's mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, Yao Yao was left in the beast-controlling space. The addition of Lei Yanlong Huanhuan did not increase Li Chang'an's beast control space again. The volume of 300,000 cubic meters doubled to 600,000 cubic meters. But Li Chang'an still felt the help Huan Huan brought to him, and his mastery of the beast-controlling space became stronger. He was able to develop more exquisite terrain and scenery in the beast-controlling space. This ability alone is not inferior to that of a king-level beastmaster. And the most important thing is that Li Chang'an stretched out his palm and gently uttered one word: wind. I saw a small whirlwind slowly forming in his palm, forming a small wind ball. Spirit. Huan Huan gave him the ability to speak spirits, which surprised Li Chang'an and gave him a headache. The advantage is that he can better analyze the rules of this world in the future, but the disadvantage is that he must be more cautious in his words and deeds in the future. Otherwise, after the strength is high, it is not empty talk to kill an individual. Darling, don't worry. I'll teach you step by step how to control this talent. Huan Huan's sweet voice sounded in Li Chang'an's heart. Compared to the tired, slurring sound before, Huan Huan's voice at the moment was full of temptation. It was obviously still the same tone, but the perception was very different. Is this the innate effect of confused god eyes? It forcibly reverses the perception of living beings. Li Chang'an smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he didn't inherit that kind of talent. He didn't want to be a sinful man. Mao Mao was silent for a moment. Do you have any misunderstanding? After we evolved into the original dragon, you didn't copy our talent? Li Chang'an, with a breakthrough to level 8 Beastmaster, Mao Mao was directly promoted to Commander 2-star, and Pao Pao, who was far away from Miaohua, also received feedback. In the astonished eyes of Mu Qingqing and the others, they broke through to the Commander 1-star. In the beast-controlling space, Yao Yao sighed, and threw all the violent feedback to Tianxiang Ingui Hammer. The silver osmanthus pattern on the Tianxiang silver osmanthus hammer becomes more and more delicate, like a living lunar laurel. When the time comes, it's better not to advance. Huan Huan ruthlessly mocked Yao Yao. Hey, angry or not, you can't advance. It saw Yao Yao's concerns and understood that the other party only tolerated the desire to advance for the sake of future life transformation. Another meaning of this sentence is to complain about why Yao Yao's will is so strong, like it can't even suppress the desire to break through to the extraordinary level. But Yao Yao can actually tolerate the desire to advance to the commander level. Yao Yao snorted and was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot fox. She put away the medicine hammer and started preparing supper. It knew that after Chang'an and Mao Mao finished their work, 587 would definitely want to have some late-night snacks, so it was better to get ready early. When Huan Huan smelled the fragrance, she completely forgot that she had just mocked Yao Yao and came to Yao Yao's side, eating and drinking. Outside, after breaking through to the 8th level Beastmasters, Li Chang'an and Mao Mao began to absorb the cursed malice accumulated in the fallen dolls with all their strength. Mao Mao, who has been promoted to Commander 2-star, has more room for maneuver, which is a joy to absorb. There is even a vacuum zone between Mao Mao and the fallen doll, where not even a little bit of evil could survive, and all was used by Mao Mao as the cornerstone of the original purgatory world. The alchemy food spirit was shocked at that time and quickly called the other two first-level food spirits. The remaining 3 layers of seals require the joint permission of all 3 of them before they can be unsealed. The alchemy food spirits saw Li Chang'an and Mao Mao fiercely when they entered the door. Their eyes were shocked. The alchemy food spirit excitedly explained a reason to them. Potion food spirit pushed his eyes and said, "I understand. Let's unlock my layer of seal first and take a look." Suddenly, a layer of light film was unraveled in front of the fallen doll again, and the black-purple aura overflowing from it became thickened into a viscous liquid aura. A smile appeared on Mao Mao's majestic face, which came just in time. The dark red purgatory singularity exerted force instantly, absorbing all the liquid black-purple aura. Li Chang'an remains the same, neither fighting nor grabbing, only absorbing those fish that slip through the net. 10 birds in the forest are worse than 1 bird in the hand. Rather than having 2 half-formed purgatory worlds, it would be better to have 1 formed world and 1 prototype that would bring higher benefits. This time, Mao Mao is the main focus, striving to perfect a small world of purgatory. If there is anything left, give it to Li Chang'an. After a while, the area that had just been filled with liquid breath turned into a vacuum zone again. Potion Shi Ling couldn't hide the shock in his heart, and he looked at Ling Shi Ling Ling. Shi Ling waved his little hand, and a layer of seal was lifted. Mao Mao increased her efforts again. If the improvement progress of the small world of purgatory is converted into data, it should be around 60% now, and it is still rising at an alarming rate. The alchemical food spirit stared at the monitoring panel of the light prison, which showed the remaining amount of breath in the fallen doll's body. "There's still 70%. Come on, Ache." As soon as these words came out, Mao Mao immediately felt relieved. Such a large amount should help it complete the world of purgatory. When only 30% of the breath in the fallen doll's body was left, the alchemy food spirit hesitated and finally released the last layer of seal. Suddenly, a large amount of mud-like evil spewed out, and the 3 major food spirits subconsciously took a step back, and the spiritual food spirit tightened the sleeves of the potion food spirit. Li Chang'an immediately exerted his strength to absorb all the escaping breath. Mao Mao's power was at full power. His big sapphire blue eyes were full of anticipation, and he muttered something, "Don't run out. Don't run out. There's still a little bit left." When the potion food spirit heard this, its palms trembled slightly. What kind of monster is this? Why does it feel that this ancient dragon is more troublesome than that fox? If Huan Huan were here, she would definitely give a thumbs up to the pharmaceutical food spirit. She has such good eyesight. How can I compare to this group of completely atavistic freaks? When the value on the monitoring panel was still 3.2%, Mao Mao roared, and the roar of the dragon resounded throughout the world, like a monarch announcing his accession to the throne in the middle world. The chest picked up a dark red point of view, contracted suddenly, shrank behind the plate point, and exploded with a bang. Li Chang'an tried his best to absorb the purple-black sludge that was blown away to ensure that there was no leakage. Immediately, an illusory and very real dark red world was born in front of 1 person, 1 dragon, and 3 spirits. In that world, there were corpses, rivers of blood, a dark red sun hanging high in the sky, and a huge snake shadow surrounding the edge of the world. Purgatory Green Demon Python took advantage of this world birth, seized the opportunity, successfully upgraded, and became the snake surrounding Purgatory. It is countless times stronger than the previous infinite greenhorn python. As soon as Mao Mao's breath shook, the world of Purgatory merged into its body. The remaining breath was absorbed by Li Chang'an, and the Purgatory singularity fed back to him 25% of the experience bar progress, saving him at least 2 months of effort. But it wasn't over yet. The alchemist food spirit shouted anxiously, "There's one last thing to do." Li Chang'an knows what a fallen person himself is. After being fused with these auras for so many years, the fallen doll already represents the worst. Li Chang'an immediately resonated with Mao Mao to control the beast, and the red magic lines spread from his cheeks to his whole body. Potion Food Spirit reminds me, it's not enough. Do you want to help? Yes. Help me recover from my injuries and make sure I don't die suddenly. The three food spirits looked at each other and realized that this was not the case. What they were best at was preserving their lives. 3 rays of light connected Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an suddenly felt relaxed and took the next step. Fusion of beast control. The crimson magic lines converged again, condensing into a flame pattern on Li Chang'an's chest, and a touch of red appeared in his eyes again. A small world of purgatory descended on Li Chang'an. In his field of vision, there were 2 intertwined silk threads on the body of the fallen doll. One black, purple, and white. The light of the moon-white silk threads is dim, and it is constantly assimilated and dyed by the black-purple silk threads. The black and purple silk thread represents the sin of the fallen doll, while the white moon represents the last goodwill of the fallen doll. Li Chang'an knew that there was only one thing he had to do now. Flowing shadow, a bright sword light reflected the pure moon-white color, and the 2 entangled threads on the chest were cut off. But this was not enough. Even if the black and purple threads were cut off, they were still very fierce and bit into the white threads of the moon again. Li Chang'an turned the black blade fong and wrapped the black and purple silk thread around the blade. Then the dark blade seemed to have a mouth growing out of it, sucking the black and purple silk thread in one bite at a time. Zheng, Black Blade, you called out briskly, and the black and purple thread disappeared completely. A 7-color dragon-shaped badge appeared in the void, merged into Li Chang'an's body, and disappeared. The 4th page of the hunting notes has the permission, mark of the sinful world unlocked. After killing the extremely evil camp units, you will get talent skill points. Li Chang'an released the beast-controlling fusion, and the power of 3 first-level food spirits was repairing his injuries. Unexpectedly, the 4th page of the hunting notebook has not been unlocked until now, and it actually needs to swallow a disaster that can destroy civilization. Li Chang'an felt a little sad. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. His hunting notebook was folded in half, and the permissions of the middle 5 pages were directly taken away from him. His 4th page actually corresponds to the difficulty of the 9th page of the hunting note, and the highest number of hosts in the history of the hunting note has been the 7th page. This level of difficulty is normal. After cutting off the sins on the fallen doll, Li Chang'an got some talent skill points. This thing is similar to a blank skill point, but it corresponds to the talent field. Li Chang'an also read the instructions provided in the hunting notes. The level of talent is similar to the level of skill proficiency. For primitive ancient dragons like Mao Mao, Purgatory Singularity can only reach the master level. This is because the Purgatory world took shape and the group reached the master level. If you want to break through to the proficiency level, you need 2 talent skill points. And Li Chang'an only has 1 point, which was revealed by the fallen doll. If you want to get more points, you have to do it as described in the function description. Just go and kill an enemy with a very bad unit. But considering the judgment of this extremely evil unit and the danger of the fallen doll, Li Chang'an has no such thoughts of seeking death for the time being. After all, the success this time was thanks to the assistance of the 3 first-level food spirits and the suppression of this unknown mechanical fortress. Otherwise, just relying on novice like him, the fallen doll who has fully awakened can turn him into a black clay sculpture. The fallen doll snorted and slowly raised its lowered head, revealing its beautiful face. The 3 first-level food spirits instinctively made defensive postures. Only Li Chang'an knew that the fallen doll would not do anything evil at this time, because all the evil thoughts and malice in it have been swallowed up by him. The fallen doll opened its green glasses, and its confused eyes returned to a clear state after seeing Li Chang'an. It showed a heartwarming smile, and a soft voice spat out from its red mouth. "Are you my master?" Li Chang'an was in awe. He didn't expect him to be treated like a protagonist. He directly held the weak and boneless hand of the fallen doll and said, "Yes, I am your master." The fallen doll made another action that was consistent with her identity, and she knelt down on one knee. Said to Li Chang'an, "Craft God Cleaning Made Group Series, Type 001. Violet swears to you that I will be loyal to you forever and ever and never abandon you." 11. Li Chang'an blinked. "Maid? Are you telling me that this doll that can bear the disaster of destroying civilization is just a maid doll? Who is this god of craftsmanship? He's so awesome." Li Chang'an pretended to be calm and said, "Well, okay, I understand." Suddenly, a golden violet mark appeared on the back of Li Chang'an's left hand, and the contract was completed. Violet then stood up and came behind Li Chang'an, fully demonstrating her identity as a maid. The alchemical food spirit took an instrument and checked Violet's body up and down, and then jumped up happily. "No, it's okay." Violet bowed and apologized to the 3 first-level food spirits. "Thank you, 3 adults, for taking care of me for so long." The 3 food spirits looked a little embarrassed. It was not so much that they were taking care of them, but rather that his arrangements were very appropriate. The arrival of Li Chang'an was delayed. Violet apologized desperately to the 3 first-level food spirits. The 3 first-level food spirits tried their best to say that they didn't care, but they couldn't stop the guilt in Violet's heart. If it hadn't been for Li Chang'an's words, Violet would still be apologizing to the 3 food spirits who were so angry. The matter was resolved, and when Li Chang'an was about to leave, Ling Shi Ling conveyed the words of Alchemy Shi Ling. "By the way, Li Chang'an, before Xiaoxing retreats, let me tell you that Violet currently has 2 major energy sources. One is the energy used for normal work, and it can continue to operate for tens of thousands of years. The other is combat energy, which has been almost exhausted over the years." Xiaoxing added a little more to Violet, which can only support 4 shots and can support a figure-level combat power of 5 minutes at most. Aren't you going to face those so-called aristocratic families? Take advantage of them. Li Chang'an was overjoyed. There is such a good thing. He really wanted to hold the crucible of the alchemy food spirit and kiss it, but it was a pity that it happily went to the inside of the mechanical fortress and took the real control of the mechanical fortress. The alchemical food spirit is an out-and-out mechanical controller. Violet's first reaction when she heard this was, "Master, do you need me to clean up all organic life in this city?" Li Chang'an almost spit out a mouthful of salt soda. Is this what the cleaning maid group meant? Li Chang'an quickly stopped taking out the knife from Violet's skirt. Stop, stop, stop. Don't act without permission. Wait for my instructions." "I understand." Violet's red eyes returned to green pupils again, her blonde hair shawled, and the priest's robe spread out, adding a bit of charm to her holiness. Only then did Li Chang'an see the full picture of Zi Luolan's clothes. These were not the clothes worn by clergymen. This is a fun cosplay. Have you ever seen any priests whose robes are open to the navel and the skirt of the lower body is slit high? Coupled with Violet's carefully crafted perfect figure, it is extremely lethal to some special groups of individuals. As if aware of Li Chang'an's strange mood, Violet tilted her head and said simply, "Master, what's wrong?" Li Chang'an couldn't help but skip a beat in his heart. Violet itself is a fallen doll, and has been infiltrated by evil for so long, even if it has been eliminated. But the evil aura on her body became a bit stronger, coupled with her pure temperament. A charming little white flower. Mao Mao is very satisfied with Zi Luolan's current appearance. Nice body, Chang'an. Don't you have Fan Yong yet? You can take her as your own purgatory kin. Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment. Can I do it too? Of course you can. You also have my talent, so you can still accept relatives. It's just that you can't accept as many as me. You have a limit on your number. Mao Mao said matter-of-factly. Li Chang'an thought for a while, and it seemed good to accept Zi Luolan as a member of the purgatory. Mao Mao could call him a good body, which surpassed more than 90% of the creatures in the world. Zi Luolan, are you willing to be my dependent? Li Chang'an invited Zi Luolan. Violet opened her mouth slightly, her green eyes full of disbelief. I? She is a proud work created by the god of craftsmen. The internal memory module contains records of members of the purgatory, and she knows how precious this kind of place is. There are so many creatures in this world who long to become the dependents of the strong, and she happens to have the top spot in front of her. Of course, since you are a maid, you will be responsible for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of me and the beast from now on. Naturally, I have to arrange for someone I can trust. Human, Violet held her clothes with both hands, seeming to feel an emotion she had never felt before. Violet fixed her gaze, knelt down on her knees, put her hands in front of her forehead, and touched the ground lightly. Goddess cleaning maid, no. Violet swears to you that she will be loyal to you forever and ever. Your orders will be my absolute code. You will be my absolute belief. Li Chang'an squatted down, stretched out the palm of his right hand, and covered Violet's head. Following Mau Mau's instructions, a jet-black flame covered Violet's body. But Violet didn't make a sound. Li Chang'an remembered that when the infinite greenhorn python was transformed, it screamed so hard, but Violet didn't make any movement at all. Could it be that the pain sense is out of order? Violet was bathed in the dark fire, and her body and soul were in severe pain, but it was nothing compared to the pain of being eroded over the long years. Moreover, this is the fire coming from Li Chang'an's body. A look of morbid enjoyment appeared on Violet's downcast face, as if this pain brought her endless pleasure. Ah, it's a gift from a master. Mau Mau's eyes were full of wonder. It seemed that Chang'an had received an incredible family member. This kind of character is just right for us in purgatory. Only Li Chang'an was waiting anxiously for the result of the conversion. It was his first time doing this, and he was afraid that if he got it wrong, he would lose his saint-level combat power. If it was really broken by him, he would be heartbroken to death. A quarter of an hour later, the flames on Violet's body gradually extinguished, and Li Chang'an had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he could easily control Violet's life and death. Is this a dependent? Li Chang'an murmured. Yes, from today on, I am the master's dependent. Violet stood up and gently lifted the edge of her skirt with her hands, wearing black leather gloves. She treated Li Chang'an like a maid, and her white gold priest robe had completely changed. She was wearing a pure white dress, with ruffles on the skirt behind her, which gave her a hint of mystery. The upper body is covered with a blue and purple Spencer short coat. The legs under the skirt are wrapped in suspenders and purple lace stockings with violet patterns tattooed on them. Wearing a pair of light brown high-heeled short boots, it looks both solemn and charming. Li Chang'an showed a hint of surprise, and the violet outfit really suited her temperament. Darling, when did you take in another little b asterisk asterisk ch? Huan Huan's angry voice surfaced in Li Chang'an's heart. Only then did Li Chang'an remember that there was this troublesome spirit, so he quickly summoned it, held it by its neck, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Speaking of which, a certain dragon promised me before that he would not be able to resist breaking through the realm. If Yao Yao hadn't been watching, would you have gone to heaven?" Huan Huan was frightened by Li Chang'an's questioning tone, and she quickly flattered her. "Isn't this a breakthrough? Daring, can you forgive me this time?" Li Chang'an showed a cold smile. Huan Huan's legs trembled with fear. Why did Darling become so scary? The journey back took 10 minutes, and Huan Huan also laughed for 10 minutes. As a contractor of the ancient dragons, Li Chang'an knew the body structure of each little guy. He scratched the roots of Huan Huan's front feet, which are the most prone to laughter, for 10 minutes. He didn't stop until Huan Huan's stomach hurt from laughing, and she begged for mercy again and again. Li Chang'an asked Huan Huan about her skills. As an ancient dragon, even if she is only in the awakening stage, she only has 2 skills, which are still low level. This is very unreasonable. Huan Huan said feebly, "This is how my family is. Without any extra skills, one divine word can meet the needs of many aspects." For example, Li Chang'an asked. Huan Huan said one word, "God's word you." Li Chang'an felt that there seemed to be a thin, protective film on his skin. According to the standards of extraordinary pet beasts, this kind of defense was quite good. God's word disease. Li Chang'an took a few steps and found that his steps were much lighter. There are no other applications. As for the more complex divine words, I can only use them after I become stronger, and the divine word skills will be accompanied by mid-level, high-level skills, etc. This can be regarded as a kind of compensation. After all, our clan only knows 1 or 2 skills. To be honest, Li Chang'an was shocked. How could this be a divine word? To put in a more understandable word, it is called the words are followed by the law. The ability of the divine word skill is naturally more than just auxiliary effects. If the content is death, destruction, annihilation, or even a more specific 2-letter word, or even a complete sentence, the power and effect are nothing short of explosive. After Huan Huan finished doing these things, she yawned. She has reached the awakening stage. Her body is in a stage of rapid development, and drowsiness is normal. Mao Mao was also like this during the awakening period, sleeping every 3 days. Bubbles are different, but Bubbles is a special case. Before being contracted by him, the pressure to survive was higher than the instinct of life, which led to his inherent deficiencies, which he spent a lot of money to make up for. You go back and take a nap first. Li Chang'an wanted Huan Huan to go back to the beast-controlling space to have a rest. Unexpectedly, Huan Huan suppressed her sleepiness and refused. No, I want to see what the partner Daling chooses looks like. Huan Huan learned about the existence of Wenyaohua from Mao Mao and Yao Yao. The possessive little guy wanted to see Wenyaohua no matter what. Li Chang'an had a headache. He seemed to understand the mentality of Old Man Dare. Huan Huan was really capable of tossing people around. But it doesn't matter if you endure it for a while at this time. You can make up for it by eating more food later. Li Chang'an was followed by Ziluo Lan, who looked at Huan Huan curiously. According to the records in her memory storage module, this should be the ancient dragon Thunderword Dragon. Unexpectedly, the master made a contract with the terrifying Lord of Purgatory and also contracted with another ancient dragon. The module records that the harm caused by Thunderword Dragon in some aspects is even more terrifying than the original Hellflame Dragon. Violet is very curious about what kind of existence her master is. You could say that he is the Lord of natural disasters, but there is no terrifying aura of disaster in him. On the contrary, Li Chang'an is very close to weak creatures. Let's say he is just a bad guy with a little kindness, but that bad guy goes back to contract a natural disaster like an ancient dragon. Violet feels that her future life should be very exciting. Soon a few people came from the inner circle to the inner city. When Kong Sihui saw Li Chang'an, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn it, where did you kidnap the little girl? When did you get the new pet beast that you contracted?" Kong Sihui asked a few questions quickly, but before Li Chang'an could answer, Huan Huan on her shoulder screamed, "Are you the one Darling likes? Damn old witch, I will never let Darling go. For you." Hearing this, Kong Sihui narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of dangerous aura. Old witch. A row of black lines hung down Li Chang'an's face. He flicked Huan Huan's head and sighed. "This is my master Kong Sihui. Hashtag." Huan Huan's arrogant expression suddenly stiffened. "Ah, isn't she Wenyaohua?" Li Chang'an gave Huan Huan a roll of his eyes. Kong Sihui pinched her knuckles, making a clicking sound, and walked over slowly. "This little fox doesn't look very smart. Do you want me to help you train it?" "Hey!" Huan Huan was so frightened by the black energy emanating from Kong Sihui's body that her hair stood on end, and even the scales hidden under the fur made a swishing sound. "I remembered that I have something else to do, so I'm going back first." Huan Huan made an excuse and returned to the beast-controlling space minister on her own initiative. When Kong Sihui saw Huan Huan running so fast, she snorted coldly and asked Li Chang'an angrily, "Where did this weird little guy make a contract?" Ifenbois also has a strange look on his face. He can speak human words during his awakening stage. The background of this little fox is not simple. Li Chang'an sneered. The city lord of 1,000 spirits and all food city is contracted. Kong Sihui and Ifenbois were suddenly stimulated by these words, as if a billion-ton hammer had struck their souls hard. "What? Have you seen, Li Chang'an quickly covered Kong Sihui's mouth, glanced at Ifenbois, and said, let's go to the secret realm to talk things over first. Kong Sihui originally wanted to teach this stinky apprentice of a jockey who destroyed his ancestors, but considering the possibility that walls have ears, she still chose to give in. Although no one can get close here, there are so many kinds of pet beasts in the world that there is no guarantee that there will be an exception. In a dark corner in the distance, a group of people wearing night clothes asked a man with a pair of huge ears. What did they say? The man with windy ears frowned, and his ears became larger again, wondering why. Someone is disturbing me, so I can't hear the sound clearly. The person behind the man clicked his tongue. Huan Huan in the beast-controlling space snorted disdainfully. She wanted to eavesdrop in front of me, but a divine word could fool her. Arriving at the secret realm of resources, Li Chang'an told the two of them everything he saw and heard on the Thousand Souls Festival. Kong Sihui and Yi Fengbo fell into a long silence. He also waited patiently for the two of them to digest and took a look at the secret realm that he had worked so hard for. The composition of this secret realm is very simple, with temples, stone wells, and a large plain composed of black earth. The air was filled with the strong aroma of fireworks, as if there were a large group of people cooking over a fire. Li Chang'an came to the temple door. Behind the temple door was the stone well. When he looked up, he saw 3 words on the plaque of the temple. 5 Shimiao River. In the previous life, the celestial dynasty had the word Shi Ji, which corresponded to the god of earth and the god of grain respectively. The names of these 5 temples, coupled with this piece of black land, will inevitably remind Li Chang'an of the social gods in his previous life. Li Chang'an opened the door and walked in, followed by Violet. She followed Li Chang'an wherever he went. This is the basic quality of a personal maid. After walking through the door, Li Chang'an saw a statue of a god made of clay. The statue was majestic but faceless. The face of the statue is blank, without facial features. In its hand is a clay pot filled with soil of 5 colors. Li Chang'an sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, the green soil in the east, the white soil in the west, the black soil in the north, the red soil in the south, and the lus in the center are collectively called the 5 kings of society. Symbolizes the 5 lands. A wisp of colorful fireworks rose from the clay basin and landed on Li Chang'an's palm. A flood of detailed information flooded into his mind. Is this why the Harmony family is so confident? Li Chang'an looked at the 5-color fireworks in his hand with a complicated expression. As long as he thinks about it, he can recognize this secret realm in a single thought, and the face of the faceless statue will also look like him. From now on, no one can enter this resource secret realm without his permission or bloodline. Li Chang'an's eyes were clear, and he couldn't see anything strange. He returned to Kong Sihui and asked, "Which of you has the ancestral blood of the Dongwang human race?" Yi Fengbo was interrupted from his thoughts and looked at Li Chang'an in surprise. Kong Sihui complained, "Who would carry this thing with them? Even if it is taken out 1 meter, the 547 application must be submitted months in advance." Li Chang'an was not surprised by this. He just asked, "Can Master take it out immediately?" Kong Sihui frowned and asked, "The reason? It's about the permission of the secret realm." "Okay, let me ask." Kong Sihui left the secret realm. There was no signal inside, and she had to go outside to contact by Sui Kong. 5 minutes later, Kong Sihui came back again and said to Li Chang'an, "In an hour, someone will come here with the blood of the human ancestors from Dongwang Kingdom." 1 hour. Li Chang'an was still slightly surprised by Sui Kong's energy. Others need to apply months in advance, but by Sui Kong only takes 1 hour from application to transportation. An hour later, Li Chang'an went to the inner city to greet the human ancestors. After seeing the person coming, he was still a little surprised and shouted, "Dad? Why is it you?" Li Mingxian had a black line on his face and was almost furious at the words of this traitor. "What are you talking about? What do you mean it's me?" Li Chang'an coughed twice to cover up his inner embarrassment. "Don't you think you are studying at master's level?" Li Mingxian became even more angry when he heard this. "I was doing research there, but because of you, brat, I was caught as a coolie. So what's the use of this thing?" Li Chang'an welcomed Li Mingxian and several men in black clothes with dark gold patterns behind him into the secret realm. It's just to recognize the owner of this resource secret realm. Hearing Li Chang'an's explanation, Li Mingxuan's anger immediately dissipated. What the hell? This is the special resource place that his wife once talked about. When he thought of his wife's words, Li Mingxian understood how much this secret realm meant to Dongwang Kingdom. Master should have told me. Otherwise, I would have brought a few more people. Li Mingxian was a little annoyed at the secretiveness of an old man. Ifenbo came over and said with a smile, "It's better if you don't know. Only those who don't know transport the ancestral blood of the human race, and those insects won't become suspicious." Li Mingxian sighed. Although it was true, it was still a bit regretful. Li Chang'an urged Comrade Li to take out the ancestral blood of the human race. Li Mingxian and the men in black behind him looked at each other and started a long process. Li Chang'an watched the confusion for a full quarter of an hour before he saw Li Mingxian walking over holding a colorless and transparent crystal ball. There's a drop of red gold liquid in the middle of the crystal ball, and you can smell a sweet fragrance through the crystal. This is the ancestral blood of my Dongwang lineage. Li Mingxian solemnly handed the crystal ball to Li Chang'an's hand. It takes so long to prepare. Every process is well documented, and behind it is a bloody lesson. Oh, Li Chang'an carefully held the crystal ball, nodded to several people, and once again led the way to the temple. Li Mingxian and others also saw the faceless statue and instantly understood the reason why Li Chang'an asked for the blood of the ancestors of the human race. Li Chang'an took out the 5-color fireworks and sent it into the crystal ball. In an instant, a red gold light completely illuminated the entire temple, penetrating all directions. Everyone felt a warm sense of familiarity, as if this land had become their home. After the red gold light dissipated, the crystal ball in Li Chang'an's hand no longer heard the sound of the human race's ancestral blood, and the faceless statue still maintained its faceless state. But it is a little different from before, a lot more angry. If you look carefully, you can see the faces of many people, thousands of people. Li Chang'an knew that his guess was successful. Ifenbo patted Li Mingxian on the shoulder and said solemnly, "You have a good son, and Dongling University is proud of him." Kong Sihui retorted at this time, "Lao, why don't you say that I taught a good apprentice?" Ifenbo smiled coldly. "What level are you at? Haven't you counted 13 in your heart?" Principal Chio's complaints almost made his ears tingle. Kong Sihui doesn't care. She taught Li Chang'an. The man in black behind Li Mingxian looked at Li Chang'an with a little more respect. Anyone who has contributed to Dongwang country deserves their respect. "It's done, let's go." Li Chang'an quietly put away the crystal ball, clapped his hands, and said to several people. Ifenbo's eyes twitched. He wanted to take back what he just said. It's Sihui's fault. How could a child become such a Philistine? Kong Sihui turned her head and whistled. "I didn't do it. Don't look for me." Li Mingxian covered his head, feeling a headache. Shouldn't he have asked his senior brother or third senior brother to teach Xiao? And Li Chang'an's attempt to steal the crystal ball did not succeed. Under the direct gaze of several men in black, he regretfully handed over the crystal ball. Can the crystal ball that can be used to store the ancestral blood of the human race be an ordinary thing? It's a pity that this thing is also a controlled material, and everyone is backed up. After several people walked out of the secret realm, Li Chang'an issued a rule ban. Although he handed over the ownership to the entire Dongwang human race, as the first holder, he still has a natural authority advantage. If you cannot control the overall situation, it is still possible to set an entry rule. First, anyone who does not have a sense of belonging to Dongwang Kingdom will never be able to enter this secret realm. Secondly, anyone who does not carry the luck of the Dongwang human race will never be able to enter. Thirdly, anyone who attempts or has done harm to the Dongwang people will never be able to enter. These 3 points are independent of each other, and even people who are self-hypnotized cannot avoid the mental torture of Donghuang's destiny. After doing all this, Li Chang'an left with Kong Sihui and the others with peace of mind. On the way back, Kong Sihui remembered that Li Chang'an had only introduced the Thousand Souls Festival, but had not introduced the origin of the little girl behind him. This is not okay. When Miaohua's apprentice daughter-in-law is still there, it is necessary to bring a woman back blatantly without damaging the teacher's face. So Kong Sihui quickly asked again, "What's going on with this girl?" Li Chang'an reacted and introduced the origin of Violet to a few people. After the men in black left the secret realm, they parted ways and went back to report on their duties. There are no outsiders at the scene, so it doesn't hurt to talk. The corners of Li Mingxuan's eyes twitched a few times. There was a puppet sealed with a malicious curse that could destroy civilization. How could this child bring home such a vicious thing? Yifengbo was more concerned about the mechanical fortress Li Chang'an mentioned. The Angel-class war carrier Guardian, produced by the Machine Tribe, has 8 large ether reactors capable of continuous galaxy-level space jumps, and is equipped with 456 floating cannons, 58 isotope shield generators, 214-door electromagnetic emission jammer. A series of professional terms came out of Zi Luo Lan's mouth mechanically, which made Yifeng Bo and others feel numb. Stop, stop, stop. Kong Sihui was bald after hearing this. Just tell me, can this war mothership destroy the civilization of Blue Star? Violet was silent for a while, seeming to be evaluating. The Angel-class war carrier can destroy any civilization below the medium-sized life planet, and Shunkin Blue Star cannot evaluate it. Yifengbo asked, "Why can't it be evaluated?" Violet replied matter-of-factly, "My creator said this place is more dangerous than the Titan-class war carrier. The Guardian cannot make much trouble here." For a moment, Yifengbo and others didn't know whether they should be happy or bitter. It stands to reason that the defenders should be happy that the danger factor of their home planet is not great. But when they think that even the high-end warships of the Void civilization cannot make waves in the Blue Star, this is very detrimental to their plan for the rise of the human race. Yifengbo complained bitterly, "How many unknown horrors are hidden in our home planet?" Li Chang'an curled his lips, and after he learned from Old Man Dar that even ordinary Void civilizations did not dare to come here, he completely gave up the idea of a novice village. The remaining souls of gods, the arrival of evil gods, and many ancient dragons gathered on one planet. Li Chang'an feels that there is more and more hope for the future. After returning to Mu Qingqing's cabin, Mu Qingqing hugged Kong Sihui in surprise, which made Li Mingxian, who stretched out his hands, very embarrassed. "Hui, why are you here? You have to ask your troublemaking son about this." Mu Qingqing looked behind Li Chang'an first. She couldn't help it, because Zi Luolan's temperament and appearance were so outstanding. It doesn't matter if you don't want to attract attention. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Li Chang'an quickly introduced the origin of Violet. Mu Qingqing said, "Oh," her eyes full of warnings to her son, while when Miaohua came to Ziluo Lan and looked at the exquisite doll curiously. "So beautiful. She looks just like a real person." When Miaohua sighed from the bottom of her heart, Violet's green eyes wavered slightly, and she respectfully saluted when Miaohua, "Hello, mistress. I am Ziluan." Upon hearing the word mistress, a shy blush appeared on Wen Miaohua's fair face. "Mother?" Wen Miaohua, that little b **ch. Huan suddenly jumped out of room 5.8 of the Royal Bee space. When she saw the person to whom Ziluan was saluting, the filthy words that came out of his mouth were suddenly stuck in his throat. Mu Qingqing looked at this little fox with a dirty mouth unkindly. When did Xiaoan contract this? It seems that it needs some training. The moment Huan saw Wen Miaohua, she was stunned and said, "It turns out to be the type that I am least good at. It's difficult to handle." Without giving a few people a chance to react, Huan returned to the beast-controlling space, unable to scream no matter what. Let Li Chang'an be confused. When Huan returned to the beast-controlling space, the whole dragon was unhappy. Even Yao used Huan's favorite garlic chicken drumsticks can't even revive her. After Yao gave up and left, Huan lay down in the moonlight garden and closed her eyes. After a while, A clear teardrop slowly dripped from the corner of its eye. Since Li Chang'an's talent made up for 1/3 of Lei Yanlong's talent, many older memories have emerged in its mind. In his memory, he found that he had really become a little fox, playing with an innocent little girl every day, and there was also a stupid little pony beside him. Everything was so beautiful until the Lord. Li Chang'an frowned, and the scene in front of him changed rapidly. Mu Qingqing and others disappeared when they were young, and they were replaced by a little girl with ethereal eyes. What really concerned him was the little purple fox in the little girl's arms. Why is Huan Huan here? The little purple fox also widened his eyes. Obviously, he recognized Li Chang'an. I wonder why Darling is here too. Li Chang'an originally wanted to step forward and talk to the little girl, but found that he could only watch and could not move. And the little girl couldn't see him. At this moment, Li Chang'an understood the reason. This kind of thing has happened before. Peo's memory about the birth of the original abyssal dragon. Huan Huan originally wanted to jump on Li Chang'an, but here she was really just a frail little fox, unable to escape from the little girl's arms. What's the matter, Sue? Do you want to pee? The little girl asked innocently. Huan Huan burst into tears in her heart. It's over. Darling has to see the scene of her infidelity. I'm dirty. Woo woo woo. Li Chang'an can only watch but not move. Huan Huan can move but can't change anything. Both parties can only be spectators in this strange space. Time flies in space, and in the blink of an eye, the innocent little girl grows up into a generous girl. On the day of the girl's coming-of-age ceremony, when she turned 13, a great priest took the girl away, and her country gained a saint. The little purple fox, represented by Huan Huan, and the silly little pony also followed the girl and accompanied her. Until an unprecedented disaster occurred. Dark cracks appeared from the sky above various countries in the world, and black breath flowed down. These black breaths can infect living beings and corrupt them into zombie, one after another. People in this world call them people of the netherworld. As the black aura continues to enter the world, the number of netherworld people is increasing, and the strength of human countries can no longer stop these crazy netherworld people. The girl known as the Saint stood up, burned her soul, sacrificed her blood, and repaired 90% of the black crack in the sky. But there are still limits to human power, and the girl is unable to repair the remaining black cracks. Her soul has been burned out. Thanks to the sacrifice of a girl, the human nations gained a chance to breathe in order to make up for the 0-8 black rift in their respective countries. The human nations cut the girl's body into several parts, and each took one part to their own country as a sacred object. This bloody scene was watched by the little purple fox next to the girl. The little fox went crazy and wanted to go out and kill those dirty humans. Why weren't those humans satisfied? Why still desecrate her body? But its power was too weak and was stopped by the little pony. Since then, the little fox and the foal have gone their separate ways. The little fox began to learn various things about human society. During this period, it found that its language became more powerful. Ordinary people only need to look at it to be fascinated and fascinated. So the revenge begins. The little fox used his natural power to confuse a human king, stir up relations with neighboring countries, and start a war between the two countries. In the end, one country was destroyed and another was victorious. The country that suffered a tragic victory was attacked and destroyed by another country the day after the victory. Li Chang'an also saw the little fox in the process. The little fox has used this trick many times. Although it doesn't work well every time, the final result still meets the initial expectations. Of course, paper cannot contain fire. If you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. The remaining countries have finally discovered the little fox, and they only need to inquire about it to find out what's going on. The remaining human countries began to search for the little fox, but by this time it was too late. The little fox's talent has been perfected over the years. The soldiers who came to pursue it became its minions, and the bounty hunters and mercenaries who wanted to make a fortune by catching it became its most loyal servants. A war comparable to the netherworld catastrophe swept across the entire world. This time, there is no saint girl to help them turn the tide. Within 3 years, the human race was extinct. The little fox led his most loyal servants into the temple and bloodbathed the girl's most cherished headquarters of the cult. In the temple, the little fox discovered the divine ritual of resurrecting the dead, but it required the sacrifice of a large amount of life, origin, and soul. Without even thinking about it, the little fox spliced back the body of the girl collected from the treasure troves of various countries and destroyed all living creatures in the world. But the girl's body was still cold, and a terrifying evil god appeared in the temple. Then this powerful evil god was cut into pieces by the angry little fox, and the whole world was sacrificed, and the ritual of resurrection from the dead was started again. Unfortunately, it was still useless, but the little fox found a meager soul-light spot, thinking it was the last trace of the girl, and treasured it. By the way, the more powerful evil god attracted by the ritual was torn into pieces and used as a sacrifice for the next ritual. Seeing this, Li Chang'an felt really sad for the lineage of the evil gods, because he also saw the figure of the dust demon suppressing prison dragon. The other party came after the evil god, but the little fox moved faster and killed the evil god first. Even though he was fished, he was actually used as food rations and sacrifices. The daily life of evil god Chan is really troubled. The little fox's meeting with the dust demon and prison suppressing dragon was also unique. It thought that the dust demon and prison suppressing dragon was also an evil god that was attracted, so it took action brazenly for the next ritual. Of course, the result is also obvious. How can a little fox that is not yet transformed into an ancient dragon be an opponent of the notorious fierce demon suppressing prison dragon? In a few moments, he was knocked to the ground by the dust demon prison suppressing dragon. Fortunately, the dust demon prison suppressing dragon was not interested in the little fox, snorted disdainfully, and left. The little fox shed tears of reluctance. After that, the little fox began a journey of making sacrifices to the world. Of course, it didn't just sacrifice every living planet it saw. Instead, wait and see for a while. After discovering that the souls of the creatures on this planet are ugly, they will not hesitate to launch a world-destroying sacrifice, and they can also harvest a wave of evil sauce. In this way, the little fox cultivated and strengthened the light of soul to the extreme, enough to serve as the cornerstone of resurrection. So the little fox took out the girl's body and started the resurrection ceremony. After integrating into the light of the soul, the girl was indeed successfully resurrected. Li Chang'an thought it was over, but the girl said, "I miss home," which confused the little fox. Home? Where's the home? It has all been sacrificed to it. The guilty little fox comforted the good girl and tried his best to use the divine words to build a real but false world, and even deceived the rules of the universe. Let this false real world thrive like an ordinary living planet. And it spent a wonderful time with the girl until the foal returned. Li Chang'an did not expect that in Lei Yanlong's inherited memory, he would not only see the dust demon-suppressing prison dragon, but also the original white Qilong. The stupid little pony found the little fox again, but it had become an ancient dragon, the original white unicorn dragon. The first thing Bai Qilong said when he saw the little fox was, "You can deceive the world, but you can't deceive your own heart." In Bai Qilong's eyes that were like reflections of the world, the little fox saw the girl's true soul. Nothingness, blankness, simply does not have the dazzling brilliance in its memory, the innocence that can cleanse the soul. The little fox collapsed. This real world built of lies disappeared into nothingness with the girl, leaving only the angry eyes of the little fox and the indifference of the original white unicorn. The two fought for a long time, but overall it was the original white Qilong who gave way to the little fox. But as time goes by, the last bit of the world of lies completely disappears. The rules of the universe discovered the little fox's deception, and the price followed. Endless bloody thunder struck down like a sea of thunder, and the original white Qilong wanted to block it all for the little fox. But the little fox refused, and rushed into the bloody sea of thunder, laughing and cursing everything. blood-colored dragon scales sprouted from under its smooth and shiny hair, and illusory dragon horns like thunderclouds spread out from the lines on its forehead. The slender feet gradually became ferocious and thick, and the purple-red dragon claws broke out of the skin, entwining circles of bloody thunderclouds. The furry tail became much slender and smaller, and purple-red dragon scales also covered it. In addition, 8 purple thunder chains extend from the root of the tail, floating freely with the purple-red dragon tail. The little fox tore off the thunderbolt that descended from the sky, chewed it up and swallowed it into his mouth, like a crazy dragon, swallowing up the punishment that was supposed to be death. Boom! The little fox, no, the voice of the original Thunder Dragon was like the roar of thunder, with an absolute domineering tone that could not be refuted. His charming golden eyes were still looking at the original white Qilong indifferently. Then, under the complex gaze of the original white unicorn dragon, it disappeared into the depths of the universe. At this point, the memory ends. After watching this magnificent and epic scene, Li Chang'an felt a little unfinished and couldn't help asking, what did Lei Yanlong do later? Who knows? Huan Huan said angrily as she struggled to free herself. The memory of this time was going to ruin her. Li Chang'an looked at Huan Huan speechlessly. As her descendant, she actually said she didn't know. Huan Huan was not embarrassed at all and said confidently, I'm not it. It wants to die, so I'm going with it. Li Chang'an was amused by Huan Huan's appearance of being the best in the world and touched Huan Huan's head. No wonder you don't want to target Hua. Huan Huan slapped Li Chang'an's hand away angrily and gave him a paw. Darling knows how to make sarcastic remarks and doesn't feel sorry for me at all. Li Chang'an groaned in pain, and the scene in front of him quickly dissipated and returned to its previous appearance. He glanced at his palm. The back of his hand was red, huh? Can the memory illusion be fed back to reality? Then he found Kong Si-Hui in front of him with his arms folded on his chest, his angry eyes seeming to spit out flames, and other people's weird and slow looks. You brat, how dare you eat my mother's tofu? Li Chang'an immediately panicked and shouted quickly. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I can explain the reasons. 007. Wait for me to give you a beating first, and then listen to your explanation. If the explanation is not good, I will give you another beating. Mu Kong Si-Hui walked towards Li Chang'an with a sinister smile, and the black aura on his body seemed to be solidifying. An earth-shattering scream frightened the surrounding neighbors out of their sleep. Li Chang'an, who was swollen into a pig's head, explained the reason in a slurred manner. Kong Si-Hui didn't believe it. You mean you just fell into the inherited memory of the new pet beast and were touching its head just now? Li Chang'an, it's... Kong Si-Hui sneered and said, do you think I believe it or not? She was about to hit her again, but fortunately, Mu Qingqing stopped her. Ifenbo said objectively, I did feel that Li Chang'an's consciousness was a little distracted and he was not focused just now. Kong Si-Hui then extinguished his anger and asked Li Chang'an, so, what kind of inherited memory can allow you to separate all your thoughts? You must know that Li Chang'an's mental power is king level, and it is really impossible for ordinary inherited memories to fill up his CPU. Li Chang'an shook his head and said, you can't say it. If you say it, you will die suddenly. Kong Si-Hui was immediately furious and struggled to beat Li Chang'an again to let him know his strength and kill him suddenly? How is that possible? You are fine. What will happen to a powerful person like her? Li Chang'an summoned Yao Yao and Huan Huan, and Yao Yao gave him a moon-tide blessing, which eliminated the bruises on his face and restored his clear speech. Let me introduce to you, Huan Huan, Lei Yanlong, the most troublesome trouble for the first-generation city lord of Qianlingwanqi City, a member of the ancient dragon species. For a moment, Kong Si-Hui, Ifenbo, and others fell into deathly silence. Li Mingxian was the first to react. You said this is an ancient dragon? That's right. A purebred ancient dragon does not contain other miscellaneous bloodlines. That means the memory that Chang'an just saw is the origin of the ancient dragon. When Miaohua's mouth was a little dry, Li Mingxian found it difficult to accept. Can't you really say it? This will be very helpful for our research, Li Chang'an said with a serious face. Judging from my past experience, the ancestors of these ancient dragons are probably not completely dead. Even a residual thought is much stronger than the gods. Past experiences? Mu Qingqing took a breath of air. She didn't expect that her son would go through so many things when she wasn't paying attention. Kong Sihui also had a toothache on her face when she heard this, so her breasts were picked up by white women. Are you ready? Huan Huan yawned. Although she didn't mind being looked at a few more times, she had just experienced a thrilling memory trip and was sleepy to death. Mu Qingqing couldn't believe that this little fox turned out to be an ancient dragon. It clearly didn't look like that special aura. Li Chang'an knew the reason, and he also learned it from Mao Mao. Most of the ancient dragons are arrogant, but there are also some of the old six type. Lei Yanlong is one of the best, known for his cunning, and ruthless nature. For them, concealing their breath and changing their body shape is as simple as eating and drinking. Otherwise, the original Thunder Dragon would not have been hiding in human society for hundreds of years without being discovered. Even the dragon scales of Lei Yanlong are usually hidden under the fluffy hair. Until the moment of battle, you really can't tell that there are dragon scales here. If you underestimate Lei Yanlong's defense, because of this, you will really suffer a big loss. Li Mingxian wanted to take a closer look at Huan Huan, but was glared at by the little guy's golden eyes and then stepped back. Darling, I'm going back first. Huan Huan couldn't stand the sight of several people, and finally glanced at Miaohua before returning to the beast-controlling space with sleepy eyes. Li Chang'an explained for Huan Huan. Ahem, Huan Huan has been in a bad mood recently and is in the awakening stage of development. Li Mingxian expressed his approval. As an expert on pet animals, he knows that pet animals need a good rest during the awakening period. They will not escape the lethargy stage until their bodies are fully developed. When Miaohua came over and asked worriedly, "Does it not like me?" When Miaohua's mind is as thorough as the clear ice spring on Tian Shan Mountain, and he can easily detect Huan Huan's awkward emotions. Li Chang'an smiled and touched Miaohua's silver-white hair. No, even if Huan Huan hates me, she won't hate you. When Miaohua was stunned for a moment, just as he was about to ask why, Li Chang'an blocked his mouth with his raised index finger. Li Chang'an blinked. As for the reason, it's a secret. I will never hate darling. Huan Huan's angry voice sounded in Li Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an quickly responded and apologized. Sorry, just using an analogy. I can't even use an analogy. Li Chang'an was multitasking and spent a lot of time coaxing Huan Huan into a good mood. I almost forgot to mention this. Li Chang'an then remembered that there was another important thing he hadn't mentioned, which was the recognition standard for first-level food spirits. Are you saying that if you want to be recognized by a first-level food spirit, you must solve one of the 3 troubles for 1,000 spirits and 10,000 food city? Sure, Hua Jing didn't know what emotions to feel at this moment. She didn't expect the blessing of a first-level food spirit. It has nothing to do with the blending talent. Li Chang'an spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is how the 2 first-level blessings on my body came from. As for the standards after the spiritual food spirit and the alchemy food spirit, I don't know." That's right. After taking Violet away, the alchemy food spirit also gave Li Chang'an its blessings just like the spirit food spirit. Alchemy blessing, occult comprehension plus 200%, alchemy field item effect plus 100%, giving oneself a state of absolute calmness when using alchemy items. The effect of this alchemical blessing seems to be slightly better than the spiritual food blessing and will not affect others. However, the specific effect of giving oneself an absolute calm state remains to be discussed. 0. Li Chang'an needed to go back and try it. In order to verify the authenticity of his statement, Li Chang'an made a glass of mixed juice in front of Master Hua Jing. He showed a harmless smile to the people in the room. Which one of you will try it first? The Li family couple took a step back without leaving a trace. They knew what kind of character the baby they gave birth to would be like. Kong Sihui had also been with Li Chang'an for a long time and subconsciously leaned towards Mu Qingqing. Ifenhua did not notice anything strange about the few people. He had already retreated to the back and protected the few people in front of him, even before Kong Sihui could react. This man with thick eyebrows and big eyes moved so quickly and secretly. The corner of Shi Huajing's mouth twitched a few times, and she and a child were left alone. We couldn't let the younger one go first. Sigh. Shi Huajing sighed, walked forward, picked up the glass of juice, and drank it all. It tastes good, and immediately, the skin on Shi Huajing's face turned red. He hurriedly covered the corners of his mouth with both hands, but still failed to suppress the crazily rising corners of his mouth. Shi Huajingjiao laughed out loud, the smile on her face overflowing, and Mu Qingqing was shocked to see it. She has never seen Master's expression like this. She looks like a girl in love for the first time. Is Xiaoan drugged? Mu Qingqing looked at her son with a scrutinizing gaze. Li Chang'an looked at the sky speechlessly. What an injustice. I reconciled it in front of you, a group of powerful people above the throne level. I didn't do anything. It was just an ordinary reconciliation. This is the effect of spiritual food blessing. Kong Sihui patted her chest in fear. Fortunately, I didn't have any blood in her just now. If she had really drank, she would be the one making a fool of herself now. Hey, wait a minute. Kong Sihui remembered something very unfavorable. After Li Chang'an was trained by Shi Huajing to become a senior blender, she rarely returned to her residence, either eating at Li Chang'an's place or on the way to eat. After eating and drinking, I would find a room and fall asleep. This would take her back to the days of ordering takeout, and she really couldn't adapt. Which takeaway is as good as her apprentice's craftsmanship? It can only be said that even the venerable level cannot escape from the theorem that it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. Kong Sihui shook his head and thought secretly in his heart. Kong Sihui, you can't be so depraved. You have to fend for yourself. But after Chang'an received the blessing of snacks, the food he cooked was even more delicious than before. It took almost only half a second for Kong Sihui to convince herself that she was just making a fool of herself. After all, no outsiders had entered Li Chang'an's house a few times. Most of the time, it was just Li Chang'an and his pet, giggling just as much as he could, even if this brat didn't dare to tell anyone. Well, that's it, it's decided. Let's just eat together as usual. Let's try Chang'an's current craftsmanship when we go back. Kong Sihui secretly made up his mind. Ifenhua glanced at this academic thorn with extremely rich psychological activities in confusion. As expected, it was difficult to understand the mind of this crazy woman. Shi Huajing's strangeness only lasted for a minute and a half, and he relied on his venerable level strength to forcefully break away from the state of beautiful memories. The Master of Harmony looked at Li Chang'an with a complicated expression. Worthy of the blessing of a first-level food spirit, Xiaoan's strength as a level 8 Beastmaster could actually influence her, a venerable person, for more than a minute. She could no longer imagine how brilliant this child would be in the future. As for the other alchemical blessing, it is a pity that there are no alchemical blending tools on site, so even the simplest alchemical potion cannot be made. Of course, Li Chang'an also has a third-level blessing called Blessing of Spring, which was given to him as the creator by the Chun Lei food spirit. Blessing of Spring. The blending efficiency in spring is plus 25%, and the effect of thunder blends is increased by 50%. It can be said that it is very good. The reason why the 3 first-level food spirits value the Spring Thunder food spirit so much is because Ji Chang'an created a food spirit that involves the time domain. Blending efficiency plus 25% means that Li Chang'an can complete the same dish a quarter of the time faster than others. This is not over yet. This is just the blessing of spring. What the food spirits hope is that Li Chang'an can also create the remaining 3 food spirits of summer, autumn, and winter. By then, these 4 four-season food spirits will probably be promoted to the second-level food spirits together, becoming the first food spirits involved in the time domain in Thousand Spirits Food City. By then, Li Chang'an's 4 blessings will also undergo corresponding qualitative changes, which is what he is looking forward to. This is why the first level and second level food spirits valued Li Chang'an so much in the first place. These matters have come to an end for the time being, and the plan remains as planned. Sure, Hua Jing will leave with Wen Miaohua and others tomorrow. Of course, there is no need for Pao Pao to follow. After all, the temple recognizes its master, and as long as the Dongwang kingdom is not popular, even if the three families work hard, they cannot completely cut off the inheritance of the secret realm of the resource land. But Li Chang'an still had to show off. He went out of the city with Kong Si Hui and Yi Fengbua and caught a wave of fish by the way, letting the big fish that usually hide in the muddy water jump out on their own. Furthermore, Ziluo Lan also has 4 5-minute saint-level combat power. Even if the opponent does not respect martial ethics and uses saint-level combat power, Li Chang'an can escape unscathed. The next day, Shi Huajing took the remaining dozen people and walked out 1,000 spirits in Food City in an elegant manner. A quarter of an hour later, Li Chang'an and Kong Sihui, dressed in black robes and followed by Violet, carefully walked out of the city. Of course, this is also to confuse the opponent and make the opponent think that Li Chang'an has a guilty conscience and wants to sneak back to Dongwang Kingdom. At the junction of the inner city and the outer city, a little food spirit wearing a long green dress looked nervously at Li Chang'an's leaving figure. Ling Shi Ling, and Ho Shi Ling came behind it and comforted him. Don't worry about him. There are fallen dolls here. Unless there are multiple saint-level powerful men taking action, he will not be in danger. But even so, Chunlei Shiling was still very worried about his creator. Ling Shishiling also understands this feeling. They also had the same emotion when faced with Dar's departure. Li Chang'an and the other four had just taken a few steps out of the city gate when a venerable level attack struck them instantly. Kong Sihui curled her lips in disdain. What kind of rubbish attack is this? She didn't even pull out the sword. She only used the scabbard to block this venerable level attack. Feng Sun. Kong Sihui's red lips opened slightly, and a big white bird hundreds of meters in size appeared above them. Li Chang'an looked closely and saw that this was not a big bird, but a pure-blooded phoenix that was the same as the Xiao Tianwan. White Wind and Swan. Li Chang'an only knew that Kong Sihui had contracted at least 5 pet beasts before. On that day, Kong Sihui had 2 pet beasts that complemented each other, the Cyan Dragon and the bird pet beast hidden in the darkness. Unexpectedly, besides the Xiao Tian Phoenix, there was also a pure blood phoenix. With 2 auspicious beasts on his side, how did this guy end up in the debt-ridden situation he was in before? The white wind swan just flapped its wings, and a white tornado, sweeping across the world, unfolded in front of several people. In a short time, all the people hiding in the dark outside the city had their concealment abilities broken by this white tornado. Everyone was forced to appear in broad daylight. Yi Fengbua waved his lips and said to Li Chang'an, "Although your master had a miserable life before, his strength is incomparable. Whether it is a head-on battle or a sneak attack in the dark, her configuration is Dongwang's, the best in the country. Read it carefully, study it carefully, and you will always need it in the future." Li Chang'an's eyes hidden under his black robe stared closely at Kong Sihui's movements, keeping in mind some details that he usually missed. Kong Sihui's move tore everyone's faces apart, so all subsequent attacks were directed at her. In an instant, Kong Sihui once again activated the fusion of the 5 beasts very well, still using the purple sky phoenix as the base, turning into a purple and close-fitting armor, looking heroic. Coupled with the cyan neighing, the black cry, and 2 complementary gray-gold beast roars, they were integrated into Kong Sihui's Crimson Rose strengthened from the Golden Land. The Crimson Gold Blade exudes a dangerous red light in the sun. Red Blade status. Yi Fengbua explained to Li Chang'an on the side. Thousand-Wheel Greenwood Dragon is responsible for healing, recovery, purification, and other assistance. Hell's Black Phoenix increases attack, and there are a pair of twin Brahma Cats. Guard the mind and provide a large amount of nerve response speed and soul perception. 1. As for the Zi Yao Tian Wang, as Kong Sihui's main battle pet, it has the most comprehensive improvement. All her abilities need to be released by relying on the super amplification and additional damage of the Zi Yao Tian Wang. Father Zero, Li Chang'an exclaimed, Kong Sihui's configuration is towards the path of a super strong individual soldier, invincible in single combat, capable of fighting and resisting. He himself is a model of overflowing attacks and worrying survivability. He lacks a support that can provide continuous recovery in Brahmacat. Although Yao Yao is good, she is mainly responsible for logistics coordination, and assisting on the battlefield is putting the cart before the horse. Li Chang'an is now looking forward to Huan's divine speech skills, bringing him a little surprise. In the fusion state of the five beasts, Kong Sihui's strength has reached its peak. When paired with the extremely fast by Feng Honghu, he can block the killing god and is unstoppable. In a short time, she had eliminated the first wave of ambush. That's it. It's over. Li Chang'an exclaimed. It's early, Ifengwu said with a chill in his eyes. Look. They saw 5 venerable-level powerhouses whose faces could not be seen clearly and 3 overlord-level monsters appearing in front of them. You've come just in time. I haven't had enough fun yet. Kong Sihe excitedly rushed towards the 5 venerable-level experts. There was a trace of anger on the faces of the remaining 3 overlord-level monsters. They were very angry at Kong Sihui's neglect. But before they started taking action, they found that their bodies seemed unable to move, as if they were tightly bound by thousands of tentacles. This is an incoming venerable level, Beastmaster whispered, recalling not-so-good memories. Before Kong Sihui and the pet beasts summoned by the 5 venerable level beast-controlling sculptures could start fighting. A flower hundreds of meters in diameter bloomed in the center of Kong Sihui and the enemy. F***K me, Fan's son, a powerful man at the venerable level who spoke the language of the ancient Lun kingdom, suddenly lost his composure. Has he also broken through to the venerable level? In an instant, the emotions of the other 4 venerables fluctuated violently. It was obvious that this name made them feel very uneasy. Fan's son. Li Chang'an remembered this name and heard Kong Sihui talk about it. It was his 5th uncle. When Kong Sihui saw the flower, she clicked her tongue and said, It's bad luck to steal someone's head. Sorry, second senior sister. I couldn't hold it back. A handsome man with a black and green ponytail appeared from the flowers. The several venerable levels exclaimed in unison. In their horrified eyes, the 3-headed overlord-level monster from the Beast Kingdom had completely stiffened. They turned into wooden sculptures and fell freely, creating 3 huge pits on the ground. Seeing this familiar scene, the venerable Guluan kingdom could no longer hold back the fear in his heart, turned around and fled outside. That was the monster that buried hundreds of thousands of Guluan kingdom's troops on the battlefield. You must know that Fan's son had not yet broken through to the venerable level at that time. But even so, he still left a deep impression on many powerful people in Jilin Kingdom. An evil smile appeared on Fan Sen's handsome face. Hualiener, don't let anyone run away. A vine like a wooden dragon soared from the ground into the sky. The venerable level of the ancient Lun Kingdom quickly summoned his pet beast, and the beast-controlling fusion and beast-controlling armament were completed in one go. 643, but even with this kind of preparation, the knotted vine still penetrated the body and turned into a wooden sculpture. The pupils of the remaining 4 people shrank suddenly, and someone whispered, When will we get the trick? Li Chang'an was also confused. When did the venerable level become so easy to kill? Ifengwu fully fulfilled the commentator's accusation and said, Fan San, Bai Lao's 5th disciple, is different from Kong Sihui. He is good at group attacks and layouts, and human sea tactics are useless to him. If it is a head-on confrontation, Fan San is not Kong Sihui's opponent. If Fan San is asked to make a plan in advance and ambush in one place, even I will not be able to do it. So he didn't go into the city with us yesterday and just set up the venue outside the city. Li Chang'an became even more curious about this 5th uncle. Ifengwa was a veteran strongman who had been in the venerable level for many years. Even he was not sure of defeating Fansan in this state. How strong is this fifth uncle? But thinking of his father, Li Chang'an couldn't help but complain that the sixth brother was obviously ranked behind the fifth uncle, but there was such a big difference in strength. Li Chang'an breastfeeds comrade Li once every day. At this time, the horrified voices of the four venerable level beast masters came from field. Damn it! It's the spores of the netherworld Mushroom King. Don't trust your senses. Anyone who has super-level purification skills should use it quickly. It's useless, it can't be purified, and there are pollen balls from the thousand vine giant spirits. Fansan has finished setting up the venue. We are finished. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the remaining three venerable levels changed wildly and turned gloomy. The venerable person who spoke fluent Dongwang dialect stood up and said to Fansan, Fansan, stop. Let's talk. We are willing to use spiritual coins to redeem ourselves. Fansan was unmoved. Do you think I'm short of spirit coins? Kong Sihue really wanted to say, it looks so damn similar. There are no wealthy disciples in their lineage. Oh, not counting the junior brother, but because of this, the junior brother's strength is at the bottom among the six of them. In addition to the spirit coins, our respective forces will give you 5% of the output of 1,000 spirits and Food City for 30 years. Not enough. Don't go too far. Do you know how much benefit and output of 5% per year in the past 30 years will bring? Fansan sneered. I have never entered the secret realm of resources. Who knows how much this 5% is? All this. The remaining four venerable level beast masters looked confused because they found that Fansan really didn't lie. He knew everything about the Harmony family in Dongwang Kingdom. For a while, these four people could not find any reference. Ifenbo coughed at the right time and gave Fansan a look. Fansan understood instantly and said seriously, I still have to consider this 5%. When the four of them saw Fansan's face, their eyelids twitched wildly, and their anger levels slowly rose, but they couldn't easily get angry. Finally, one person gritted his teeth and said, 7%, no more, or else we will die. Deal, sign the contract. Fansan agreed immediately, skillfully took out 4 pieces of parchment and threw them in. The 4 people looked at the parchment carefully, wanting to see the paper from the inside out. After confirming that there was no cheating contract, they signed their names. Why don't you kill them? Aren't you afraid of letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Li Chang'an asked Xiang Ifenbo doubtfully. Ifenbo explained, killing them will only get some venerable level things. Those who come out to intercept and kill will not bring so many resources with them. It is better to let them pay a ransom and get more things. It can be regarded as a tacit understanding between countries. Otherwise, if you kill one of my venerables today, I will retaliate the next day, and the human empire may not be able to withstand the sneak attacks of the Beast Kingdom. Therefore, unless there is a formal war between the two countries, usually in private battles like this, no fatal blow will be made. Li Chang'an silently looked at the venerable Guluan kingdom who died tragically, and he couldn't believe such words. But it is also understandable that if this venerable man does not die, the remaining people will not obediently pay to redeem themselves. Fansan carefully confirmed that everyone signed their real names before letting the 4 people leave. Kong Sihue and Fansan had already started dividing the accounts 50 to 50. Originally, they planned to give Ifengbo 1% of the harvest, but Ifengbo refused. I didn't contribute much, so you don't need to consider me for this harvest. How can this be done? Fansan said no, but in fact the hand holding the contract was retracted in time and put into his pocket. That's right. Everyone who sees it has a share. Kong Se nodded repeatedly in agreement, but the contract that belonged to her had long been tightly covered in her arms, and no one could touch it. The corners of Ifengbo's mouth twitched, and he screamed crazily in his heart. Don't you two just talk but don't do anything. Bai Lao's great reputation in his lifetime would actually fall on these brothers and disciples. Li Chang'an lowered his head and suppressed a smile. Mystery was still not used to their bandit-like style. Kong Sihui gave Li Chang'an a slap in the head. What are you doing? Hurry up and run away. Fanson also noticed Ayeg, that second senior sister, a disciple who was often talked about, was very good-looking. She could break through to the 8th level of beast control at this grade, and she was considered a genius. However, they have to run away now and don't have time to chat. If the three major harmonious families really spend a lot of money to hire a saint-level powerhouse or an ecological master monster, they won't have time to cry. Li Chang'an was carried away by Kong Sihui, got on the teleportation array, and left Zhuli Fengshu City. During the gap in space teleportation, Sister Kong, won't it be safe if you return to Dongwang country? Why are you still so nervous? Kong Sihui sighed and said, it is safe to go back to Dongling University. What do you think is a saint level? People of this level don't even need to show up if they want to kill you. You, a high-level beast master, can control it immediately and then die naturally without any trace. Unless you reach the throne-level beast master and have mastered the basics of the rules, then you are qualified to self-destruct. If you want to escape, you won't be able to escape without the strength of the venerable level. Do you understand what I mean? Li Chang'an took a deep breath, and for the first time he realized how terrifying the saint level was. When Bai Sui Kong and Wu Lao took action against Lei Fulong, he just watched from a distance. The killing intent of these two people was all on Lei Fulong, so he didn't feel anything at all that time. Now looking at the nervous expressions of Kong Sihui and others, we also know how terrifying the saint-level beast masters really are. Don't worry, I will be with the master at any time. Violet, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Kong Sihui was immediately startled. She almost forgot that there was a doll following them. Fanson had long wanted to ask, who is this woman with stunning beauty? Who is this? Violet raised her skirt, made an elegant salute, and introduced herself. I am the master's personal maid, Violet. Fanson was confused for a moment. The senior sister and Mr. E obviously could not be the owners of Miss Violet. Otherwise, he would have known about it a long time ago. He turned his attention to Li Chang'an, which meant that this master was referring to his second senior sister's precious apprentice. I heard that Li Chang'an also has a fiancée who is as beautiful as a flower. This guy is really very lucky. Li Chang'an introduced to Fan's son. Ziluo Lan is my dependent, the crystallization of the void-forging civilization, and a doll. Doll? Fan's son looked at Violet in shock. This looks like a normal human being. Kong Sihui also felt the same way. She thought so before, until the exquisite doll girl took out a 3-meter-long scythe from her skirt. Only then did Li Chang'an remember that he didn't have to worry about his life's safety when he hit his palm with his fist. Yes, Violet itself has saint-level combat power. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Li Chang'an. Kong Sihui shouted directly, what did you say? Fanson looked at Ziluo Lan, not knowing what to say. Ziluo Lan responded with a polite smile, and Li Chang'an explained. Ziluo Lan still has some combat energy in her body, which can maintain saint-level combat power for 5 minutes and can be used 4 times. Everyone present was his own, and Li Chang'an had no worries. The three of them took a breath of air conditioning, and Li Chang'an felt that the deep space tunnel around him was much warmer. It is indeed a doll made by the great power known as the God of Craftsmen. Ifenbo couldn't help but sigh. Kong Sihui reacted, why are we so careless? Just F***K them. Fan's son, as the representative of Lao Lu, stopped him and said, you can't say that. If Miss Ziluan shows her saint-level strength, they won't come. Then how can we rip off her? Ifengbo was sighed for the first time today. Each of Bai Lao's disciples was more daring than the last. Once they gain an advantage, they will definitely let themselves go. Fansin also said to Li Chang'an, don't worry, little nephew, you will definitely get a share of the benefits. Seeing Li Chang'an's high spirits, Ifengbo also felt a wish. I am too old to keep up with the ideas of these young people. A quarter of an hour later, several people came out of the space teleportation array and were still in the Mediator Association in Yujing City. As soon as they came out, Shi Huajing, Mu Qingqing and others came up and asked, Shaoan, are you okay? Were you injured? Li Chang'an waved his hand. Grandma Jing, I'm fine, thanks to the help of Mr. E and Uncle Fifth Master. Kong Sihui came over with a look, and Li Chang'an quickly added, Oh, and Sister Kong fought hard. Fifth senior uncle? Li Mingxi in the crowd was suddenly shocked. His fifth senior brother, who had never seen the dragon every day, actually appeared and helped his son escape? Some young people also looked at Fanson secretly. This rumored god of murder unexpectedly turned out to be very good-looking. Master, Violet came to Li Chang'an's side. Control the enemy. Li Chang'an reacted immediately and followed Violet's gaze to a pine tree in the courtyard, where a gray bird sat on it. Senior, you don't want my master to know about your attack on me this time. 17. Sure, Hua Jing. Sigma, / Kong Sihui Fanson sad face, W. Ifengbo sad face, straight face. The future life is terrible. Shinning's voice came out of the gray bird's mouth. Sure, Hua Jing and others protected Li Chang'an behind them, but Li Chang'an refused. Li Chang'an walked up to the gray bird, with Violet following closely behind him. Senior, what do you want to say? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you if you just walk up to me? At such a close distance, the alien doll behind you may not be able to protect you. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly. Senior, even if you take action, I still have to mention it. Violet's ability is not too strong, but she has another name in the Thousand Souls and Food City called Fallen Doll. Without my restraint, seniors and their causally connected relatives and friends would all be subject to a world-destroying curse. When the time comes, Senior will become disgusted with gods and ghosts, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Violet revealed a hint of aura, making everyone present feel their scalps numb. For sharp-tongued boy, but the tone is softened a lot. This saint probably doesn't want to be entangled in this kind of aura, let alone the causal characteristics. And he also realized that Li Chang'an did not lie, which was what troubled him the most. In this life, people will be connected with various things. Even the saint level is no exception. He also has relatives and apprentices he cares about, so naturally he doesn't want to take this risk. Li Chang'an smiled coldly in his heart. Of course what he said was true, but he deliberately omitted the most important factor: time. Because the evil of this world in Violet has been absorbed by Li Chang'an and Mao Mao, and because Violet and the curse of evil thoughts have coexisted for too long, she herself is a different kind of evil in this world, which will slowly accumulate as time goes by. But it's not that fast. It will take at least 10 years to reach the level Li Chang'an said, and Violet must stay in the dark zone, the place where people's hearts are dark. That's why the saint believed that Li Chang'an was not lying, but that there was a little too much content in the truth. As the saint's momentum retreated slightly, Li Chang'an pressed forward step by step and said with a faint smile, Senior, do you want to give it a try? The gray bird was silent for a long time, and then said, That's it. I admit my defeat. Tell me, how can you resolve this matter? Li Chang'an took a step back and looked back. Professional things should be done by professionals. Kong Sihui and Fan Sun got this look and immediately understood it. They walked up to the gray bird, rubbed their hands with golden light in their eyes. You! The gray bird was startled. Apparently, he didn't expect that it was these two famous hobmeets who came to negotiate terms, and he was speechless for a moment. Under the negotiation between two masters who are well-versed in this saint level, Li Chang'an proposed a 5th-level large-scale wooden secret realm and permanent free access to the 3rd floor of the 9-story Soul Tower, as well as some repeated scattered things. The access rights to the 9-story Soul Tower are not for all-time use, but for 3 days every month, you can enter the 3rd floor of the 9-story Soul Tower for free to practice. After all, the Dongwang Kingdom is so big and there are so many Beastmasters. Even if there are many rooms in the 9-story Soul Tower, others still have to use them. After several people negotiated, the saint moved quickly, and a secret realm core and a permission badge for the 9-story Soul Tower were in Li Chang'an's hands. And Kong Sihui and the two also got a lot of good things, which can be regarded as a reward for their hard work. Compare with the permanent free access to the 3rd floor of a 9-story Soul Tower. Li Chang'an is the one who benefits the most. After the saint-level man left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, Huajing originally wanted to take Li Chang'an to visit Yujing City, but Yifengbo was still worried that someone else would take action, so he finally let the three of them stay. Li Chang'an returned to Dongling University first. Sure, Huajing also expressed his approval. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. It is always good to be on guard. When Miaohua separated from Li Chang'an very regretfully, now she still has to focus on her studies and spiritual practice and cannot go to Tanglin University for fun. When the old man from Yujing University heard this, his scalp almost exploded. Auntie, it's not a good idea to go anywhere. I have to go to Dongling Minister. Before Li Chang'an left, the old man from Yujing University guarded Li Chang'an like a thief, fearing that he would divert Yujing University's hopes for the next few years to Tanglin University. Monglai Mountain is a wonder in Dongwang Kingdom. Thunderstorms prevail here all year round, which is very dangerous for ordinary beast masters and magical beasts. But this is the best training paradise for Thunder-type monsters. 1/3 of the most qualified Thunder-type beasts in Dongwang Kingdom come from here. An uninvited guest came to Mount Monglai today. Bai Suikong, what are you doing here? A heavy voice rolled like thunder from the sky, making the thunderclouds tremble a few times. Bai Suikong was carrying a big bow of white bones. The bowstring seemed to be made of special colored silk threads. Wearing a fantasy battle armor, he stared indifferently into the depths of Mount Monglai. Don't you know what I'm here for? Manglishan's voice was silent for a long time, and he said quietly, I have already given you compensation. What else do you want? Bai Suikong sneered and said, Compensation? Just a few sesame seeds. Can it be called compensation? Bai Suikong, don't go too far. The voice was like a demon, tearing open a hole in the black thundercloud that lingered all year round, revealing the blue sky. Some thunder beasts who were born here looked at the golden light flowing from the sky in confusion. Is the sky like this? Excessive. Bai Suikong's eyes became colder and colder, and even the thunder in the sky trembled, and he did not dare to even make a sound of thunder. Have you thought about how to deal with Li Chang'an today? He worked hard to contribute to the Dongwang Kingdom. He did not die in the hands of the enemy, and now the saint of the Dongwang Kingdom wants to kill him. If he hadn't had a backup plan, there would probably be an extra layer of nameless corpses in Yujing City today. You have not only chilled the heart of this child who wants to serve the country with fists and fists, but also chilled the hearts of all the children in Dongwang Kingdom who want to serve the country. You said I went too far? Your actions today will make any future generation dare to be sincere to the country. Wild Thunder, you are digging for the roots of Dongwang Kingdom. Bai Suikong's last words were like the explosion of divine thunder, which frightened all the monsters within dozens of miles around to lie on the ground and not dare to move. The voice hummed, I am just returning a favor to the ancestors of the Ming family. The expression on 3-year-old Kang's face changed. Return the favor. Among the remaining saints in Huang, which one dares to agree to the request of the 3 major families, you are the only one, Manlei. Besides, are you really returning the favor? Aren't you trying to fight for the interests of your daughter, who married into the Ming family? Can't we be better? Manlei was still a little unwilling and wanted to gain some room. Bai Suikong took out a gilded triangular arrow, put on the big bone bow, and sighed. How can it be good? It can't be done. The children don't agree, and I don't agree either. Manlei finally struggled and said, Bai Suikong, Dongwang State has regulations that private fights between saints are not allowed. A big sun hibiscus tree and a red gold crow appear behind Bai Suikong. Why do you think Xue Shinzong next door hasn't come here yet? Manlei was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, why hadn't that saint who had a close personal relationship with him come over to dissuade Bai Suikong? Could it be? Manlei's eyes were full of disbelief. Why? Why for a junior? Bai Suikong completely opened the bone bow. This is also the intention of the Great Elder. Today I will use your blood to restore the people's trust in Dongwang Kingdom. Manlei suppressed the fear in his heart. No one knew the Great Elder's wolf and cause better than these saints. Both are saint level. The reason why the Great Elder is also called saint level is because the current blue star only has saint level. This group of people who have not even seen the upper limit of the saint level are completely on 2 levels. By Sui Kong, don't be arrogant. I'm afraid of the Great Elder, but I'm not afraid of you. Manlay blew out 2 streams of white air from his nostrils, and the figure of a one-legged thunder cow appeared, and all the thunder clouds around Manlay Mountain gathered on him. For a time, Mount Bar was rarely shrouded in sunlight. Bai Sui Kong watched Manlay's actions indifferently, loosened the bow string with 2 fingers, and a golden arrow spanned time and space, faster than light. Almost as if teleporting, he arrived in front of Manlay. Manlay's face was full of disbelief. How could it be so fast? He activated the thunder and lightning, trying to catch the golden arrow with his hand, but he didn't realize anything. When he realized that the arrow was coming and wanted to stop it, the speed of the golden arrow had already hit him. Manlay's hand was empty, but he didn't notice any sign of being hit again. He looked up at Bai Sui Kong above in confusion, and saw Bai Sui Kong opening the corners of his indifferent mouth, as if looking at a dead person. The phaseless mirror ghost and the candle-eyed dragon and snake separated from his body, tearing open a time and space tunnel. Bai Sui Kong turned around and left. Immediately afterwards, an unknown panic suddenly surged in Manlay's heart, which seemed to confirm his idea. His body instantly turned into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. The unfettered thunderclouds once again filled the bright sky, and Manglai Mountain once again returned to pitch-black tranquility. Manlay's last consciousness was still one of confusion. He obviously didn't notice that Bai Sui Kong's attack hit him, but why did he die? Shueshenzong, as Bai Sui Kong said, came to the scene of the battle in a blink of an eye after he left. Looking at the dense pits on the ground. No, the countless dense pits smashed by arrows. Even the strongest thunder could not dispel the chill in his heart. Elder Bai, he is so terrifying. Manlay couldn't understand it because he was in the middle of the game, but as a bystander, he could see it clearly. Bai Sui Kong only shot 1 arrow, but the process of the arrow from leaving the string to being in front of Manlay was cycled countless times by the time and space that seemed to have no limit. Rather than saying that Manlay was shot to death by arrows, it would be better to say that he was smashed into powder alive by the power of time and space controlled by Bai Sui Kong. Manlay didn't know how he died until he died. This is what makes Shueshenzong fearful. If it were him, he would probably end up no better than Lei. This is the power of the first generation of elders. Shueshenzong sighed. At the same time, countless venerables and saints from Dongwang Kingdom also sighed the same way. This execution of Manlay was broadcast live nationwide. In addition to stabilizing people's hearts, it also serves to deter those domestic forces that are ready to take action. These first-generation elders are not all dead yet. You insects hiding in dark corners had better lie down. Among these forces, the Ming family is the most frightened. If the situation is the same as before, then the Ming family only needs to pay most of their wealth. Relying on the unique resources of Qianlingwanqi City, the family's fire can be preserved, and there is hope for a comeback in the future. But things are different now. There's 1 more Lichang'an and 1 more resource land that belongs exclusively to the Dongwang Kingdom. The monopoly of the 3 major families has been completely broken. Dongwang Kingdom no longer only needs to obtain special resources from the 3 major families, which means that their right to speak has plummeted. The Ming Family Elders Association was also sweating profusely at this bad news. They came to the Ming Family Ancestral Temple and questioned the current Ming family patriarch. Ming Zhuyin, how did you become the master? You can do such stupid things. The head of the Ming family, Ming Zhuyin, has a gloomy face at the moment. Didn't you old immortals agree with my plan at the beginning? Now it's better to put the responsibility directly on me. A calm Ming family elder roared. Jing Jing, the most important thing now is not to shirk responsibility, but how to preserve the future of the Ming family. Yes, a group of wise elders agreed. But no matter how you think about it, The outcome of the Ming family will not change, because there is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed: Ji Chang'an and the resources he contributed. Let the talented juniors in the clan go to the Thousand Spirits and Food City to hide from the limelight, and you, seventh, will lead the team. The third elder of the Ming family said. The eldest elder of the Ming family shook his head. It's useless. By Sui Kong and the others will not let go of the strong men of our Ming family. Those children alone cannot guard the Ming family's property. Even the Thousand Souls Food City, you still need to go out to buy supplies, and you can't stay in the house all the time. Then what should we do? Why can't we just watch the Ming family disappear like this? All the people in power in the Ming family fell into silence. Although the Thousand Spirits and all Food City prohibited killing, it did not mean that people could not use mental control to consciously enter outside the city. Without these king-level beast masters, the younger members of the family would not be able to stop those jackals, tigers, and leopards. When the Ming family guarding the resource area dies of old age, Dongwang Kingdom can completely take over the Ming family's resource area. As for how to do it, just catch a few juniors from the Ming family and use them as stallions. After the children are born, they will be trained by the Dongwang Kingdom. The reason why we didn't do this before was because Dongwang Kingdom cared about the country's stability and needed to set an example for other domestic forces. But now that the Ming family has been caught in a pigtail, don't blame Dongwang Kingdom for doing it. Just when the elders of the Ming family were so worried that their hair turned gray, the ancestral temple of the Ming family was kicked open. A resolute man with black hair and 2 gray eyebrows walked in and said, "How about you all go to the dark prison on my night watch department to think of a solution?" The eldest elder of the Ming family was paralyzed and said with difficulty, "Night Patrol Department, Director of the DG Department, Fu Shiwelyang." Li Chang'an watched the entire process of Bai Sui Kong's execution on the mechanical flying beast. Kong Suifeng's eyes widened. Holy shit, the old man started so quickly. I haven't even received my compensation yet, and this guy is so D off. It is also a pity for Fan Senator this green-haired handsome man has a look of regret on his face. He would have bought something that could be redeemed immediately. Kong Sihui rolled his eyes and planned with Fan's son. Do you think if we go to the old man's house and cry a few times, is it possible to get some soup? Fan's son was a little hesitant. Second senior sister's suggestion seemed to be a bit over the top. Li Chang'an sighed, and if the two of them continued talking, they might come up with some moral chores. Sister Kong, fifth master uncle, don't forget that this matter was ordered by the great elder, and it is broadcast live nationwide, so things can easily go wrong. Li Chang'an successfully ended the topic, and Kong Sihui looked defeated. Fan's son consoled him. Anyway, we have also taken the benefits from the 30 years of harmonizing the family, and we have made a lot of money. Kong Sihui's face looked better now. She couldn't help but be poor before. She had just paid off the debts of her youthful debauchery a few years ago, and now she was probably the poorest venerable level beastmaster. Chang'an, you are the most profitable. Regardless of the secret realm, the free access to the 3rd floor of a 9-story Soul Tower can help you save a lot of time. How much money did I spend to get to the 3rd floor? Kong Sihui fell into memories, and Fan's son showed a smile on his handsome face and asked, "Little nephew, do you want to sell your 5th level secret realm?" "Sell? Why not sell it?" Li Chang'an said quickly. He had previously checked some secret realm cores that Man Lei, Lao Deng, had given him. 540. He found that although this 5th level secret realm was of the wood type, the resources and monsters inside were more of the poison type, and there weren't many things he could use at all. It would be a good thing if we could get a good price from Fan's son. Kong Sihui warned Fan's son, "You can't cheat my apprentice, and Ain Yang will see it." Fan's son sighed helplessly. Second senior sister, "Do you think I am this kind of person?" "Yes, absolutely." Kong Sihui answered quickly. "Back then, you used a hollow ancient stone amber to defraud me of 3 million Dongwon coins." Fan's son rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He had actually done this before. That was because I was young and ignorant. I have grown up and am now a well-known figure. I will not do that kind of dishonorable thing. Really, Kong Sihui was very doubtful. Li Chang'an shut his mouth knowingly, not believing every punctuation mark Fan Sun said. Fan Sun looked at Li Chang'an again. I used a third-level Moon's Secret Realm, plus 500,000 gold sword spirit coins, to buy the fifth-level Secret Realm. Li Chang'an looked at Kong Sihui, who said with her eyes that the price was fair. Moon's Secret Realms are rare, and the transaction price of third-level Moon's Secret Realms is more expensive than many fourth-level Secret Realms. Coupled with the compensation of 500,000 gold sword spirit coins, it is indeed enough to trade a fifth-level Secret Realm with a poisonous element. Li Chang'an hesitated for a while. He hoped to summon some resources that could directly see the effect of these 500,000 gold sword spirit coins. He showed Kong Sihui the materials needed for Yao Yao's evolution ceremony. Sister Kong, how many blue crystal spirit coins are needed for this king's evolution ceremony arranged by Master? Fan Sun also leaned his head over and curiously looked at the evolution ritual constructed by his master. His master has not ordered a king-level evolution ceremony for a long time. It seems that this young nephew is indeed very popular with his master. Kong Sihui thought for a while and evaluated. A blue crystal spirit coin of about 10,000 to 15,000 is more suitable. Fan Sun is also a disciple of Bai Sui Kong. He added, by the way, it's best to prepare 50,000 blue crystal spirit coins. Don't ask me how I know this. Be on the safe side. The effect of the ritual constructed by the master is good, but the consumption is also higher than others. There are more people. After saying this, Fan Sun closed his mouth and looked like he had a story to tell. Since Bai Sui Kong was mentioned, Fan Sun will not lie on this point, and Li Chang'an also knows this. Furthermore, whether the other party is like this, he has obviously learned from past mistakes. Well, I will exchange 50,000 blue crystal spirit coins first, and I want to exchange the remaining gold sword spirit coins for red lotus bloodstones and hellfire soul crystals. The more the better. Fan Sun looked at Li Chang'an speechlessly. Senior sister, do all your apprentices have such a big appetite? How much of the red lotus bloodstone and Hellflame soul crystal need to be measured? Kong Sihui's eyes fluctuated. Is it for Mao Mao? Well, these materials are needed for breakthrough skills. I also have 3 red lotus bloodstones, about 3,700 G, which are considered free sponsorships. Li Chang'an looked at Kong Sihui with a moved face and almost hugged her and kissed her twice. But he didn't dare to do this, fearing that Kong Sihui would throw him down from a height of 2,000 meters. It was rare for Kong Sihui to be so generous, and Fan Sun couldn't refuse. I have 1 kilogram of Hellflame soul crystal and 600 G of red lotus bloodstone. That's all. I haven't collected such things on purpose. They are all found in other people's pockets. From Li Chang'an expressed his understanding. Both of these materials can only appear deep in the volcano. Fan Sun, a wood beast master, would only go to the depths of the volcano if he had a problem with his brain. After buying these materials and exchanging blue crystal spirit coins, Li Chang'an still has a share of 100,000 gold sword spirit coins. He simply exchanged some of Huan's cultivation materials from the awakening stage to the extraordinary level, as well as a high-purity heart of water. The latter is used with bubbles and is said to be able to master a new skill. After the exchange, Li Chang'an only had 20,000 gold sword spirit coins left, and Fan Sun transferred the money to his account on the spot. Then they directly traded their respective secret realm cores on the spot. After Fan Sun obtained the core of this 5th-level secret realm, he had a smile on his face. With the output of this secret realm, his pet beasts would be able to gain a foothold at the Overlord level faster. Kong Sihui curled her lips when she saw Fan Sun's happy look. Isn't it just a 5th-level secret realm? How happy is it? Senior sister, you can stand and talk without pain in your back. If I had a pet beast like Feng Sun, I would also be in the secret realm all over the world. Fan Sun was helpless. To Kong Sihui now, the 5th-level secret realm was like a little girl that I felt pity for. She could control it whenever she wanted. Bai Feng Honghu's ability to detect hidden objects is very useful for exploring secret realms. Kong Si-Hui relied on this pet beast to thrive in the secret realm. Some of the traps and restrictions in the secret realm were no different from those placed nakedly in front of Kong Si-Hui. As a result, Kong Si-Hui accumulated a lot of knowledge related to the secret realm, and then she got the title of professor at Tanglin University, where Daniel was everywhere. That afternoon, the three of them returned to Dongling City and rushed to Bai Sui Kong's office without stopping. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Bai Sui Kong facing elder Zhong Yuanling with a headache and a gentlewoman. Fan Sun immediately greeted, "Master, Uncle Zhong, fourth senior sister." Kong Si-Hui was very calm, came to Bai Sui Kong, and rubbed her hands to please him. Bai Sui Kong gave her a dangerous look, and Kong Si-Hui sat beside elder Zhong Yuanling very consciously, sitting there feeling unhappy. Li Chang'an stood behind Kong Si-Hui and heard a few comments about the old man is so stingy. What a coincidence! The protagonist of this incident is here. Sisterling, this guy is the only one who can fulfill your request. Bai Sui Kong's words made Li Chang'an confused. Why does this involve him again? Bai Sui Kong took a sip of hot tea and explained, although you, Chang'an, contributed the resources of Qianling Wanqi City to Dongwang Kingdom, Dongwang Kingdom cannot just take it away. The Elders' Council decides that 10% of the output of the resource land belongs to you, which means you can decide 1/10 of the resource land. Li Chang'an wondered, so don't I just follow Meng Shue's relationship and come to ask for help? Elder Zhong Yuanling stood up and said to Li Chang'an, I want 1/10 of your place to plant some special spiritual plants related to medical treatment. Are you still asking me for this? Li Chang'an became even more puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? Why do you still ask, Master, Ami? Bai Sui Kong sighed. There are too many monks and too little gruel. With such a large land, Dongwang Kingdom needs too many things. Of course, 100 years later, if we control the Ming family's land, we may be more comfortable. Everyone present knew the outcome of the Ming family. The resource land of the Ming family was already in the possession of the Dongwang Kingdom, and it was a matter of course. Elder Zhong Yuanling's face showed a trace of helplessness. There is no way. The spiritual plants related to medical treatment require too much life energy. Even if it is the resource land of Thousand Spirits and Food City, there are only 5 square meters of land. If you can grow just one plant, it's simply not cost-effective. 5 square meters of resource land can be used to grow many other spiritual plants. It is not worth replacing just one plant. This is why the Presbyterian Council did not agree to Zhong Yuanling's application, because the price/performance ratio was too low. Li Chang'an understood the reason and said to Zhong Yuanling, I can agree to your request, Elder Zhong, but you need to use equivalent resources in exchange. Elder Zhong Yuanling showed a bright smile. Okay, I have something that you may need very much. Elder Zhong Yuanling took out a small pink ball, which looked like it was made of rubber. The moment this small ball appeared, Li Chang'an's heart began to stir, and the tree of gifted soul emitted the emotion of desire. This small ball contains rich spiritual power and is very pure. This is... Li Chang'an suppressed the desire in his heart and asked in a very curious tone. Zhong Yuanling glanced at Li Chang'an angrily. The duplicitous little guy has clearly seen it, so who wants to pretend not to know? Li Chang'an looked innocent, like a pure little white rabbit. I don't know anything. The gentlewoman who had been silent all this time burst out laughing. Li Chang'an looked over and saw that this fourth uncle, whom he had met for the first time, looked like a normal person. He was really frightened by the virtues of Fan Sun and Kong Si-Hui. Master Bo's Wuxiu currently predicts that they are also the peerless Lao, in-critic type. Uncle Third Master couldn't hold back a few words for a long time. As for Comrade Li, he was a maniac about working overtime, and based on the gossip he got from an old professor at Tanglin University, he was still an outlaw maniac when he was young. 5 of Bai Sui Kong's 6 disciples are not normal people. Currently, only the 4th uncle, a gentlewoman, looks relatively normal. Kong Si-Hui seemed to have just realized that there was a 4th junior sister beside her. Oh, Xiao Xue, come on senior sister's lap and let me see if you have grown up in recent years. Pei Ming Xue smiled sweetly and said softly, second senior sister, I am already the mother of 2 children. I don't need to grow up. But senior sister, do you have someone you like? The expression on Kong Sihue's face suddenly cracked. Pei Laosi, you are not opening any pot. Pei Mingshue's voice became much louder and more aggressive. Kong Lauer, you're the older leftover girl who is looking for trouble. What did you say? The two of them started to glare at each other angrily, and they almost started G each other without rolling up their sleeves. Li Chang'an covered his face. He shouldn't have expectations for this group of people. None of them were normal. Especially Pei Mengshue's skillful tongue-picking in the sentence just now. If he hadn't known that she was by Sui, Kanyang 2.0 years old, Li Chang'an would have thought that Pei Mengshue was a bad girl. Fan Sun patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder and comforted. It's okay. You'll get used to it if you get familiar with it a few times. We have been doing this since we were young. Bai Suikong never married a wife in his life, and naturally he had no offspring. The 6 disciples he accepted were essentially his adopted sons and daughters. Although Li Mingxian has the memory of his biological parents, since he was 5 years old and after the death of his biological parents, his legal guardian has actually been Bai Suikong. It's not bad to say he is an adoptive father. In a sense, Bai Suikong is Ji Chang'an's Qian Naobao. Bai Suikong coughed seriously, and Kong Sihue and Pei Mengshue immediately stopped and sat on the chairs nearby like good girls. Zhong Yuanling sighed. These 2 children are still like this, even when they are so old. Forget it. She threw the pink ball in her hand to Li Chang'an. This is the Tianxin spirit condensed from the Tianxin stars. I will pay you 10 Tianxin spirits every month, which is considered as rent. Li Chang'an remained calm and felt the spiritual energy contained in the Tianxin spirit, which could probably provide a quarter of an hour of enlightenment. 10 pills are 2.5 hours, plus 2 days of 9-story Soul Tower every month, which is of great use to him. However, in business, the price has always been high. Li Chang'an stretched out 2 fingers and said, I want 20 pills every month. Zhong Yuan was so energetic that he glared at Bai Suikong, who was watching the show, gritted his teeth and said, No, there are too many, 15 at most. Make a deal. Zhong Yuanling. Elder Zhong Yuanling left in a hurry. After signing the contract with Li Chang'an, he walked away unhappily. Pei Mingxue also followed Elder Zhong Yuanling. She is now considered the 3rd in command in the medical field. To put it crudely, she is the 3rd in charge. The first head of the family is naturally Zhong Yuanling, and the second head of the family is the elder who now succeeds Zhong Yuanling. It can be said that it is certain that Pei Mengshue will become the next elder. However, before leaving, Pei Mengshue still gave Kong Sihue a look, and Fan Sin translated it to Li Chang'an, which roughly meant that he would stay at the same place tonight, and he would not return until he was drunk. Li Chang'an immediately lost interest in this party. The scene must be very tragic. A party that could make Kong Sihue drunk was definitely not something that a novice like him could bear. Unfortunately, contrary to expectations, Li Chang'an was still dragged by Kong Sihue and taken to the party. According to her, as her eldest disciple, he must show off his dignity in front of Pei Laosi and kill the other party's arrogance. Li Chang'an also learned from Kong Sihue about the status of Bai Suikong's other disciples. He is considered the 4th among the 3rd-generation disciples, and is ranked the same as Pei Ming. Grandmaster Bo Zhuoxiu accepted a disciple in his early years, who was regarded as Li Chang'an's senior brother, and is now also a king-level beastmaster. 3rd Master Uncle Feng Kongyu and Comrade Lao Li are both scholars. They only teach academics, not skills. Currently, they have no apprentices, only students. The 5th uncle, Fan Sun, has been wandering around the border all year round. In his words, he can hardly bring the pot to light, so he has no time and grace to harm other people's children. On the contrary, 4th Master Pei Mengshue accepted 2 apprentices, which was also related to her position in the medical system. After all, this extraordinary medical system is the most important thing to inherit. If it weren't for the great uncles Wuxiu who accepted it early, it would be hard to say whose turn it would be for the 3 generations of senior brothers to take over. As promised in advance, I won't drink. Secondly, 08 will not be responsible for dragging you home. Li Chang'an made a 3-part agreement with Kong Sihui righteously. Kong Sihui couldn't care less about this and agreed verbally. When the two of them arrived at a small 2-story restaurant in a corner, Pei Mingxue also happened to arrive, followed by a quiet girl. He looks slightly older than Li Chang'an by 2 or 3 years, has a sweet appearance, and is focused on the violets behind Li Chang'an. Pei Mingxue glanced at Violet with some fear. Who is this? A wanton smile appeared on Kong Sihui's lips, and she pretended to introduce casually. Oh, you mean little Violet. She's the personal maid that my apprentice snatched away based on his ability. The quiet girl behind Pei Mingxue frowned. She seemed to be thinking a little wrong, and looked at Li Chang'an with a layer of disgust. She didn't know why the second uncle wanted to accept as his disciple a second-generation playboy who bullied men and dominated women. Pei Mingxue glanced at Li Chang'an in surprise and explained calmly to the disciple behind her. She is not a living person. The quiet girl was stunned for a moment. She quickly activated the power of her pet beast. Her eyes filled with a layer of white light, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She seemed to have misunderstood. This sister was indeed not a living person. I'm sorry, the quiet girl said softly when she passed by Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was confused. Just a few minutes after meeting him, he suddenly apologized to him. What was going on? Violet covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Sure enough, Master is not suitable for ordinary girls. Li Chang'an glanced at Violet helplessly. Why have you also learned how to operate the Riddler? Several people walked into the private room, where Comrade Li and Ms. Mu Qingqing were already eating side dishes, while Master Bo Zhuoxiu and Fansun started a scary chat. Looking at the cold sweat constantly breaking out in the face of 5th Master Uncle Fansun, he knew that this chat seemed to be a bit too hard on the soul of this prodigal son. Master Bo Zhuoxiu saw that the last people had arrived, and then let Fansun go. Fansun cast a grateful look at Li Chang'an and others. This is also the reason why he rarely returns to Tanglin University. It's really scary. Master Uncle Zhuoxiu clapped his hands and said loudly, Xiao Feng still has research to do. It's a pity that he can't come this time. Fortunately, 2 young people came today. Let's cheer to them. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses, while Li Chang'an joined in the fun with a glass of fruit. The quiet girl drained the beer in her glass and asked secretly, You can't drink? Li Chang'an said helplessly, I'm only 18 years old after the new year. The quiet girl smiled, finally finding a sense of pride belonging to her senior sister. Pei Mingxue smiled sweetly. It seems that you two are getting along very happily. The quiet girl's pretty face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed. Let me introduce, this is my young apprentice, Wang Jingyun, who is 22 years old and a level 8 Beastmaster. How about it? Not bad. Pei Mingxue smiled happily. Li Chang'an spread his hands and said, Unfortunately, 4th Master Uncle, I already have a fiancée. Then he stretched out his hand to Wang Jingyun and introduced himself. Li Chang'an, 18 years old, level 8 Beastmaster. Wang Jingyun almost lost her temper. How old? How old? At this moment, she was doubting life in her heart. What was she doing when she was 18? Oh, when I was participating in the rookie competition, it was just like the kind of noobs pecking each other between the 3rd and 4th level Beastmasters, and this person has already reached the 8th level Beastmaster. In a few years, she will probably be able to break through to a king-level Beastmaster even faster than she does. When Kong Sihui heard Li Chang'an's self-introduction, she already had an intracranial O**********. She was worthy of my fancy. This cup contains nature. The smile on Pei Mingxue's face remained unchanged, but she rolled her eyes in the direction of Kong Sihui. She taught Wang Jingyun. Now you have learned a lot. I have told you before that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Wang Jingyun looked at Pei Mingxue aggrievedly. You don't need a freak of this level to educate me. Pei Mingxue seemed to think that the excitement was not enough and added, "Don't think that he is an exception. There is also an 18-year-old level 7 Beastmaster at Eugene University. I heard that she is a pretty little beauty." Li Chang'an felt a little familiar when he heard this description. He couldn't be talking about Hua, right? Uncle Fourth Master, is the girl you're talking about named one? Pei Mingxue thought about it carefully and said, "It seems like this is the last name." Li Chang'an scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "That should be the housewife." Wang Jingyun was completely torn apart. What the hell? A housewife? Even if you are so perverted yourself, you still have an equally outrageous girlfriend? This is not enough to make people live. I haven't found anyone yet. Wang Jingyun's mentality completely exploded. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she hugged Pei Mingxue and cried uncontrollably. Although it sounds a bit fake, the victory is that the movement is loud enough. Pei Mingxue stroked Wang Jingyun's head like a baby and hummed from time to time, which made Wang Jingyun's mentality even more explosive. After this episode, Wang Jingyun seemed to have begun to give up on herself and took a large wine glass to drink with Kong Sihui. Li Chang'an could only watch as such a quiet girl was led astray by Kong Sihui. What's more important is that as the master, Pei Mingxue is still cheering for Wang Jingyun. Sure enough, it's not like a family doesn't come into the same house. Li Chang'an secretly complained that with Pei Mingxue, a medical expert, Wang Jingyun's chance of sudden death was close to zero. The problem she should worry about most now is going to the toilet. I hope the restaurant's business won't be too busy today otherwise. After drinking for 3 rounds, Pei Mingxue suddenly said to Li Chang'an, "Little Chang'an, you should ring the bell more today, Uncle Master. I've been thinking about her little treasury for a long time." Li Chang'an. She is indeed Kong Sihui's biological junior sister. 15 Tianqing spirits are still too few. We should add 3 sacred heart fruits from the Tianqing secret realm every month. Pei Mingxue said to Li Chang'an with a smile while spitting out the smell of alcohol. "That's right, Uncle Zhong is a rich thief." Kong Sihui responded. Although Li Chang'an has some regrets, he is already satisfied in his heart. "It is no longer a loss for me to be able to exchange for the spirit of Tianqing." Pei Mingxue hated the fact that iron was not as strong as steel and said, "Loss, blood loss. Even if I miss one fruit, it is a blood loss." Fan Sin nodded with deep understanding, and Li Chang'an once again realized how outrageous his sex tradition of paying careful attention was. It's not a blood loss. After all, the resources are of little use to me. Li Chang'an shrugged. Pei Mingxue was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, "Why is it not very useful? Many raw materials for medicines above the venerable level can only be cultivated in resource fields. You're still young, so, I can create these resource areas myself." Li Chang'an said. Poof! The sound of several continuous sprays of water sounded in the private room. Wang Jingyun, who was so drunk that she was drunk, touched her face blankly and looked up at the ceiling of the private room. "Hey, it's not raining either? What did you say?" 2 faces with different looks squeezed in front of Li Chang'an, but Li Chang'an felt that they might look similar. Pei Mingxue and Kong Sihui came to Li Chang'an together and asked, "Speak clearly." Master Bo Zhuoxiu silently put down his wine glass, and like Fan Sun, quietly pricked up his ears. As for Li Mingxian, he calmly picked up food for his wife. Without him, he was not strong enough to participate in such a thing. Li Chang'an explained nonchalantly. "Didn't I say before that I met the city lord of 1,000 spirits and all food city? He has an inheritance called 10,000 Foods Record. He gave one of the volumes of Wan Shi Lu to Yao Yao, which recorded how the resource land was cultivated." Kong Sihui's eyes widened. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "It's useless to say it. For other people, the conditions are too harsh." Li Chang'an spread his hands and said helplessly, "Only the future me in the entire Blue Star can do such a thing." Kong Sihui smacked her lips. Why didn't she see that Li Chang'an was so good at pretending? Later, Li Chang'an briefly explained the cultivation conditions of the resource land to several people. In addition to the formation and other materials, the main core must be assisted by the strong men of the Jade Rabbit clan, and 987 plus the world's origin crystal as the eye of the formation. Finally, Bubble is needed to add the last destroyer. Kong Sihui's previous anxiety suddenly disappeared. Well, she is fine. Whoever loves this resource can build it. She seriously doubted that any country could build this thing. But only after Dongwang Kingdom Unified Blue Star could such a thing be possible. Pei Mingxue looked confused. Who is Bubble? Kong Sihui blurted it out vaguely. Bubble is my apprentice's pet beast. Is it special? Much more special than my Xiaozi. Pei Mingxue also shut her mouth. She knew very well how rare Kong Sihui's purple sky phoenix was. Even by Sui Kong, the Taishan Beidou in the cultivation world, could not replicate its success. Since this bubble is more special than Zi Yao Tian Huangdu, it has basically no universality. Regarding the construction method of this resource land, it is almost the same as what is said or not. Master Bo Zhuoxiu raised a question. I just took a look at this construction plan. Is the core of the resource land related to natural spirituality? Li Chang'an looked at this unassuming master in surprise and agreed. The master is really impressive. It is indeed related to the spirituality of nature. Master Bo Zhuoxiu nodded and said thoughtfully, is that really the case? Wouldn't it be easier to control with multiple Tianbao clan? No. The great uncle asked and answered his own questions and refuted his previous thoughts. The Tianbao clan alone cannot catch up. It is a qualitative gap. To reach this level, at least 500 Tianbao clan will need to work together to have a chance, hope. But this is impossible. The Tianbao tribe is so rare that even 500 years after the founding of the Dongwang Kingdom, only 100 Tianbao tribe have been recorded. Among them, only 20 of the Tianbao tribe fell into the hands. It was simply impossible to gather 500 of them. Pei Mingxue looked at Li Chang'an like she was looking at a monster. What? The combined efforts of 500 Kaibao clan can't compare to this little guy's pet beast? Kong Lauer, what is the origin of this bubble, and what race is it from? Pei Mingxue asked. Kong Sihui originally wanted to refuse, but when she thought that Li Chang'an had even told Lao Yi and Shihua Jing about the existence of Lei Yanlong, it shows that this kid no longer cares about the issue of exposure. He simply said, Pao Pao is an ancient dragon. Pei Mingxue's face was full of astonishment, and Fansin almost spit the wine in his mouth on Zhuoxiu. Master Uncle Zhuoxiu raised his glasses and roared, another ancient dragon. Interesting. After that, Kong Sihui also told Pei Mingxue and Fansun about Huan Huan and Mao Mao. Anyway, many people knew about them, and they didn't care about having two more of their own. Pei Mingxue sat on the chair in a daze. Good guy, there are 3 ancient dragons, plus a medicine-making rabbit with the qualification of being chosen by God. Are today's young people so wild? She still remembers that in the past, new beast masters had to debate whether to choose a wood or fire beast. But now young people are directly considering the ancient natural disaster dragon? Fansin asked. In other words, there's the ancient dragon's power and even materials in the core of 1,000 souls and 10,000 food city. Then why don't we directly negotiate with an abyssal dragon, promise benefits, and sign an alliance like we did with Qing Emperor? Kong Sihui glanced at Fansun. If only it were that simple. The ancient dragons contracted by her apprentice were also freaks, and they were completely different from their kin. Master Bo Zhuoxiu corrected Fan Sin's childish thoughts and said, it's not that simple. There's also a huge gap between ancient dragons and ancient dragons. Just like the ordinary Hellflame dragon and the Flame King in Hongyan City, the former may be difficult to fight, but it is not invincible. The latter requires the lives of many saints to fill it. Fansun shrank his neck, knowing that his level was limited and he didn't want to be talked about for hours by his senior brother. Pei Mingxue also nodded in agreement. Several of their disciples had heard from their master dozens of times about the crusade against King Yen. To this day, Bai Sui Kong is still lamenting about that battle. The joy in Bai Sui Kong's tone has become more and more profound as their strength grows. Really, that battle was so lucky. Just when King Yin had just finished his transformation, Dongwang Kingdom rushed up and killed him. Otherwise, if it had been 2 or 3 days later, when King Yin had recovered his breath, the battle would have ended differently. Maybe none of their disciples would achieve what they have today. Because there was no Bai Sui Kong in that possibility, naturally no one would adopt them as orphans. Pei Mengxiu livened up the atmosphere and said, "Let's not talk about work anymore. Eat and drink." It's all in vain. The happy atmosphere returned to the private room once again. At the end of the party, Li Chang'an carried the unconscious Kong Sihui back to the East Lake community, while the scheming Pei Mengxiu spiritedly took the drunken Zhu Jing back to the hotel. Li Chang'an recalled the second half of the party and shuddered. It was so cruel. All the wine in a nearby restaurant was borrowed by the restaurant owner, and Kong Sihui and Pei Mengxiu drank it all. After returning to Donghu community, Li Chang'an threw Kong Sihui into the room where she usually lived. He was about to prepare a bowl of hangover soup, but stopped. He remembered the role of spiritual food blessing. In order to prevent Kong Sihui from laughing and making trouble, this arduous task should be handed over to Ms. Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing took over this task from her son with a funny look on her face. She was so worried about what she would do when she took the snow toad pill she made. After all, snow toad pill is an auxiliary pill that beast masters take daily. It is more like a sugar pill with great medicinal power than a medicine. Good quality snow toad pill is very delicious. Moreover, the production process is also made using spiritual food techniques, and the taste is similar to that of candied haws. Of course, this is also an important reason why the price of Shuechan pills is higher. In comparison, tiger bone powder sounds like spiritual food, but it is an authentic medicine, just in the form of ointment. Li Chang'an was well prepared for this. He purchased a batch of alchemy blending tools in advance, and he happened to be here today. He brought the alchemy tools to his studio and tried the most basic alchemy potion, the icing potion. The effect is to keep people cool. Gone. Simple and without side effects. It is exactly what Li Chang'an needs. With the talents of alchemy blessing and spiritual tree, Li Chang'an produced an excellent quality cooling potion in the first pass. He took a sip and felt the absolutely cold state mentioned in the alchemy blessing. Not bad. Li Chang'an was in a calm mood. Even if his original intention was to surprise him at this moment, he still looked lukewarm in this state. The next step is to consider whether the good memories of spiritual food blessings can be slowed down or even suppressed. Li Chang'an made another snow toad pill, mixed it with the remaining cooling potion, and ate it. Don't feel anything? A thought came to Li Chang'an's mind. The power of the snow toad pill in his body was constantly taking effect, but his mood did not fluctuate too much, nor was it a pool of stagnant water. It's normal. What exactly is going on? In the mechanical mothership of Thousand Spirits and Food City, the alchemical food spirit is immersed in the ocean of mechanical knowledge. The spiritual food spirit is sitting next to it, shaking its feet. He puffed up his cheeks and complained, "Xiao Xing, why do you want to give him this kind of blessing effect? Doesn't this conflict with me?" The alchemical food spirit's purple-black eyes peered helplessly at the ant through the crucible. Although the blessing of spiritual food and spiritual food is a positive gain, not all positive gains are beneficial to people. The City Lord candidate is obviously a pragmatist, and such fancy effects will cause him a lot of trouble. Only then did it think of a way to neutralize the unnecessary blessing effect of the spiritual food spirit. Apparently, this ant felt that she had done a good thing. Alchemical food spirit means tired heart. Tangling University, Office of the President. Li Chang'an struggled to explain his latest product to Principal Qiuming. Qiuming picked up a snow toad pill, looked at the small bottle of magic potion next to him, and said solemnly, "You said that the power of this snow toad pill is twice that of the previous one, but it has side effects, so you need to buy an extra one. A small bottle of cooling potion?" "That's right." Li Chang'an felt a little guilty. "I didn't intentionally bundle consumption. As you know, I went to Thousand Spirits and Food City some time ago and got a few blessings. This is a side effect of blessings. The corners of Chiu Ming's eyes twitched. With such a big movement in Dongwang Kingdom, he certainly knew that Ji Chang'an was there. This time Li Chang'an caused trouble and killed a harmonious family and a saint-level beast master. The old professors in the school are all saying that this guy's skills are better than those of others, and he is much better than his master Kong Sihui. At least Kong Sihui didn't cause so much trouble when she was 18 years old. Xiao Ming said tiredly, "This is not my decision. It depends on the student's reaction." Li Chang'an knew that the principal had relented, so he immediately hit the snake with a stick and said, "I can make snow toad pills and potions on site. Let the deans and directors of the Harmony Department evaluate them and select a few students. First public demonstration. But don't these require your permission?" Xiao Ming almost lost his breath. This guy had even thought of his next move. "Okay, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy to pass this time." "Well, if there are no side effects in the test, your package will be sold by the school. I'm worried that some students will cause trouble. Every student who takes a snow toad pill you made must take the magic potion once, and they need to take it under the supervision of the teacher. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll buy it at the original market price. Whatever you make, Tanglin University will charge you. That's fine." Li Chang'an immediately beamed. "Okay, that's great. Thank you, principal." Ha ha ha. Later, Li Chang'an couldn't hold back his words. A private enterprise turned into a state-owned enterprise. Such a good thing. Principal Qiu Ming was furious when he saw Li Chang'an's happy look. He said angrily, "Gang Gun, look at you like this. Don't be an eyesore here. Hey, remember to give a demonstration in the Harmony Department in the afternoon." Li Chang'an smiled naively and went back to make preparations. Principal Qiu Ming waited until Li Chang'an left before a smile broke out on his face. "UB asterisk 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 D hee hee." He knew that this deal was actually taken advantage of by Tanglin University. He had seen the price of this cold potion, which was only the price of a cup of milk tea. It's nothing to students who can afford Shui Chan pill. It can be said that they only use the price of a cup of milk tea and the effect of a snow toad pill. What is the difference between this and giving away a snow toad pill for free? In the afternoon, Li Chang'an showed up at the Harmony Department on time. In front of a group of powerful experts in the blending department, 10 snow toad pills and a large bottle of icy magic potion were blended. The dean of the blending department said, "Well, we have checked the materials before, and we can't find anything wrong with the blending process. We are sure that no unnecessary ingredients have been added." As soon as these words came out, the students who came to watch after receiving the news breathed a sigh of relief. Next came the exciting drug testing session. Some regular customers who trusted Li Chang'an volunteered to give Bai Nu a Shuechan pill. But several teachers from the Harmony Department glared back. "Why are you so anxious? We'll finish trying and then come back to you." A new teacher from the Harmony Department picked up a snow toad pill with some trembling and swallowed it with a grimace under the expectant eyes of many students. The teacher closed his eyes tightly, then opened them unexpectedly. "Huh? This medicine is so powerful. It has indeed improved the effect by at least 80%, and it is still improving." Before he could finish his words, an ecstatic nasal sound suddenly silenced the whole place. Li Chang'an hurriedly shouted, "Drink the magic potion quickly." The expression on the face of the teacher who was testing the medicine gradually showed anger, as if he had recalled some pleasant memory. Several teachers from the Harmony Department hurriedly stepped forward. They did not use potions, but checked the teacher's physical condition. There is no abnormality in body function. There is no abnormality in the soul. There are no abnormal reactions in the state of the spell power, and the power of the medicine has increased significantly. It is currently 1.9 times that of the previous version. After the examination, the teachers gave him the magic potion and regained his composure. "Wow!" the onlookers exclaimed. The 1.9 times effect was enough for them to ignore the side effects, let alone the solution. "And it's very cheap." The dean of the Harmony Department asked, "What is the approximate effect of your food spirit blessing?" Li Chang'an explained. In addition to the effect improvement, one is that it can make people recall beautiful things, and the other is that the alchemy potion can keep people absolutely calm. The dean of the Harmony department has lived for so long, and this is the first time he has seen such a strange blessing effect. And judging from the inspection results, it is indeed a blessing from the rules department. The dean of the coordination department sighed. It is indeed a blessing from the food spirit. We humans still know very little about Li Fong Food City. This sentence means that Li Chang'an passed it. Next came some students who volunteered, and there were still 9 snow toad pills left. These people almost lost their minds for these 9 places. In the end, the dean of the Department of Harmony used his dignity to stabilize the scene and randomly selected 9 students. The process is different from that of the teacher. Drink the magic potion first, and then take the snow toad pills. Then show the cultivation progress in front of everyone. The strange thing is that among these 9 students, there happened to be a high-level beast master who broke through the realm with the help of Zuechenwan. This made those students who didn't get the chance have red eyes, wishing that they were the ones who made the breakthrough. The dean of the Department of Harmony took this opportunity to announce that Li Chang'an's Zuechenwan will be placed under the jurisdiction of the school, making all college students lament. No, give me back the 30% off snow toad pill. It's not unacceptable. After all, it's a double effect snow toad pill, which is equivalent to the school's discounted white girl ticket. Hey, how is the effect of the Shui Chan, Zhao pill you just took? Is it really great? The students' reactions were all kinds of strange. The dean of the Department of Harmony admired Principal Qiuming's vision so much that he fortunately handed over this special Shuechan pill to the school's jurisdiction. Otherwise, these young people can really have fun. However, compared to the improvement achieved by the snow toad pill, this side effect can be considered negligible. There are many medicines that are more disgusting than this side effect. What's more, there is a solution, which is also an important reason why the director of the coordination hospital is willing to give Ji Chang'an a pass. A teacher took a sip of the icy magic potion and was immediately shocked. He secretly asked Li Chang'an, "Can you make a few copies of this medicine for me?" Li Chang'an didn't know what to do. "Is there anyone who wants to buy this thing?" The teacher sighed. A well-fed man doesn't know a hungry man is hungry. This state of absolute calm is the ideal state that many mediators dream of. Li Chang'an understood after saying this, and the dean of the blending department also came over and said, "My blending department is willing to order an additional 100 kilograms of icy magic potion every month." Li Chang'an hesitated for a while. The continuous effect of absolute calmness is related to the quality and grade of the potion. For pills like Snow Toad Pill, you only need to drink a 300 milliliters bottle of icy magic potion in one go to ensure the cooling effect throughout the process. But if he always maintains this absolute calm state during daily reconciliation, he does not recommend it. Like Zuechenwan, going too far is not enough. If this absolutely calm state is used alone too much, I'm worried about the harmony of teachers and families. Li Chang'an said it tactfully, dean of the Department of Harmony and teachers of the Department of Harmony. Since then, there have been new regulations in the Department of Reconciliation. Faculty members without children and single faculty members are not allowed to use the Li Chang'an brand potion library. In March, the magnolia flowers at Tanglin University bloomed, attracting many students to stop and admire the flowers. In the yard of Li Chang'an's residence, the only peach tree also exuded a little fragrance at this time. But the most important thing for him today is not to appreciate the flowers, but to upgrade Mao Mao's skill proficiency. After the 5th uncle, Fan's son, stayed at Dongda for a few days, he set off for the border wandering. Before leaving, he sent over the red lotus bloodstone and the Hellflame soul crystal. Of course, there are also 50,000 blue crystal spirit coins and 20,000 gold sword spirit coins. He now has 1,000 G of Hellflame soul crystal and 4,300 G of red lotus bloodstone in his hand. It is appropriate to break through ultimate Hellflame to the dominant level, but the dominant level is still not strong enough, and the number of Hellflame soul crystals is not enough. Red lotus breath can definitely break through to the dominance level. And even with luck, if this skill has no master, the Red Lotus Bloodstones required to reach the origin level will be more than enough. These two high-level skills are also the two skills that Mao Mao practices the most on weekdays. He has been promoted to the perfect level early. However, due to the lack of these materials, Li Chang'an was not allowed to use blank skill points to break through. Then I'll start. Li Chang'an seemed confident this time, since Mao Mao successfully opened up the world of purgatory. His battery life has undergone a qualitative change, and when he breaks down his skills, his sore waist and legs no longer hurt. Well, as long as the number of skill stones is not too outrageous. Li Chang'an's face turned a little pale. He remembered the painful memories of the past few days. After getting the third-level Moon Element Secret Realm from Fan Sun, he naturally would not let go of the contents inside. After a wave of harvest, the skill stone inventory was exhausted, and the moon resources were biased towards mental power. His mental power once again reached the limit that this body could bear. If it weren't for the strong roots and the ancient whale curse, he would be gone now. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an shuddered all over, which was worse than dying from the explosion and the wind leaking in the little cotton-padded jacket. The smile on Yao Yao's lips made his calves twitch. Violet stood aside, smiling softly with her charming and pure eyebrows, and her abundant capital made Li Chang'an dizzy. It also scared her 2 days ago. Li Chang'an's appearance made her think it was an invasion of cursed monsters, which made her blame herself for a long time. If Li Chang'an hadn't explained the reason to her, Violet would still be autistic in the corner, growing mushrooms and drawing circles. A touch of curiosity appeared in the violet-green eyes. This kind of aura, coupled with this appearance, should be the original Sin rare object recorded in the hunting notes. It represents killing and greed. I didn't expect the master to be able to withstand such a magnitude of temptation. Li Chang'an began to add some points to Mao Mao. The vague aura of original Sin made the heart of Zi Luo Lan, a fallen doll, start to stir. What a pure smell of Sin. Under this aura, Li Chang'an never showed any emotions of greed or killing, but only expectation. This feedback made Violet's eyes become more obsessed and crazy, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs. Li Chang'an noticed something was wrong with his keen mental power and turned around to see, good guy, the way Violet looked at him could almost make her hair grow thin. He was so frightened that he quickly used the purgatory singularity to absorb the evil thoughts that were rapidly accumulating on Violet's body. And by the way, he gained a wave of spell power. Li Chang'an felt the pure power of the spell and took a slight breath. If Violet could be allowed to withstand the influence of the hunting notes, and he could use the talent of the dust demon to absorb the prison dragon and increase his strength, wouldn't this be the best of both worlds? But in the next moment, Li Chang'an threw this idea away. No. God knows if this is another trap of hunting notes. Hunting notes, this is another way to seduce him and bring out the greed in his heart, especially when he is only one step away from mastering this original Sin artifact. This kind of brushing aside is the most undesirable. Li Chang'an silently said that he should stick to his heart and wait quietly. Then he would be familiar with the master-level Hellflame. Huan, who participated in the point-adding conference for the first time, stared blankly at Mao Mao, getting stronger with her eyes closed, and her mentality completely changed. What? This can increase proficiency. So why is it working so hard to practice the divine word skill during this period? Darling, Huan hugged Li Chang'an's crossed legs and looked at Li Chang'an longingly with her long, watery eyes. I want it too. Li Chang'an sighed, feeling that in a short time, there will be one more leaky little cotton-padded jacket. It's not possible now, Iba. You are still in the rapid development period, so it is not appropriate to add more. When you reach the extraordinary level, I will give you a try right away. Li Chang'an finally compromised, and Yao Yao did not object to this situation. On the contrary, when Huan tastes the added sweetness, she will unite with her. What can Chang'an do to reject these two adorable little pets that can act coquettishly? Li Chang'an glanced sideways at Yao Yao. I heard all your plans. Oh, I have completely controlled the Hellflame now. Mao Mao opened his eyes excitedly, and the dark red flames on his body changed rapidly. Crimson hell flames burst out from Mao Mao's body. Not long after, Li Chang'an and Mao Mao connected with each other and realized that 2/3 of the hell flame in Mao Mao's body had been converted into extreme hell flame. If the hell flame reaches the dominator level, the remaining hell flame should be completely converted into a more powerful hell flame. When she reaches the origin level, Mao Mao will automatically advance to the top-level core Hellfire skill. This is what Mao Mao is 100% sure of, because it is the only dust demon prison suppressing dragon in the world. Not the original dragon. The ordinary Hell Flame dragon cannot awaken the ultimate Hell Flame skill at all. Chang'an, I'm fine, let's go on. Mao Mao's enthusiasm was as high as ever. The Hell Flame Soul Crystal has been used up, and the Extreme Hell Flame skill can only be temporarily put down. The next step is to add points to Red Lotus Breath. Mao Mao swallowed 2,000 G of Red Lotus Bloodstone, and Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation to upgrade this skill to the Dominator level. In an instant, an unprecedented amount of astonishing heat burst out from Mao Mao's body. With quick eyes and quick hands, Bubbles used layers of memory bubbles to temporarily block the heat wave. Violet was not to be outdone. A dark purple energy film covered the memory bubble, which was eroded by the heat wave. About a quarter of an hour later, Mao Mao regained his composure, with little red stars exuding from his mouth, and red lotuses seemed to appear and die between his breaths. Chang'an, I'm fine. Mao Mao's voice was a bit breathy. It seemed that the skill of Red Lotus Breath stimulated it much more strongly than the Hell Flame. Li Chang'an touched its furry little head and said, "You should take a rest first. Don't be in a hurry. Yao Yao will come first. Anyway, there's a wave of fat in the third-level Moon System's secret realm, and his current blank skill points are enough for the time being." Mao Mao could only give up her position to Yao Yao, who was eager to try. As the pet beast with the lowest potential and the second worst strength in the team, it was also a little unsure at the moment. Therefore, before evolving, I want to try my best to upgrade the core skills of the Moon System and the core skills of the Fantasy System to the origin level. In this way, after the evolution, I may be able to directly condense a trace of the power of the Fantasy Moon. Here we go, get ready. Li Chang'an chuckled at Yao Yao, and Yao Yao's eyes were firm, indicating that she was ready. Li Chang'an pulled the moon ball to the origin level, and the moon wheel between Yao Yao's eyebrows began to gradually solidify. Normally, there is nothing special about the skill of Moonball, but that time in the blazing secret realm made Li Chang'an and Yao Yao realize that this skill is simply the strongest basis for using this skill. Even the remaining divine power of the god of blazing light can be stimulated by the moon sphere, which shows its great potential. However, outside of Yao Yao, Li Chang'an had never heard of it, let alone seen any moon beast with this special skill. After the moon wheel mark at the center of Yao Yao's eyebrows was completely solidified, it detached and turned into an entity, falling in front of Yao Yao. Yao Yao subconsciously used this small moon wheel. Immediately afterwards, Yao Yao's empty silver eyes were filled with silver-white moonlight. "It's changing," Ziluolan said in surprise. When Li Chang'an heard this, he also began to carefully feel the moonlight on Yao Yao's body. Li Chang'an captures a strange and special change, like the passage of time or the fickle thread of fate. Yao Yao's change lasted the longest, a full 45 minutes before she regained her composure. There was a touch in Li Chang'an's soul contract. It turned out that Yao Yao's moonball skill had advanced, just like the moonlight condensed and advanced into a moonball. Advanced skill 3 phase moon. The rotation of the moon wheel will give itself a special state that lasts for 10 days. Description: the wheel of fortune begins to turn, and you finally have to make a choice. Li Chang'an ignored the Riddler's explanation, but carefully looked at the explanation of the special status of 3 phases of the moon. In his opinion, the so-called choices are all due to lack of strength. When he upgrades Mao Mao Sanlong to an ecological master or even stronger strength, when the time comes, Yao Yao will have no choice. I want them all. The main theme is greed. P.S. Hunting notes. It would be great if you could put this greed on me. Li Chang'an, you are thinking shit. Three-phase moon has three special states: new moon, full moon, and waning moon. New moon state: moon energy recovery speed plus 30%. Full moon state: moon skill effect plus 30%. Waning moon state: moon skill power plus 30%. Moreover, this state is randomly shaken out and can last for 10 days each time. After shaking the skill once, the cooling time is also 10 days. If Yao Yao experiences these three states within a month, a three-phase moon seal will be condensed. The three-phase moon seal allows Yao Yao to have the buffs of these three states at the same time and increase the three amplification effects to 100% for 30 minutes. It can be said that this new core skill of the moon system is a skill based on luck, and the improvement of skill proficiency is related to the three-phase moon seal. Li Chang'an has given up on letting Yao Yao practice this core skill on her own. Instead of racking her brains to shake her skills, gamble on luck, and save 3 months of marks, she might as well cheat to add points. It saves trouble and is convenient. Without waiting for Yao Yao to object, Li Chang'an raised three-phase moon to the perfect level, and Yao Yao fell into a state of wandering around the world again. Tisk, as expected, there are requests for special materials. Li Chang'an received the feedback from the soul contract. 3 phases of the moon. If you want to break through to the dominance level, in addition to the blank skill point blessing, it is best to absorb 10 ounces of moon soul silk. When Yao Yao woke up, she looked at Li Chang'an with a resentful look on her face. Guji, at least let me be prepared. Li Chang'an smiled and said, haha. I accidentally forgot. I will do it next time. Yao Yao seriously suspects that Li Chang'an is taking revenge on the public. Huh. What a petty master. After three-phase moon is upgraded to the perfect level, the buff improvement effect has not changed, but the skill cooldown has been reduced to once a day. As long as Yao Yao's luck is not too bad, she can quickly accumulate a certain number of three-phase moon seals within a month, greatly improving her own strength and auxiliary capabilities. Because the three-phase moon seal also contains moon-based skill effects that are increased by 100%. Since the core skills of the moon system can no longer be improved, it is the turn of the core skill of the fantasy system, Mist Blockade. Yao Yao has not used this skill a few times. With Li Chang'an's ability to cheat, it can be said that this skill has no sense of experience in childhood. The mid-level skill, Mist Blockade, has been promoted to the origin level. There is a pink mist in Yao Yao's eyes, which seems to be able to arouse the hidden desires and darkness in people's hearts. But soon the pink mist was dispersed by streaks of silvery moonlight and turned into milky white mist. The effect of charming people's hearts has also become mental interference and mental suppression, and the effect is even better than before. Sure enough, Li Chang'an looked at the feedback from the soul contract again. The skill, Mist Blockade, has also been upgraded to a high-level skill. High-level skill, Misty Field, releases fog covering a 30-mile radius, causing powerful mental suppression and interference. Li Chang'an smiled evilly at Yao Yao, and Yao Yao suddenly felt bad. The high-level skill, Mist Blockade, has been promoted to the perfect level. Guji, no. Yao Yao once again entered a state of unconsciousness unprepared, and now she was sure that Li Chang'an was avenging public and private revenge. Let me see your limit, Yao Yao. Li Chang'an had a look of gloating on his face. The remaining 3 little ones suddenly felt that their master was so childish. He was so small-minded. Bubble in the form of Shiwan expresses real envy for Yao Yao's situation. It has many skills, but not many attack skills, most of which are auxiliary. The path Li Chang'an arranged for it is to stack damage reduction or immunity skills. After all, there is no more violent skill than Bubble's race-specific skills. As long as Bubble can use Magnificent Ode twice in a short period of time, or even more times, then all powerful enemies are just paper tigers. This is also the reason why Li Chang'an didn't add those messy skills to Bubbles. On the other hand, it is also because damage-reducing skills are much rarer than damage-increasing skills. Yao Yao can enjoy the Wandering to the World package so many times, which shows that it has many skills. This makes Pow Pow, who has always been content and happy, feel envious. After Yao Yao woke up, she angrily picked up the small medicine hammer and beat Li Chang'an's calf hard. Of course, she didn't use moonlight to attach the armor. Otherwise, Li Chang'an would have used silver osmanthus and moon dew to repair the stump. After Yao Yao's anger subsided, Li Chang'an asked about the effect of upgrading the fog blockade to the perfect level. In addition to the exponential increase in mental suppression and interference, the area covered by the foggy field has also reached a radius of 100 kilometers. Of course, the premise is that the energy reserves in Yao Yao's body can support this kind of coverage. At present, with its elite 3-star small body, there is a high probability that it will be useless. After the 2 core skills were advanced to high levels, Yao Yao originally wanted to improve the Fantasy Moon Slash, an attack skill that combines moon elements and illusion abilities. But considering that it has been improved a lot this time, if it is upgraded again, something may happen easily. After all, it is not an ancient dragon and cannot enjoy unlimited points from the hunting notes. So, Yao Yao decisively gave up the next extra points. Wise choice. Violet looked at Yao Yao with great admiration. No one understands the invisible temptation of hunting notes better than her. Yao Yao's ability to resist this temptation shows her strong will. Violet thought of her previous feelings, licked her red lips, and then reacted instantly, blushing with embarrassment. No. We can no longer be affected by this original sin artifact. Li Chang'an didn't pay attention to Zi Luo Lan's inner struggle. Anyway, with him and Mao Mao here, there wouldn't be any big trouble. After Yao Yao retreated, Mao Mao, who had rested, walked up again. This time, he wanted to pull the Red Lotus Breath to the highest level. Li Chang'an has just confirmed that Red Lotus Breath can be upgraded to the Origin level. Mao Mao swallowed 2,000 G of Red Lotus Bloodstone and signaled Li Chang'an to start adding more. The high-level skill, Red Lotus Breath, has been promoted to the Origin level. For a moment, Mao Mao felt that he had sublimated. The Hellflame and the Hellflame were boiling at the same time. The Hell, suppressing demonic body, which had not changed for a long time, underwent a slight change. The originally very ferocious black magic patterns on the Mao Mao Hell scales have become much softer at this moment. There seems to be a faint golden stripe on the edge of the dark magic patterns, adding a bit of noble mystery. How is it? Li Chang'an asked with concern. Mao Mao grinned brightly and said, the Red Lotus mark can 100% attach to the armor. Even super-level purification skills may not be able to dispel the Red Lotus mark. In addition, I found the direction to master the top-level breath skill, but it takes time. Li Chang'an is very satisfied with this improvement. Mao Mao is not like Yao Yao. Yao Yao has the moon goddess who paved the way for her, so she can just move forward. But Mao Mao is the dust demon prison suppressing dragon, and all abilities need to be familiarized, mastered, and even advanced through killing. Therefore, except for the core Hellfire skills, the probability of independent advancement of the remaining skills is very small. If Mao Mao can find the direction, he is basically close to mastering it. Li Chang'an is looking forward to the top-level breath skill. Next is Bubble. Li Chang'an exchanged a high-purity water purification heart from Fan Sun. According to Bubble's own description, it helps it learn a new skill. Li Chang'an's skill points at this moment can also support a perfection-level super-level skill or an origin-level top-level skill. If Bubble can win the lottery and awaken a skill with high damage reduction, Li Chang'an will not hesitate to max it out. Bubble stepped forward with a hint of expectation in his timid smile. What kind of skill will it awaken? Pow Pow took the heart of purified water, and the pure water energy enveloped it. Pow Pow resisted the instinctive temptation and maintained the original state. Otherwise, as soon as it returns to its original shape, dozens of nearby houses will basically die. Li Chang'an also looked at Bubbles nervously. If anything was wrong, he would immediately put Bubbles into the beast-controlling space. Pow Pow couldn't help but let out the cry of the Wanling Su abyssal dragon. Li Chang'an saw that Bubble was about to return to its original shape, and hurriedly wanted to put it into the beast-controlling space. At this moment, the appearance of the Bubble elf suddenly increased more than 10 times, from the size of a palm to the size of a 2- or 3-year-old human cub. At the same time, a strong smell of sea water hit my face, but unexpectedly there was not much fishy smell, but instead it exuded a faint scent of oath. Bubble opened his confused eyes, looked at Li Chang'an, then looked at his hand and asked doubtfully, "Chang'an, have you become a lot smaller?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an laughed kindly, took out a mirror and said to Pow Pow, "It's not that I have become smaller, but that you have become bigger." Pow Pow screamed in horror, "Ah, then I can't sit on Chang'an's shoulders." "Ha ha ha." Li Chang'an laughed even louder. Huan Huan's eyes lit up a little. "Pow Pow can't sit down anymore. Doesn't that mean I can take over?" Bubble poked the sofa with his little finger in frustration, with a look of resentment on his face. Li Chang'an hugged Bubble and comforted him for a while before the little guy regained his good mood. When Huan Huan saw this scene, she bit her handkerchief jealously. She also wanted to be held in Darling's arms and comforted with warmth. "So, Bubbles, have you awakened new skills?" "Yes." Bubbles looked confident at the moment. The quality of this heart of purifying water was very good, which brought it a lot of help. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have it. Otherwise, this heart of water purification worth 100,000 hardware knives from Li Shi would have been wasted. Although 10,000 hardware factory spirit coins are equivalent to tens of millions of Dongwon coins, the golden knife spirit coins can be exchanged for Dongwon coins, while there is a high probability that Dong coins cannot be exchanged for golden knife spirit coins. Li Chang'an asked Kong, Sihui, and Fan Sun that basically no one would exchange golden sword spiritual coins for Dongwon coins. Even if someone exchanged 10 billion Dongwon coins, no one might be willing to exchange 10,000 golden knife spiritual coins. Therefore, the price of Link coin far exceeds the market price. Bubbles proudly talked about his newly acquired skills. The high-level skill, Water Purification Mask, and the memory bubbles have been upgraded to the top-level skill, Memory Transformation. Li Chang'an hasn't read Soul Contract yet. Unexpectedly, Pow Pow has 2 major gains. Water Purifying Mask. Use a protective film formed by a layer of purified water to wrap around the skin, providing 25% damage reduction and 10% resistance to negative effects. Li Chang'an took a breath and couldn't help but feel the damage reduction and effect resistance, which was a perfect fit for Bubble, because after using the Grand Ode, the bubble itself will also receive a huge reaction force. Therefore, in addition to the need to reduce injuries, the injuries suffered by oneself due to the reaction force will also cause discomfort and even pain. This is extremely detrimental to Pow Pow, who is naturally a coward. After Pow Pow used the Grand Ode last time, he howled in the beast control space for most of the day. If Yao Yao hadn't been able to heal the injury in time, this little guy wouldn't have known how much longer he would have been crying. The increase in resistance to negative effects can make Bubble's tolerance to these negative emotions skyrocket. Li Chang'an raised this skill to the perfect level without hesitation. The perfect level water purification membrane can provide 100% damage reduction and 40% resistance to negative effects. The reason why it has not been upgraded to the dominance level is because this skill also requires special materials. What it requires is nothing else but the heart of purifying water, and there are 2 of them. If Fan Sun hadn't traveled all over the country and visited many places over the years, Ji Chang'an might not have been able to obtain such a rare water resource. Li Chang'an first looked up the information about the heart of purifying water on the Hunter Guild's internal webpage. Then he silently clicked on Special Attention and closed the webpage. The column of Purifying Water Heart showed the words Sold Out. 0. Please give me flowers. I don't know when this resource will be available. Since this skill cannot be upgraded, Li Chang'an used the remaining skill points to raise Memory Transformation to the dominant level. At this point, the harvest from the 3rd level Secret Realm has been completely processed. Memory Transformation is a luxurious upgraded version of the memory bubble. It is no longer limited to the form of the bubble, but can be shaped by the bubble. The dominant level memory phantom made Pow Pow very handy in the field of making figurines. After a while, he created the memory phantoms of Mao Mao, Yao Yao, and Huan Huan. Bubbles asked Mao Mao to give him a shot of hellfire, and Mao Mao did so. He was very curious about what step Bubbles could do. Bubble merged Mao Mao's memory transformation and Hellflame. In an instant, the memory transformed into Mao Mao's appearance. Apart from the difference in temperament, strength, and aura, there was no difference at all. Mao Mao, so what's the use? Pow Pow said, somewhat unconfidently. It can be used as a sparring partner. It's very useful. The more you play with it, the more it will resemble you, and it will provide real-time feedback. Mao Mao suddenly became interested. It heard something about it. It could use this memory transformation as a reference template. It uses a skill or a combat skill once, and this memory phantom can also give the same feedback. From this, it can see its own shortcomings and check for omissions and make up for them. Li Chang'an also sensed the specialness of this top-level skill. Real-time feedback. The more synchronization, the closer the simulation is to 100% reality. For him, a hunter who practices skills, it is indeed a great training tool. So Li Chang'an customized a memory phantom for Pow Pow, followed by Mao Mao and Yao Yao, and even the arrogant Huan Huan secretly asked Pow Pow to make a phantom for him. Because Huan Huan mainly uses the ancient dragon of Yanling, real-time feedback is even less important to her than Ji Chang'an's pursuit of skills. After all, it has not been deeply involved in the world and does not know what kind of strength of speech spirit or what type of speech spirit is most suitable for a certain situation in the future. Therefore, it is very important to have an object that can test its spirit, and Bubble's memory phantom can do this. Everyone's unanimous support made Bubble very happy. It felt that it, which had always been a laggard, could finally help everyone. After the bubble ended, it was Huan Huan's turn. The strengthening plan Li Chang'an arranged for Huan Huan was not to add points, but an exclusive spiritual food and a neck ring that he carefully crafted. Huan Huan looked at the black neck ring on Li Chang'an's hand, narrowed her narrow dragon eyes, and said with a teasing smile, "Cuckoo." It turns out that darling likes this tone. Li Chang'an gave Huan Huan a slap on the head angrily. What are you thinking about? Ever since Huan Huan came to human society, she has fallen in love with the internet at first sight. She especially likes to chat with netizens on forums and watch movies. If it weren't for Supervisor Li Chang'an, he would be very suspicious of this little fox. Will be willing to sacrifice his sleep time in order to compete with netizens. God knows what nonsense Huan Huan has read online. This is an energy suppression ring. You're not allowed to take it off until you break through to the king level. Li Chang'an said with a straight face. Huan Huan knew she couldn't escape, so she could only wear the energy suppression ring obediently. As long as you break through without my permission, this energy suppression ring will sound an alarm. Li Chang'an's warning look made Huan Huan shrink her neck. The angry daring was so scary, forget it, it was daring. It's not like Yao Yao's violent rabbit. It knows that it doesn't have such strong self-control and can even endure its life-enhancing instinct. This energy suppression ring can also be regarded as a layer of insurance. Li Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Huan Huan giving in. He didn't expect that Huan Huan's 400 years of accumulation would be so strong, enough for her to break through to the king level. This is a benefit that can make Huan Huan's foundation stronger, but if not handled properly, the benefit can turn into a huge disadvantage, ruining Huan Huan's originally bright future. That's why Li Chang'an spent a lot of money to customize an energy-suppressing ring knife. After upgrading the skills of his pet beast, Li Chang'an returned to his original living condition. The Tianqing spirit promised by Elder Zhong Yuanling was also delivered to his home. Before going to the 9-story Seoul Pagoda, Kong Sihue came to Li Chang'an's residence several times and taught him several sword skills. After seeing Li Chang'an's memory phantom, this guy shamelessly begged for a memory phantom belonging to her. Li Chang'an was so entangled by the older saint that she lost her temper, so she had no choice but to ask Pow Pow to customize a memory phantom exactly like hers for Kong Si-Hui. Kong Si-Hui was not a freeloader, so she asked Ji Chang'an to put forward a condition. Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation and told Kong Si-Hui about the need for pure water heart, and Kong Si-Hui gave him a blank look. The resource of the heart of purified water can only be born in the depths of pure waters. If there is an intrusion of energy from other attributes around it, it will lead to the failure of the heart of purified water. Therefore, although this thing is only a king-level resource, the market is extremely tight, and, as the saying goes, there's still a lot of money. Li Chang'an reminded Kong Si-Hui that to remember the transformation, he needs to inject a water crystal every 7 days. Kong Si-Hui said, "I'll pay attention," and ran away. It seemed that she was going to some unknown secret place to make money to support her family. In the 9-story Seoul Tower, there is still the meticulous guardian of the secret realm. When he saw Li Chang'an, he was very surprised. "Why are you here again? How can you accumulate merit so quickly now?" The guardian of the secret realm has a very deep impression on Li Chang'an, a weirdo who came out early. Li Chang'an took out his 3-story Seoul Tower 900 badge and handed it to the guardian of the secret realm. "Huh? How did you get such a rare thing?" The guardian of the secret realm looked at Li Chang'an with doubt in his eyes. Reason told him that with Li Chang'an's strength and authority, he would not be able to obtain this badge. But his intuition told him that Li Chang'an was really the owner of this badge. Li Chang'an replied sheepishly, "I got it through rip-off from Senior." The guardian of the secret realm was suddenly speechless. He was another second generation, loved by his elders. Being able to get this kind of authority badge shows that Ji Chang'an has a good background. "Okay, you can go in." The guardian of the secret realm stopped blocking him and opened the light door leading to the 3rd and 9-story Seoul Tower. Before Li Chang'an walked in, the guardian of the secret realm stopped Li Chang'an again and said, "Have you brought enough food? You have to stay for 2 days this time, which will not be comfortable." Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the guardian would give him such a kind reminder. Generally speaking, high-level beast masters will not have major problems if they don't eat for a week, but in the 9-story Seoul Tower, the thinking speed of the beast masters will be amplified many times. The energy in a beast master's body will be consumed quickly. If he spends the night in a 9-story Seoul Tower, he needs to prepare supplies, otherwise he will easily faint from hunger. In the history of the opening of the 9-story Seoul Tower, there have been many beastmasters who almost had accidents because of this. That's why the guardian of the secret realm asked this question. Li Chang'an took out several bottles of high-grade snow toad pills and said with a smile, "I have prepared a lot." The guardian of the secret realm nodded. "Snow toad pill?" "Yes. It can be used to assist in practice and can also be eaten. Snowchan pills are expensive for a reason." Li Chang'an passed through the light door and arrived at the 3rd floor of the 9-story Seoul Tower. The scenery on the 3rd floor is different from that on the 1st floor. The 1st floor is a vast and boundless white world. Then the color of the 3rd floor has changed slightly. It is mainly white, but with a bright light yellow added, and the space is not as empty as the 1st floor. The reason is that the 3rd floor is divided into small rooms one after another. There are numbers written on the door of the room, which seems to be planned. At this time, the number 1 appeared on the stone talisman handed to Li Chang'an by the guardian of the secret realm. Li Chang'an searched for them one by one and quickly found room 61. Place the stone talisman on the identifier of the door of room 61, and with a beep, the door will open. After entering the door, the layout of the room is similar to that on the 1st floor. There is nothing, and there's a white crystal floor under the feet. Li Chang'an closed the door, took a bottle of icy magic potion and a snow toad pill, and immediately started practicing his sword skills. In addition to perfecting the Luiying move this time, he also wanted to see if he could create another sword technique. Luiying is a sword skill that can be used for both long-range attacks and melee combat. It has a wide range of applicability, but also means that the burst damage of this move is insufficient. Li Chang'an wanted to create a more violent sword technique. Of course, this is not achieved in one go. Li Chang'an first practiced the sword technique several times to familiarize himself with the feeling. Anyway, he had 2 days, so he could take his time, and when he found the feeling, he would immediately use the enlightenment effect of the Tree of Mind. The Thunder Demon sword he used this time, if he had replaced it with a Black Blade Fong, and if he was excited during his epiphany and activated the Black Blade Fong, he would easily be in pain. Li Chang'an practiced swordsmanship for 2 hours in the private room of the Soul Tower, and he has indeed perfected the Luiying move a lot. The sword light produced by the sword is matched with the red blade, which can burst out with stronger power. But it wasn't enough. Li Chang'an kept swinging the knife, trying to find the sense of power he needed, but he still couldn't feel it, which made him frown slightly. Even the increase in the 9-story Soul Tower couldn't let him feel it. Is it because his accumulation is still not enough? Chang'an, do you want to try my skills? Mao Mao's voice sounded in Ji Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an was confused as to what skills could help him understand the sword technique, and soon he saw Mao Mao's dragon tail that looked like a sword from hell. Oh, the crime-breaking blade. The top-level skill that Mao Mao has mastered, the crime punishment blade, is an attack made by its unique tail. The effect is very similar to that of sword, and it also meets the requirements for slashing. Li Chang'an suddenly became interested and resonated with Mao Mao Yusho. Mao Mao continued to practice the crime-breaking blade in the beast-controlling space. In Li Chang'an's deep connection through the beast-controlling resonance links every detail of Mao Mao's swing to split the prison tail firmly in his mind. After a while, his body unconsciously began to rehearse how to use the sin-destroying punishment blade. Li Chang'an constantly changes the sin-destroying blade in practice to make this skill more suitable for him. Li Chang'an waved the Thunder Demon Sword, tearing apart a massive air wave in the Soul Tower space. Wherever the air waves passed, there were layers of space ripples. Li Chang'an was shocked when he saw this scene. He must know that the space inside the 9-story Soul Tower has been reinforced. If you want to tear apart the space inside, it is hundreds of times more difficult than outside, and as the number of layers increases, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Did that knife just now set off ripples in the Soul Tower space? Li Chang'an was a little surprised and immediately started looking for the feeling just now again. After succeeding once, Li Chang'an felt at ease and no longer felt anxious about failure. A few hours later, almost in an instant, Li Chang'an felt blessed and activated the epiphany effect of the Tree of Soul. The Thunder Demon's sword in his hand burst out with a strong clang, as if he was joyful and jumping for joy. If Kong Sihui were here, his mentality would definitely explode and he would start a curse. In order to enlighten the Night Rose, she spent a lot of resources until she reached the secret realm of Golden Township, where the Night Rose transformed into a Crimson Rose, and then her spirituality was opened. And Li Chang'an only practiced swordsmanship for a few hours in the 9-story Soul Tower, and the Thunder Demon Sword already showed signs of opening up his spirituality. Li Chang'an was immersed in his epiphany and did not notice the changes in the Thunder Demon Sword. He concentrated on slashing with the sword. Tear! The Thunder Demon Sword swung out a powerful and heavy blow. There was no sharp blade, no bright blade light, just an ordinary slash. The Soul Tower space in front of Li Chang'an was torn open with a palm-wide space crack. Almost at the same time, a fierce alarm sounded in room 61, and the stone talisman on his chest wrapped him up and sent him out of the 9-story Soul Tower. The guardian of the secret realm looked at the young man in front of him with black lines on his face, who had only been in for half a day, and then looked at the alarm notice in room 61. He asked with a headache, "What trouble did you make again?" Li Chang'an was also confused. "I'm just practicing sword practice." The guardian of the secret realm's eyelids are twitching wildly. Practicing swordsmanship? What kind of swordsmanship can directly tear open the space in room 61? He didn't believe it, so he immediately started checking the records of room 61. At this sight, the guardian of the secret realm had a look of amazement in his eyes. He was really practicing swordsmanship. Ahem, my fault. I shouldn't have arranged a room in the back for you. The guardian of the secret realm apologized sincerely. He did not expect that Li Chang'an, a level 8 beast master, could tear open the space in room 61. That is something that even some throne-level people may not be able to do, but the young man in front of me actually did it. After the explanation from the Guardian of the Secret Realm, Ji Chang'an knew the difference between the digital rooms on the third floor. Room 61 is already the most suitable room for king-level beast masters to practice, and even some throne-level ones will be arranged to this room by the Guardian. Rooms 30 to 59 are more suitable for throne-level training, while rooms 1 to 29 are the domain of king-level beast masters. The Guardian of the Secret Realm learned a lesson this time and planned to arrange for Li Chang'an to practice in room 35. But he also noticed that the Thunder Demon Sword in Li Chang'an's hand was somewhat broken, but the spirituality revealed on the blade was very obvious. Why don't you practice sword repair first? If this kind of spirituality is stronger, it can be enlightened. After hearing the reminder from the Guardian of the Secret Realm, Li Chang'an realized the changes in the Thunder Demon Sword and couldn't help blurting out, F***K. The first thing he thought about was not that the Thunder Demon Sword seemed to be on the verge of enlightenment, but that the damage to the Thunder Demon Sword would cause Boss Missouri to hunt him down with a forging hammer for 10 days and 10 nights. For a moment, Li Chang'an was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He had never been so nervous even when facing the throne level. He confessed to the Guardian of the Secret Realm, returned the stone talisman, left the 9-story soul tower through the teleportation array, and hurried towards the Hunter Guild. In Mo's forge, Boss Missouri was holding a forging hammer and listening to Ji Chang'an's explanation with a look of surprise. Boss Missouri, I definitely didn't use the Thunder Demon Sword to kill the king-level Steel Rock Beast. I really just learned the sword skills in the 9-story soul tower. You must believe me. Boss Missouri picked up the damaged Thunder Demon Sword and carefully stroked the broken opening on the blade with a look of wonder in his eyes. Looking at the cracks on it, it looks more like damage caused by being unable to withstand the force. Okay, I know you didn't do the ridiculous thing of cutting down the Steel Rock Beast. Boss Missouri has great confidence in his skills. Since the last time Li Chang'an came to repair the broken Thunder Demon Sword, out of shame, he secretly added materials to enhance the Thunder Demon Sword. However, there will definitely be no quality problems for king-level battles. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Demon Sword was still damaged. Boss Missouri sensed the tragic spirituality on the Thunder Demon Sword, and instead felt a sense of pride. I would say that my sword is unparalleled 3.7. It is just a high-level talisman, and it is almost at the stage of spiritual enlightenment. Boss Missouri laughed loudly, and Li Chang'an was nervous for a moment. Huh, is this what he cares about? Boss Missouri, put it down. Thunder Demon Sword said calmly. Do you think I will chase you with a hammer for days and nights? Li Chang'an turned his face away guiltily. He really thought so. Boss Missouri snorted coldly, took out an old design drawing from a dusty box, and handed it to Li Chang'an. Since the Thunder Demon Sword is about to awaken, it is best not to use the original design to strengthen it. According to this, the Kuei Demon Sword, a low-level high-grade inscription weapon, has a much higher upper limit than the original Qingxiao Demon Sword. Only the spiritual Thunder Demon Sword is qualified to become the Kuei Thunder Sword. Li Chang'an was suddenly stunned by this surprise. Not only did he not get scolded, but he also received a hidden advanced weapon design. Boss Missouri looked at Li Chang'an, pretending to be disgusted, and reminded, instead of being silly here, you should worry more about the materials. 11. Li Chang'an looked at the list of materials: 3-legged black thunderbolt material, 4-winged thunder snake's essence, and blood. Except for the 3-legged black thunderbolt, the other materials were not too difficult for him. Boss Missouri, can the blood essence of the 4-winged thunder snake be replaced with the blood of the ancient dragon? Yes, if you don't feel bad. Boss A responded. Li Chang'an clenched his fist fiercely. Among the gains from rescuing Professor Zhou, Li Chang'an was still assigned 2 bottles of Lei Fulong's ancient dragon's blood. Plan passes. The former president of the Dongling City Hunters Union was a short old man who was also a powerful and handsome man in his early years. until he married a wife who was slim and well-proportioned, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that could attract the attention of countless men. But such a charming beauty was endowed with supernatural power, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards and turning iron into clay. The tigers and leopards here are not ordinary beasts, but king-level monsters. The iron is not ordinary iron, but an 8-series special alloy, which is the main material for inscription-level heavy armor. The naturally romantic president has since sealed his sword and hung up his sword. He can only watch the young girls coming and going at the entrance of the Union and drink in silence. Of course, the rumors said that the former president was indeed drinking in front of the Union, but he was not unhappy. At least every time Li Chang'an entered the Union, the old man stared at the big white legs of the little girls, his eyes shining. In the trade union, the union supervisor looked at Li Chang'an, who looked expectant with a headache, and covered his forehead. Originally, he had a good work day and was in a good mood, but Li Chang'an's unexpected appearance made him feel a little depressed. "You are just a bronze 9-star hunter and cannot accept the mission of Lord Zhongyongnyo." The union manager did not expect that Li Chang'an wanted to hunt the Lord Zhongyongnyo. If it were just a 1-star king of Warcraft, he would just turn a blind eye and let Li Chang'an take it. But this thing is a mission that only elite 3-star hunters can take on, and the gap is too big. Li Chang'an knew that this request was indeed a bit embarrassing, so he thought of this method. "I can entrust an elite 3-star hunter to accompany me. I will pay the reward, but the materials will belong to me." The union director thought it was a solution, but this kind of exploiting loopholes was beyond his control. So the union director came to the door of Union 08 and told the former president about the incident. The former president glanced regretfully at the JK girl who just walked over, and his drunken eyes glanced up and down at the application submitted by the union director. This guy is willing to pay the reward. This guy fights World of Warcraft. The accompanying elite hunter doesn't have to do anything. He can act as insurance and earn a share of the silver 3-star mission reward. Which idiot doesn't want to do this? I'll approve it. The former president impatiently slapped his hands and signaled the union director to leave quickly and not to disturb him from watching the beautiful woman. The union director sighed. It was too difficult for him. The hunters and staple foods in each part of the union were more bizarre than the last. The most important thing was that the president didn't care much. Before the union director went back, he caught a glimpse of a charming figure out of the corner of his eye. He left a little faster, with a gloating smile on his lips. "Yuan Ning, you are harassing the little girl here again." Bang! It seemed like the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. "Honey, listen to my explanation." Boom! Ah! Several hunters passing by looked excitedly at the visual impact of the beautiful woman beating the old man, and they almost didn't grab the popcorn and melon seeds. Li Chang'an stayed at the front desk for a long time and even found a 3-star elite hunter. The union director walked briskly and came to Li Chang'an with a smile on his face. The president agreed. He glanced at the calm man standing next to Li Chang'an. How? A 3-star elite hunter who is good at using heavy axes. Li Chang'an showed a knowing smile. He knew that the original president would agree to this matter. This old man hated trouble the most, and his proposal happens to cause no trouble and does not violate union rules. After all, he pays the money and blames him for beating me. So why do I need a bicycle? In that case, you two will sign a union contract. It just so happened that a 3-legged black thunder cow came over the Qinghong Plain. The thunder every night caused the local animal husbandry to be in a state of distress. You two should go for a walk. Even though Hao signed a labor union cooperation contract with Li Chang'an, the reason why he agreed to Li Chang'an's commission was, in addition to the easy money. On the other hand, his family is also in a town near Qinghong Plain, and his mother has been complaining to him about this recently. He originally planned to take a trip, but he didn't expect that Li Chang'an would come and make a fortune for nothing. Why wouldn't he enjoy it? After accepting the mission, Li Chang'an and Hao prepared supplies and embarked on a hunting trip. The special plane provided by the Union was very fast. Although Dongling City is large, they arrived in Qinghong Town in less than an hour. Qinghong Town is located on the edge of Dongling City, just 2 steps away from the city wall of Dongling City. Since there's a great plain outside, Dongling City has also been working hard to develop the Qinghong Plain outside the city in recent years. Therefore, you can see a different scene here from other entrances. People are coming and going at the city gate. Not only elite beast masters and above, but even ordinary people can enter and exit here. The reason is that Dongling City's development of Qinghong Plain has a checkpoint 200 miles outside the city, where the strictest review is. Within 200 miles, Dongling City has developed a brand new animal husbandry industry base. In a few years, maybe Qinghong Plain will be included in Dongling City. The place Li Chang'an and the two wanted to go was 200 miles away from Qinghong Plain. The reason why they came here first was that there was no airport for special planes to land there. Secondly, Hao wanted to come here first to see his relatives. Only then did Li Chang'an understand why Hao, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, agreed so quickly. It turns out that Qinghong Town is his hometown. The next day, Li Chang'an was also at Hao's house and received warm hospitality. The next day, the two rode out of the city in an ox cart owned by Hao's old mother. Don't think that this ox cart is very slow, but the ox it is pulling is an elite 2-star beast, and its speed is not low. Hao's old mother pulled the two of them to the checkpoint 200 miles away, and then went back to see her pasture. Seeing this 60-year-old woman leaving gracefully on a 100 miles per hour bullock cart, Li Chang'an could not help but sigh at the magic of Blue Star. Your Majesty is very skilled. My mother is really... Hao couldn't find words to describe his old mother, who was in trouble. After the inspection, the two walked out of the checkpoint very easily. The current habitat of the three-legged black thunderbolt is 40 miles away from the checkpoint, very close to the checkpoint. Therefore, every time the three-legged black thunder cow actively attracts thunder, it can affect the livestock industry on the plains. Hao maintained the persona of a calm man along the way, rarely speaking, and just silently watching Li Chang'an's actions from behind. Hao was very fond of the name Li Chang'an. Every time he returned to the guild, 3 out of 10 hunters would discuss Li Chang'an's name. From the information he has collected so far, he only knows that Li Chang'an has a record of killing king-level beast masters in the black area. It shows that the opponent has king-level combat power and is enough to protect himself. But the monsters faced by the hunter are different from the king-level beast masters. King-level monsters that require elite hunters are not something that the scumbags in the black zone can deal with. Maybe he would have to take action in the subsequent battle. Before that, Hao wanted to see the potential of this hunter genius. Well, that was his original plan until... Chang'an, that butterfly is so beautiful. Can I catch it? Pow, who looked like a child, asked Li Chang'an. Can. Great. Darling, is this the world outside the city? It's so backward. Huan was in a rare state of sobriety and went outside to see the wild ecology without saying a word. You're standing and talking without pain in your back. If you were like Pow and were born in a wild place with great pressure, you wouldn't have such thoughts. Oh, no way. I am always beautiful, Huan said very arrogantly. Hao was behind, looking hesitant to speak. Are you here for a mission or an outing? What surprised him was that after walking for so long, he didn't even see a leader-level monster nearby. This is the fundamental reason why Li Chang'an's journey feels like an outing. The reason for this is naturally, Bubble, it has reached the level of Commander 1, and it emits some ancient dragon aura. Below the king level, that lifeless monster dares to come and die. Even ordinary king-level monsters had already fled, and only confident and powerful monsters like the three-legged black thunderbolt did not give up the territory they had conquered. Along the way, Li Chang'an relied on his strong mental power to plunder many treasures from the Warcraft lair. After accumulating, Li Chang'an not only made back his money, but even had some extra money. Hao was confused as he watched this journey. When did it become so easy for hunters to make money? There must be something weird. Hao's heart became more and more solemn. He really couldn't see through Li Chang'an. There were no monsters to stop them along the way, and the two of them walked very fast. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the territory of the three-legged black thunderbolt. At this moment, the three-legged black thunderbolt also looked helpless. It thought that the young ancient dragon was just passing by, but it didn't expect that it was here to cause trouble with it. Moo! A roar like thunder coming to the world came from not far away from the two of them. Li Chang'an recalled the bubble and immediately carried out the beast-controlling resonance to release Mao Mao. But Huan Huan went back in time when the three-legged black thunderbolt issued a warning. But before leaving, it still used the spirit of speech to add some buffs to Li Chang'an. Yin Ling Yu. Speech and spirit disease. Words spirit power. Li Chang'an feels that his three-dimensional attributes have increased slightly, which is good. After all, Huan Huan is only in the awakening stage, and the future can be expected. Hey, wait a minute. Why don't you investigate the nearby terrain and the habits of the three-legged black thunderbolt first? How stopped him? Ever since he was promoted to an elite hunter, he had never seen such a reckless hunting operation. Li Chang'an gave him a confident smile. It's just a 3-star king. It doesn't need such a high treatment. Mao Mao showed a cruel smile and took the lead in launching the attack. A crimson arc-shaped blade burst out from its prison-splitting tail, and in an instant it came to the territory of the three-legged black thunderbolt 280. The three-legged black thunderbolt never expected that there was not one ancient dragon passing by, but 3. At this moment, its mentality was completely broken. The crime-breaking blade. If it weren't for Mao Mao's murderous intent, the three-legged black thunder cow would have escaped long ago. The three-legged black thunderbolt condensed a thunder horn composed of thunder energy and took the blow forcefully. Boom! Crimson hellfire and black thunder and lightning intersect with each other on the plain, plowing dark cracks on the earth. The turf on the surface has long been turned into fly ash, revealing the dark yellow land. The three-legged black thunder cow groaned in pain. Blocking the blow was not without cost. There was already a crack in one of the thunder horns on its head. Mao Mao was very satisfied with the effect of this attack. The punishment blade was the most difficult to learn among all its skills, and the progress was also the slowest, because this skill involves knife skills. The Jian Jade, which is also a top-level skill, is almost at the master level, while the sin-judging punishment blade is still at the master level. Fortunately, I had a beast control resonance with Li Chang'an 2 days ago. Li Chang'an was practicing swordsmanship in the 9-story Soul Tower while adapting the crime-breaking blade. With 100% compatibility, Mao Mao also benefited a lot. In one fell swoop, he upgraded the sin-judging punishment blade to the perfect level, surpassing the proficiency of Jian Jade. Only then, with the current power, boom, countless thunder and lightning continued to fall. The three-legged black thunder cow quickly attracted thunder and lightning, and the dark thunder patterns on its body flowed, transmitting the absorbed lightning energy to the thunder horn to help it repair the cracks. This was the hardest part of its body, and it could barely block the opponent's blow. The three-legged black thunder cow's heart went cold. While Mao Mao was urging him to activate the sin-destroying punishment blade, Li Chang'an and Pow Pow carried out beast control resonance and quickly approached the three-legged black thunder. Yao Yao took the opportunity to build a foggy field, raised the moonlight ball, and enveloped the three-legged black thunderbolt. The tyrannical mental pressure and the rising distracting thoughts in his heart made the three-legged black thunderbolt very uncomfortable, and he even stopped repairing the thunder horn for a while. At this moment, a sword light like a bright mirror lit up from the foggy venue, and the sword light was refracted by the fog in all spaces in the venue. Wherever the three-legged black thunderbolt comes into view, you can see this disgusting light of the sword. How didn't pay attention to the great power of Mao Mao and Yao Yao, but focused on the red light on Chang'an's black blade teeth. What the hell? Don't today's Tachi wielders need to sharpen their blades? The shot is red blade. Are you sure there is no cheat? When How wondered whether he had chosen the wrong weapon, Li Chang'an's sword struck the three-legged black thunderbolt's thunder horn again. There was a tearing sound of electric current, and the dark blue thunder horn broke immediately. Mau Mau followed closely behind, and the crime-breaking blade showed its power again. Aiming at the other intact Thunderhorn is a crime-breaking blade. The huge eyes of the three-legged Black Thunderbull suddenly widened, and he quickly dodged the fiery attack. But this also fell into Li Chang'an's trap. He held the black blade fangs tightly with both hands, bulging his arm muscles, and slashed hard at the hind hooves of the three-legged Black Thunderbull. The black blade fang was like a greedy pitch-black, toothed beast, tearing open a dark space crack. Even the strong wind pressure caused by the speed of the blade, breaking through the sound barrier, was swallowed up by the silent space crack. The speed of the knife instantly increased by a few minutes. The three-legged Black Thunder Newton felt a chill in his back and a sharp pain in his back hoof. This pain aroused the ferocity of the three-legged Black Thunderbull. Its eyes were covered with a dark thunder light, and it rose up with its two front hooves and struck Li Chang'an. As its name suggests, the three-legged Black Thunder Ox has only 3 hooves. The only hind hoof is particularly large and has good balance. Let the three-legged Black Thunderbull be able to rise up and fight with its front hooves like a minotaur. The three-legged Black Thunderbull in this state is very violent. The single hind hoof not only does not slow down its movement speed, but with the stimulation of thunder and lightning, its body becomes even stronger. The three-legged Black Thunderbull is not only fast and fierce, but can also cause paralysis to the opponent. But things are different now. Li Chang'an left a deep wound on the hind hoof of the three-legged Black Thunderbull, and the bones inside were still tender. Stimulating the flesh with thunder and lightning will not only provide no benefit to the three-legged Black Thunderbull, but will further worsen the wounds on the hind hooves. The move just now was a slashing technique that Li Chang'an learned in the 9-story Soul Tower, because he learned it from Mau Mau's prison tail splitting. Therefore, this move is also called prison splitting. The three-legged Black Thunderbull was also aware of the injury to its hind hooves, but at the moment, it could only care about destroying its opponent. 2 front hooves were wrapped with jet black lightning, and he kicked his back legs, cracking the ground, and hit Li Chang'an with an arrogant attitude. Li Chang'an sent a message to Mau Mau's mind. Don't burn it with hellfire. My fur is more complete. Mau Mau regretfully dismissed the red lotus breath from his mouth, raised his paw, and hit the scarlet paw prints with the three-legged Black Thunder Cow's hooves. Thunder Demon Hammer. Infernal Deathclaw. The violent air waves caused by the collision of the 2 beasts broke open long cracks in the surrounding plains. At this time, Ping Yuan looked like a little girl who had been insulted, with her green dress torn into long, tattered strips. Same moment, Li Chang'an made a defensive posture of purple phoenix and dragon pattern feather. Cut! He caught a wave of colliding air waves, and then returned the air blade to the red blade again. Split the prison. Continuous slashing with the air blade. Li Chang'an took advantage of the stalemate between the three-legged Black Thunderbull and Mau Mau, and struck again on the wound on the three-legged Black Thunderbull's hind hoof. The three-legged Black Thunder Ox originally wanted to defend, but Mau Mau used the prison tail to cut off the sin-defining punishment blade and threatened its neck, so he had no choice but to take Li Chang'an's blow. The move that was enough to cut through the cracks in space could not cut off a cow's hoof with 2 consecutive knives. Li Chang'an was also surprised by the fascia at the joints of the three-legged Black Thunder Ox, which is too tough, but he also saw that the three-legged Black Thunderbull's hind hoof joints were almost cut open by him, and he wanted to strike again. The three-legged Black Thunderbull risked his life and successfully regained his sanity at the cost of 2 thunderhorns. It immediately looked like it was running away, but the surrounding area was already shrouded in Yao Yao's mist, and it was seriously injured at the moment, so it was impossible to tell which way was the way to survive. Huan Yuzhan. The misty moonlight struck the face of the three-legged Black Thunderbull. The three-legged Black Thunderbull was not angry, but happy. It was the beast that controlled the mist. There are only elite 3 stars. This is a breakthrough. The three-legged Black Thunderbull was overjoyed and threw it in the direction of Shake without thinking. Yao Yao, who was standing on Li Chang'an's shoulder, sighed. This magic moon slash didn't even cut off a few of the opponent's ox hairs. Obviously, the 2 core skills have advanced to a high level. Li Chang'an comforted him. I'll be fine just waiting for you to evolve. Guji. I hope so. Yao 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 is a little autistic. Li Chang'an once again raised his knife and went into battle, forming a pincer attack with Mao Mao, who was pursuing him. The surprise of the three-legged black thunderbolt didn't last long before he fell in a stunned panic. It's a trap. Unfortunately, it rushed too fast, and its rear hooves were seriously injured, so it had no time to break and turn. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao were equally fast, and almost instantly, the three collided. Li Chang'an moved the water step and used the sword style of Zihuang Xia to easily avoid the attack of the three-legged black thunderbolt. Break the prison. The black blade teeth bit its hind hoof again, and this time the three-legged black thunderbolt was not so lucky. Click! The sound of a joint being removed came from a mist. The three-legged black thunderbolt felt like it was flying. Without its hind hooves, its center of gravity was gone. The speed was too fast, so there was a brief glide. Mao Mao's attack was also quick and accurate. The Purgatory Death Claw tore open the tough cowhide on the neck of the three-legged black thunderbolt, and then slashed the prison tail to cut off the crime punishment blade and beheaded it through the wound. Perhaps it was because the owl's head of the crime punishment blade was too fast, but the three-legged black thunderbolt still had a confused look in its eyes before it died. Plus one top-level skill stone, Magic Thunder Roar. The three-legged black thunderbolt has been killed. The fog dissipated, and How looked at the scene in front of him with trembling lips. A cute medicine rabbit stood on Li Chang'an's shoulder, and Li Chang'an shook the blood on the black blade teeth as if he didn't feel good about it. The terrifying dark red dragon licked the blood on its paws on the spot, then spat a few mouthfuls of disgust and looked at Li Chang'an with a look of help. Like a cat that went crazy playing outside, covered in dirt and acting coquettishly toward its owner. Although Mao Mao's current appearance is in no way comparable to that of a cat, How feels this way. How is an elite hunter who has experienced countless battles. With just a cursory glance, he knew that Wang Hainiu was suppressed to death by Li Chang'an from beginning to end. There are no unnecessary wounds on the three-eyed black thunderbolt. Apart from the horns, only the injuries on the neck and hind hooves are the most obvious. This shows that the three-eyed thunderbolt was hacked to death by Li Chang'an before it had time to struggle. How analyzed the battle process in his mind, totally crushing and killing. He came to take care of it. Li Chang'an didn't need his help at all, so he defeated the three-eyed black thunder cow. How felt that he just came to watch a show and did not do anything the union manager asked him to do. He was embarrassed to accept the reward. Li Chang'an contacted the resonance of the beast, summoned Bubbles to give Mao Mao a bath, and asked How to help him dissect Halation. This thing is bigger than the original red-eyed demonic bull, almost 50 meters long, and it looks like 70 or 80 meters when it stands. In previous tokusatsu dramas, Gao Lu would have to be the ultimate boss. This also made his dissection more difficult. Fortunately, How's heavy axe is big enough, and the heavy axe can break many difficult-to-cut places with just one touch. This made the dissection process extremely smooth. Li Chang'an took a photo of the mountains of beef and sent it to the Dongling City Hunters Union Group, signaling those hunters who had not completed their tasks to hurry up. The second All-Ox banquet in Dongling City will be held soon. For a moment, the Hunter Guild Group was filled with howls. March is the beginning of hunters' work and making money. Many people have taken up the tasks. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an came so unexpectedly. Wow, the three-legged wealth of the king and 3 stars. I heard that the hind hooves of Black Thunder beef are the chewiest, and the soup is even better. I want beef tongue. Ahem, Neo Bauka is still willing to sell? The person who said this was the boss. Li Chang'an remembered that this was Boss Mo's trumpet, and the other order from the red-eyed demonic cow last time also went into his pocket. These are the hunters who are free or can come back in time. And those hunters who are not free are already complaining in the group. I wasn't there last time, so why can't it work this time? Did Xiao Chang'an kill the cow specially? Fortunately, I was there last time, but this time it's king-level beef. I'm so greedy. I'm mining in the northwest province of. Let me go. Are you mining in X province? What kind of mines need to be mined there? Sparkling oil rough stone. Did you find it? People are tough, but don't tear them down. Then there is none. Die to me. The group suddenly burst into joy. How also opened the Hunter Guild group for the first time in a long time, and couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the message prompts flashing in the communicator. Li Chang'an's popularity among hunters seems to be a little too good. What How didn't know was that besides going to the training room and the third floor of the library, the places Li Chang'an went to most were the reading room of the Hunter Guild and the public tavern. He especially likes to hear some interesting and even weird things from these old hunters. He will even treat some old hunters to drinks because of these stories. After going back and forth, he became familiar with many people. Besides, the hunter group is a group that doesn't pay much attention to scheming. Seeing that such a down-to-earth genius like Li Chang'an is willing to communicate with them, he will naturally develop a good impression. The last cattle feast greatly increased Li Chang'an's favor among the ordinary hunters. Brother Hao, don't elite hunters pay much attention to the union group? Li Chang'an noticed the surprise on Hao's face. He remembered that these elite hunters were rarely seen in the union. Hao sighed and said, I have no choice but to be busy. There are not many elite hunters, but there are many places that need elite hunters. Li Chang'an looked at Hao's sighing look and smacked his lips. He still had another chance to take the elite hunter assessment. Now he is a little hesitant to take the assessment, worried that he will be bossed around like a cow or a horse. But then he thought he was not only a hunter, but also a special commissioner of a night watch department. No matter what kind, he was destined to not be a leisurely person. Forget it. Let's wait until Yao evolves and get the elite hunter certificate. Li Chang'an felt that it was useless to think too much, so he began to pack up the materials for the three-legged thunder demon cow. Because it was stated in the contract that the materials belonged to Li Chang'an, Hao didn't care about the materials. The price of breaking a contract is not pleasant. This time, Li Chang'an harvested a relatively complete cowhide, a pair of activated thunder horns, 2 unexpected black thunder crystal jade, and 3 powerful cow hooves. Especially the hind hooves and the fascia on them are important frameworks for heavy weapons and excellent materials for enhancing the toughness of armors. Li Chang'an originally wanted to trade the cow bones from the hind hoof to Hao, but he was rejected by the other party. The reason is that he already has a suitable heavy axe and does not need other weapons. Li Chang'an had no choice but to give up and took the bone back and ground it into bone powder, which he put into nutrition bars to replenish the bodies of Huan and Pao, especially Huan, during this period of rapid development. Pay special attention to calcium supplementation. As for Pao, who had just entered the leadership level, his body size had increased significantly and he was already 700 meters long. He also needed a lot of nutrients to supplement his sudden growth. The bones of the three-legged black thunder cow are a good nutritional supplement. After collecting all the materials into the IV Spirit Guard Ring, Li Chang'an was not ready to stop yet, but became even more excited. Hao also knew what Li Chang'an wanted to do, ransack his house. He does this often. In other words, every hunter has a desire to get rich by stealing property, but there are only a handful of hunters who actually get rich. Li Chang'an and Hao came to the nest of the three-legged black thunder cow. Because Mao first angered it, the three-legged black thunder cow took over the nest and came out. On the contrary, there was not much impact here. Walking into the grass carpet built by the three-eyed thunder demon cow, Li Chang'an's mental power was fully activated, and he carefully felt every detail under the grass carpet. The three-legged black thunderbolt does not hide treasures in caves like dragons. It buries good things under its bed if it likes, or a hidden underground place. There's a little trick to find the home of the three-legged black thunder cow. In addition to focusing on searching for grass carpets, you should also pay attention to whether there is any unusually lush vegetation around the nest. When the three-legged black thunder cow digs the ground with its hooves, the weak black thunder on the hooves will make the soil more fertile and allow the seeds in the soil to germinate and grow quickly. Generally, this kind of place is likely to be where the three-legged black thunder cow hides its treasure. Yes, Li Chang unlocked 2 places for noon. One place is under the grass carpet, and the other is a berry bush 700 meters away from the grass carpet. This berry bush is 6 meters high, and the berries on it are large and round, but there are no footprints of the 3-legged black thunderbolt around. This is a very unusual situation. Only a straight-tempered bovine monster would come up with such a method that cost only 300 taels of silver. Li Chang'an first pulled out the treasures under the straw blanket. There were about 10 scattered pieces. Except for a few thunder-type materials that can be used by Huan Huan, most of them are of no use to Li Chang'an. How is not interested in these things. Don't expect too much from these Warcraft treasures. Except for special groups such as dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and black turtles, general Warcraft treasures are basically not very good. Li Chang'an also felt quite regretful about this statement from someone who had experienced it. He came to the berry bush and made a final struggle. The thing under the berry bush is very simple, just a metal block that looks like gold. The moment Li Chang'an saw this thing, his eyes widened. How came over and said in surprise, "I didn't expect this 3-legged black thunder cow to like gold." Li Chang'an dug out the 20-centimeter thick metal block the size of a door panel from the pit. He tested the weight and found that it was a bit difficult. With his current physique, even if this thing is really made of gold, he can still handle it. Such a high density. Li Chang'an stroked the metal block. There were some circular patterns on it, which didn't hurt the hand but had a frosted feel. Is this? Li Chang'an squinted and quickly took out a magnifying glass. He found a creamy yellow area on the edge of the metal block, which was bigger than the sky, but compared with the overall golden color, is still a bit eye-catching. Li Chang'an carefully compared this area with other areas, touched it, and compared the feel. What's wrong? How looked at Li Chang'an in confusion. What's there to see in an ordinary piece of gold? Li Chang'an took out the hunter's badge again and read the documents. How also stood around him, alerting the surroundings. Although the 3-legged black thunder cow died, there are many accidents in the wild, so it is better to be careful. Found it! Li Chang'an shouted in surprise, and How also asked quickly, "What did you find?" Li Chang'an projected this document. "Look, this piece of metal should be the rock shell that fell from the ancient dragon Jinju Changyuelong, known as the Pioneering Earth." How almost choked on his own saliva. Why is he related to Gulong again? However, the news that was like a nuclear bomb was not over yet. He heard Li Chang'an say again, "Looking like this, it's still very fresh. It should be less than 3 months since she fell off the body. Otherwise, the color of the surface should be dull brass, not gold. It has a matte texture to the touch, and it should be a newly grown golden pillar Chongma dragon. Can this be seen?" How was shocked. "Are you a hunter or a scholar?" Li Chang'an said matter-of-factly, "It's not difficult. It is written in the trade union documents that the rock shell of the juvenile Jinju Changyuelong is smooth to the touch, and it feels like it has been polished with sandpaper. As Jinju Zongyuelong grows up, the rock shell on its body will become uneven and have many knots. When it reaches adulthood, Jinju Changyuelong will polish its rock shell again, so it will have a frosted texture to the touch. Scholars speculate that this may be a means to attract female Kryptonosaurus. When they reach old age, Jinju Zongyuelong will no longer care about the rock shells on their bodies. With their strength, they don't need to care about these things. Therefore, the rock shell feels like the prickly texture of 1,000-year-old tree bark. His soul seemed to have been baptized, and he felt like he had returned to the time of Hunter Academy. The feeling of being pressed on the desk by the barrister to learn knowledge. The pain of my face colliding with the desk. Wait a minute. How reacted and caught a key word in Li Chang'an's words. "You said this thing is less than 3 months away from falling off its body." "That's right." Li Chang'an patted his chest and assured. How suddenly became anxious. Although he didn't have much experience in the field of ancient dragons, he also knew that flightless super-large ancient dragons like Jinju Chongyue dragon generally would not travel long distances. This also means that this ancient dragon is most likely still in the area around Qinghong Plain. A super-large adult ancient dragon lives near his hometown, and no one can feel at ease. Li Chang'an pulled the anxious how. Hey, don't worry. The three-legged black thunderbolt can get this rock shell, which means that Jinju Changyuelong has been active 10 times recently. Based on the habits of this clan, the next event will probably be 3 or 4 years later. Although he said that, How was still a little worried. What if this ancient dragon enters Estrus? Li Chang'an rolled his eyes and taught this illiterate a lesson. If it enters the Estrus period, do you think Qinghong Plain can still be stable until now? Don't forget, Jinju Zongyuolong's title is Pioneering Earth. If you walk a few steps, Qinghong Plain and the surrounding areas will become completely different. How was blocked and speechless. After Li Chang'an confirmed that nothing was missing, he returned to Qinghong Town with the rock shell of Jinju Changyuelong. Then he rejected Hao's old mother's offer to stay and took the latest flight back to the Hunter Guild in Dongling City. After returning to the Union, many people greeted Li Chang'an along the way and asked when the whole beef feast would start. Li Chang'an's answer was, hurry, apply to the Union director first, and then negotiate with Boss Su. When they came to the front desk, they submitted the task and settled the contract and reward. The receptionist asked the two of them to go to the president's office. Li Chang'an and Hao walked into the president's office and found that in addition to the original president, the union director and the heads of other union departments were all there. President Yuan looked very solemn at this time and asked, have you discovered the rock shell of Jinju Changyuelong? Li Chang'an took out the rock shell the size of a door panel, and the director of the logistics department and the commissioned audit office stepped forward and observed the rock shell repeatedly. They also noticed the special creamy yellow color on the rock crust. The head scholar of the entrusted review office put down his magnifying glass and said, yes, it is indeed the rock shell of Jinju Changyuelong, and it has just grown up. The three-legged black thunder ox must have been influenced by the golden pillar Chongyue dragon and migrated from the Mingfu mountain area to the Qinghong Plain. Calculating the time, it's right. He pointed to the creamy yellow area and said, look here, it's not even a rock shell. This part involves the scales of Jinju Chongyue dragon. The creamy yellow color shows that the other party was still a young dragon before it reached adulthood. The union director said in disbelief, no, the Jinju Changyuelong, there should have been the eco-owner for a long time. How could it be possible that he has just grown up? Li Chang'an said nothing. Being promoted to the ecological master level means that the ancient dragon has officially entered adulthood. Any ancient dragon that died before this period is considered to have died in infancy. Previously, the Lei Fulong, who was at the peak of his dominance, was just a young man who was about to reach adulthood, and he was chasing Professor Zhou for those few pieces of ancestral crystal jade. These crystal jade can allow this underage thunder floating dragon to quickly enter adulthood and possess the strength to dominate one party. The scholar in charge of the entrusted review office put forward a guess. We still know too little about the ecology of ancient dragons. Perhaps Jinju Changyuelong has a strong sense of kinship and will raise its cubs to adulthood. Someone retorted, it's impossible. Our Dongwang kingdom tests the energy intensity there every year. It's impossible for there to be a second golden pillar Chongyue dragon. The scholar in charge of the entrusted review office sneered. Is testing useful? If it could be detected, the big earthquake in Suha City, S province, wouldn't have been found until now. After the Black Hand. Ahem. President Yuan cleared his throat. Be careful with your words and don't say certain things on the table. The head scholar of the entrusted review office apologized and pushed him behind everyone. The union director looked at the former president, hoping that he would make a decision. The original president thought for a long time and said, first inform the superiors and Tanglin University of the news. They need to know about it. Second, let people explore the energy of the Earth's veins in Mingfu Mountain to see if there is any abnormality. If there is, then we must enter the first level of combat readiness as quickly as possible. Third, as of now, the Union maintains level 3 combat readiness, and all elite hunters have been recalled, "Oh, Xiao Chang'an is not counted. You can leave. If I can tell you, Master, I will treat you to a big dinner." Li Chang'an gave the former president a helpless look. If he really entered the first level of combat readiness, Sui Kong had to know even if he didn't want to know. There was no need for him to remind me. Everyone was in a heavy mood. If there really was a newly grown golden pillar Chongyue dragon, then there would be trouble. Ancient dragons are not like humans. If the cubs are to reach adulthood, they may have to go out and fend for themselves. For Gulong, it was a common thing. But if this matter falls on Jinju, Chongyuelong, it will be a devastating blow to the nearby human habitat. God knows which direction this golden pillar Chongyue dragon will migrate, how far it will migrate to find a suitable settlement, and how many human towns it will pass on the way. These represent not only countless lives, but also various post-disaster reconstruction troubles. Li Chang'an knew that it was not his turn to worry about these things, and he could not help much, so he left. Along the way, he handed over the materials for the three-legged black thunderbolt to Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri was also surprised by Li Chang'an's strong mobility and speed. Only a few days later, the fresh, three-legged black thunderbolt material was placed in front of him. Oh, and there were 2 black thunder crystal jade. Boss Missouri weighed these 2 jade crystals in his hand. Okay, it's stable this time. With these 2 treasures, your demonic demon knife will be able to activate its spirit. In addition to the dust demon sword, Li Chang'an also applied to Boss Missouri for a hidden advanced set of Thunder Suit armor, Raging Thunder Suit. According to Boss Mo's description, this set is very suitable for Tata users to fight, which makes Li Chang'an a little bit excited. After finishing the processing at the forging shop, Li Chang'an went to the logistics office and asked the processing staff there to help him grind 4/5 of the cow bones into bone powder. The studio in Li Chang'an's residence does not have the ability to polish bones of this level. Only places like the Hunters Guild have large-scale equipment that can process king-level bones. Li Chang'an gave the remaining beef bones to Boss Su of Dazhong Tavern for use in making beef bone soup. Things like beef and beef offal are also handed over to the chefs of the public tavern. However, due to major events that may happen recently, this all-ox banquet may have to be postponed. Li Chang'an doesn't mind either. Anyway, the meat of the three-legged black thunder beef is very active. Boss Su has also recently upgraded the freshness preservation function of the cold storage. It happens to be used as a celebration banquet in the future. As for whether the Dongwang Congress will fail, Li Chang'an thinks it is unfounded. He is no longer the stupid boy who didn't know anything. After reading the information on the 3rd level of Donglin University and the information on the Hunter Guild, he already knows that the Dongwang Kingdom has experienced large-scale ancient dragon migration events no less than 50 times since the founding of the country, and he can encounter them almost once every 10 years. Coupled with the large animal tide that occurs every 20 years. Li Chang'an couldn't help but sigh at the many disasters in Dongwang Kingdom. In this way, Dongwang Kingdom can still survive until now, and the people's lives are pretty good. Oh, the origin of the beast tide has been accidentally uncovered by Li Chang'an, and it can't be revived. Maybe in another 20 years, the next generation will probably not even know that there was such a thing as a big beast tide once every 20 years. As soon as Li Chang'an returned to Donghu community, he received a message from Bai Suikong. Does Jinju Chongyuelong have the habit of raising children to adulthood? Li Chang'an knew that Bai Suikong was asking Mao Mao and the others, so he replied the message. This habit exists. Good. Bai Suikong's reply was very concise, and Li Chang'an sighed, "It's so fast." A week later, Li Chang'an was still sleeping soundly when Li Mingxian pulled him out of the bed. "What are you doing, Dad?" "I'm sleepy." Li Chang'an yawned and said dissatisfiedly. Since the last party, Li Mingxian would come to Donghu community to visit him from time to time. His mother, Mu Qingqing, had already returned to Hongyan City to accompany her grandmother. And Li Mingxian is still near Dongling City due to his research on the crystal flower. You're already a level 8 beast master, so you don't need to sleep every day, right? Li Mingxian said helplessly. His son is different from other beast masters. He has already reached this level and needs to sleep and eat. He cannot stop even once. Especially with his sleepy look now, no one would be able to recognize him on the street as the top genius of Tanglin University. In addition to going to the training room to practice every day, I also have to use my mental strength to assist in practicing sword skills. I also occasionally make auxiliary concoctions, such as snow toad pills. I also need to rest. Li Chang'an pouted and felt unhappy. After discovering Xinli, which was called the #1 cultivation plugin, he got out of control. Except for going to 9-story Seoul Tower, the rest of the time will be spent burning mental energy to speed up the progress of cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that he uses sleep every day to rest and eliminate mental fatigue. Didn't you report the matter of Jean Zhu Chong you long before? This is happening. What's wrong? Is it going to start migrating? It's almost the same, but this newly adult ancient dragon has a bad temper. I want you to communicate with it. If you don't go, it's too dangerous. Aren't you worried that your son will be in a life-or-death crisis? Li Mingxian said, "What's the use of worrying? This time the Presbyterian Council has asked you to go, so you have to go." "No, there are so many talented people in Dongwang Kingdom. Why do you want me, a level 8 Beastmaster, to die?" "No." Li Chang'an lay back on the bed, wrapped himself in a quilt, and planned to take a nap. Li Mingxian waved his hand and shouted to the door, "Look, I said this kid of mine won't go." Bai Suikong's figure walked in from outside the room, followed by Dao Shiba, 100,000 gold sword spirit coins, plus the permission to unlock the king-level training room for days a month. Li Chang'an's ears perked up slightly, but he remained unmoved. A hand under the quilt quietly stretched out his thumb and index finger and rubbed them twice. "Need more money." Bai Suikong smiled. He didn't know who this D looked like. He just knew how to pluck wool. "Tell me, how much to add?" Li Chang'an stood up and gestured to Bai Suikong. "The king-level training room lasts 8 days a month." Bai Suikong refused without thinking. "Impossible. It's too much. I'll give you 5 days at most." "Deal." Li Chang'an agreed immediately. 5 days a month, which is 120 hours, an average of 4 hours a day. The time difference from the time he spends in the training room every day is also much different, only 1 hour difference, but the effect has indeed increased countless times. The training room provided by Tanglin University to Li Chang'an is for college students and only supports the training of king-level beast masters and below. The condition given by Suikong was to provide a king-level training room for use by king-level beastmasters, so the effects were naturally different. Besides, he now has mental assistance, so 4 hours is still enough, and it may even be more than enough. Because in his current profession, he had to go out to take on missions every now and then, and he joined the team with another Huan, so the cost of rations in the team skyrocketed by 10 levels again. Although Li Chang'an has made a fortune recently, he still needs to increase revenue and reduce expenditure to avoid sitting on nothing. After discussing the benefits, Li Chang'an quickly put on his clothes and trousers, washed briefly in the toilet, and then came to Bai Suikong and others. "Master, let's set off." Bai Suikong summoned the phaseless mirror ghost and tore open a stable space transmission tunnel. The group soon arrived near the Mingfu Mountains. At the other end of this space passage is the temporary settlement established by Dongwahir. In addition to the Hunters' Union in Dongling City, there are also a large number of ordinary beast masters who are cooperating with the army to evacuate nearby residents. Ouch! A deep roar came from the Mingfu Mountains, making some evacuated people a little nervous. Soldiers and beast masters along the way comforted these helpless, ordinary people. Li Chang'an saw a super-large ancient dragon that resembled a mountain-carrying dragon through the obstacles of the mountain forest. There are actually some ancient dragons similar to this one, carrying mountains on their backs. However, it is very rare to have distinct features like Jinju Chongyuel. The peaks of Jinju Zhongyuel Longbei Mountain are black, and the black rock shell patterns gradually spread to the body and even the limbs, but the color will become lighter and lighter. The name Golden Pillar comes from its 4 legs, which are like golden pillars shining in the sun. The metal pieces Li Chang'an obtained before came from the limbs of Jinju Chongyuelong. This golden pillar Chongyue dragon is really well developed. Li Chang'an briefly estimated the height and length of this ancient dragon. It is about 550 to 600 meters high and 1100 to 1200 meters long. It is considered the top level among super large ancient dragons. But don't get confused, Bubble is not a super giant ancient dragon, but a super giant ancient dragon. The adult body length of ordinary Hyunosaurus generally ranges from 3,000 to 5,500 meters, far exceeding the size of Jinju Chongyuesaurus. Only the vast ocean can support such a giant. But the Wanlingsu abyssal dragon is a creature from another dimension. When it wanders around the sea of stars, its adult body will be as big as an ordinary living planet. A strong person like the first-generation Wanlingsu abyssal dragon is so huge that even ordinary stars may not be able to compare with this kind of ancient dragon. Master, when are we going to negotiate? Li Chang'an was not worried at all. Bai Suikong led the team and had Dao Shiba in his pocket. In addition, there is another legion in the Eastern Theater, the Tianguang Legion, and even if he fights hard, it will not be his turn. The mourning is just to get a little more benefit. Bai Suikong glanced at the evacuation progress and said, "This afternoon, when the masses are almost completely evacuated, we can go to negotiate." Since it was not time yet, Bai Suikong did not let Li Chang'an move freely, but asked Li Mingxian to tell him what needed to be negotiated. After some careful instruction from Li Mingxian, Li Chang'an almost understood what Dongwang Kingdom wanted to do. Although a super large ancient dragon like Jinju Chongyuelong is scary, on the other hand, as long as it does not anger Jinju Chongyuelong, it is still very gentle. Even if you set firecrackers on it, it will be fine, but the premise is that you cannot use firecrackers of too large a caliber. Golden Pillar Chongyue dragon usually lies underground, with the peaks on its back exposed on the surface, and its limbs go deep into the ground to absorb the energy of the Earth's veins to sustain life. Generally, every 10 years, Jinju Chongyuelong will come out to eat rocks and sand to replenish the necessary minerals and continue to grow. Don't think that Jinju Chongyuelong is an ancient dragon that only knows how to eat and sleep. Although it draws energy from the Earth's veins, it will also eat rocks as big as a small mountain. But the land in the area where it lives will basically be very fertile. Although Jinju Chongyuelong eats a lot, the feces it produces are very nutritious for the land. Most of this feces is various rock debris, which is mixed with strong earth energy and ancient dragon breath, and will eventually re-enter the soil. Earth-scale trees, Yellowstone rice, Dihuang fruit, and a large number of other rare earth resources will grow nearby. Just like the Mingfu Mountains in front of you, it is one of the 5 largest soil resource producing areas in Dongwang Kingdom. For this kind of ancient dragon, which is usually gentle, does little damage to the environment, and even as benefits, Dongwang Kingdom basically hold a welcoming attitude. For example, today's migration of another golden pillar Chongyue dragon. If it were another ancient dragon, the Dongwang Kingdom would have started fighting long ago. Li Chang'an needs to be asked to negotiate. The second benefit is that with the Golden Pillar Chongyue Dragon area, the situation nearby will be much more stable. There will not be a large number of monsters invading or powerful monsters attacking there. A huge earthquake like the one that occurred in Suwa City would never have happened in the Mingfu Mountains. If the foreign ancient dragon wants to run wild in the Jinju Chongyue Dragon's territory, it needs to weigh its own abilities and whether it can withstand the heavy blows of the land pioneers. 0. Please give me flowers. What Li Chang'an had to do was to let Jinju Chongyuelong know which direction to migrate next, and where there would be a suitable settlement arranged by Dongwang Kingdom. This job is very important. If it weren't for someone like Li Chang'an who has the affinity with Gu Long to negotiate with him, Jinju Chongyuelong wouldn't even bother to deal with it. It can be said that the other party is also from the Gulong clan, but he behaves mildly and is a little more arrogant as he should be. Regarding this, Li Chang'an once again sighed in his heart. The same ancient dragon was beaten by everyone in the Hellflame dragon clan, but Jinju Chongyue dragon was patiently recruited by the Dongwon kingdom and even provided food and shelter. Do you understand? Li Mingxian asked seriously. Li Chang'an replied with great confidence. I understand. You can't go wrong. Li Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Li Chang'an would not mess up on important matters. The father and son repeatedly deduced the migration route of Jinju Chongyuelong in the temporary settlement site. By the afternoon, all residents hundreds of miles away from the Mingfu Mountains had been evacuated. Bai Suikong sent someone to notify Li Chang'an, and Li Chang'an also came to the meeting tent. In addition to the two elders, there were also the directors of major institutions in Dongling City and the deputy commander of the Tianguang Army, Yuan Bo. Everyone is here. Let's go. Bai Suikong motioned to Ji Chang'an to wait for him outside. 0. Everyone walked out of the tent and began intensive preparations. After getting ready, Li Chang'an went to Jinju Chongyuelong's territory with Bai Suikong. In order to prevent Jinju Zongguolong from overreacting, Bai Suikong did not use space teleportation, but sat on the Tianguang Legion's mount, Tianfeng Pterosaur. He flew carefully all the way to the newly adult golden pillar, Chongyue Dragon. When they arrived, Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong opened his eyes, and his eyes stayed on Bai Suikong and Dao Shiba for a while. Then he stared at Li Chang'an. Not only that, even the female golden pillar, Chongyue Dragon, who was watching underground, also cast her gaze and landed on Li Chang'an. Bai Suikong's face twitched slightly. He felt that Li Chang'an's self-proclaimed affinity with Gulong seemed far from the truth. How can this be Cologne's affinity? This is simply the sweet potato in Cologne's eyes. The 70 to 80-meter wide dragon head of Jinju Chongyuelong, who had just grown up, stretched out in front of Li Chang'an. Dao Shiba and Bai Suikong protected Li Chang'an behind them, watching every move of Jinju Chongyuelong with vigilant expressions. Master, Senior Dao, it's not malicious. Li Chang'an raised his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry. Ignoring Bai Suikong's obstruction, he came to Jinju Zhongyulong, stretched out his hand. His fingertips trembled slightly and slowly touched Jinju Zhongyulong's head. Jinju Zhongyuelong's dragon head moved a little forward. Bai Suikong almost made a move, but was shocked by the next scene. I saw that although Jinju Zongguolong moved forward a small step, the size was well controlled and just stayed under Li Chang'an's fingertips. Li Chang'an opened his hand and touched it, as if touching a layer of frosted leather. You have the aura of other ancient dragons, more than one. Jinju Zhongyuelong may. Instead of talking, there was telepathy, and it was also the universal language within Gulong. Dao Shiba hesitated to speak. This was the first time he was willing to communicate when they met for the first time. Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment, then showed a cheerful smile and responded with the same effort. Some are enemies, some are encountered by accident, and 3 of them are my partners. Jinju Zongguolong's nearly 10-meter-wide dragon pupils revealed a look of surprise and a trace of envy. It's great. I have been here until I became an adult and have never seen the outside world. This time it was Li Chang'an's turn to be surprised. This Jinju Kuyulong was not an adventurer. This is not good. He tried to ask, are you planning to travel around the world slowly? Bai Suikong couldn't help but clenched his fists, and his next words determined the final outcome of this negotiation. If this golden pillar Chongyue dragon was a restless individual, it would really be a Jiechuangwa that no one wanted to see. No, Jinju Zongguolong denied. For my clan, everything we want to see is within the earth's veins, so we don't need to walk hard. That's very inefficient. Li Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong looked at Li Chang'an with confusion. You seemed very nervous just now, why? Li Chang'an doesn't intend to hide it. For Gulong, sincerity is always the best weapon. If you like to walk around, it will cause a lot of headaches for us humans. In the end, something that neither party wants to happen may happen. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong glanced at Bai Suikong and others and said proudly, I don't need to care about these things, and I don't need to care. Li Chang'an looked at this spiritual young man who had just grown up with a headache and advised, if you can avoid conflicts, it is better not to have conflicts. Besides, we both sit down and talk in a friendly manner, and we can also talk about how we will be treated in the future. For example, which mountain range has the richest mines, or where the energy of the ley lines is the most active. We can arrange for you to go there. And every 10 years, when you wake up, we can prepare rich mineral food for you. Before Li Chang'an finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jinju Zhongyu along. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Sit down and talk. No, that last sentence. Which mine has the richest resources? This is it. Jinju Zhongyu along was a little excited, and its eyes were full of expectation. Can you really find me a place with many stones and rich energy in the earth's veins? Li Chang'an didn't react for a moment and subconsciously corrected. 730 is not me, but us. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong glanced behind Li Chang'an and said carelessly, I don't believe them. Li Chang'an waved his hand. It's okay. When we get to the destination, you may get to know each other in a few decades. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong said a little aggrievedly. Aren't you coming? Li Chang'an spread his hands and said helplessly, I still have 3 little ones to raise, and it's impossible to stay in one place. Besides, they don't eat the king. Jinju Zongguolong could sense the special ancient dragon aura on Li Chang'an, and knew that it would be difficult to force Li Chang'an to accompany him. Li Chang'an saw that the big man was a little depressed, so he immediately took out several resting spots prepared by Sui Kong and comforted him. Why don't you first see where it is more suitable to go? As soon as he mentioned his future home, Jinju Zongguolong immediately cheered up. The dragon head, which was as big as a hill, came close to Li Chang'an and looked at the map in his hand, which was about the size of an ant to him. There are a lot of gray stone mountains here, and the energy of the ground veins is also good. Li Chang'an pointed to a red dot on the map. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong quickly refused. I don't want this place. I don't like the taste of gray stone, and the taste is not good. It's all powder. Oh, I want the taste. The Broken Ridge Mountains here are pretty good, and there are many gold or mines nearby. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong's eyes widened. Jin Shua, sure? This is delicious. I could chew it in my mouth for a long time when I was a kid. Li Chang'an gave the Broken Ridge Mountains a V. Then this will be a backup option, and we will look at other places. Yeah. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong's tone was full of joy. Bai Sui Kong and Dao Shiba looked at each other. This scene really tested their hearts. This doesn't look like Gulong. He is clearly an era looking forward to a new home. Moreover, this scene of giant beasts and humans living in harmony with each other is full of visual impact. Dao Shiba secretly said to Bai Sui Kong, Old Bai, I think your disciple is better than the forbidden weapon. Any ancient dragon who is unhappy can be made happy by this boy. Bai Sui Kong glanced at Dao Shiba and said, Be careful that Hui Hui will fight for you. Dao Shiba immediately shut up. Knowing that he had made a mistake, he calmly stopped talking. He didn't want to get entangled with that crazy girl, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Li Chang'an and Jinju Zongguolong chatted for a long time and chose many places. In these chats, Li Chang'an has learned about Jinju Zhongyuelong's character. He is just a young man who is eager to live independently from his mother. As long as he finds the right method, he can control the other party easily. But the prerequisite is that this person is Li Chang'an himself. If someone with no affinity comes to deceive him, he will be greeted by Jinju Zhongyuelong's angry attack. Well, let's choose this place. Li Chang'an made the final decision, and Jinju Zhongyuelong was quite satisfied with the location Li Chang'an chose. The energy activity of the Red Elephant Mountains and Earth Veins is also considered top among these alternative options. The nearby soil is mixed with thin red rice crystals, which is very unfriendly to human planting and other wood-type pets. The energy in red rice crystals is very violent and is harmful to the growth of spiritual plants. Therefore, it is also a sparsely populated place, and only a scavenging monster called the red-skinned hound lives there. However, this kind of red rice crystal is one of the favorite things of this golden pillar, Chonghua dragon. Li Chang'an can even imagine that in a few decades, the Hongxiang Mountains may change drastically and become as fertile a place as the Mingfu Mountains. Although the ancient dragon represents a natural disaster, it is only for the intelligent group represented by human beings. For the living planet, the special energy of the ancient dragon is even of great help. Of course, the premise is that these ancient dragons are not ancient dragons with bad personalities such as Hellflame Dragon and Thunderword Dragon. Otherwise, the living planet itself may die first. After determining the location, a soft voice came to Li Chang'an's mind. Can I choose a place to live too? Li Chang'an stopped, and Jinju Zhongyualong looked at his mother with some dissatisfaction. But due to the majesty and strength of the other party, he could only mutter in his heart. Li Chang'an asked uneasily, "Are you uncomfortable living here? If the large golden pillar Chongyua dragon also wants to migrate, it will be troublesome for Dongwang Kingdom. It's very nice here, but after staying here for hundreds of years, I want to change my taste of Earth." Li Chang'an understood the thoughts of this female golden pillar Chongyua dragon, so he made a suggestion. If you just want a change of taste, our country can send a batch of special soil over every 10 years. But these soils cannot be too rare. As you know, our family has not yet come into contact with the stars, so it is not that easy to obtain resources. The soft voice of the female, Jinju Chongyuelong, came again, but she sounded a little shy. "No, it's okay. I'll just eat some ordinary soil. That golden stone is very good." Jinju Zhongyuelong growled at his mother, dissatisfied. He also liked this Jinshuoshi. The mother and son communicated in a whimpering manner, but the final look showed that the young man was defeated miserably. Li Chang'an touched the rough skin of Jin Zhu Chongyulong and said softly, "Don't worry, Jin Shuasher will also give you a copy when you arrive at the Red Elephant Mountains." Jinju Zhongyuelong then became a little excited. "Just send it once. After 200 years, when I get tired of eating red rice crystals, I will send the second batch." Li Chang'an smiled and nodded in agreement. But 200 years later, he may not be on Blue Star. Gulong's view of time is really disappointing. To Jinju Zhongyuelong, 200 years is just 1 week for humans. Just like him, he is used to eating rice on weekdays, but always wants to have fried chicken on weekends. Li Chang'an and Bai Suikong met, and Bai Suikong sighed. "It's all settled. It's settled." Li Chang'an told Bai Suikong the request of Jin Zhu Zhongyulong and his mother. Dao Shiba said in shock, "I didn't expect Gulong's request to be so low. I thought he wanted some immortal earth and gold." Li Chang'an smiled slightly. The energy of earth veins is the best food for Jinju Chongyua dragon. The golden pillar Chongyua dragon is like a filter, repurifying the mixed energy of the earth veins, and then redischarging it into the earth veins. This cycle is a win-win situation for both the planet and Jinju Zhongyuelong. The purpose of eating once every 10 years is more to supplement nutrition for the body. Hasn't anyone in Dongwang Kingdom talked to Jinju Zhongyuelong before? Li Chang'an's doubts made by Sui Kong smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. Those ancient dragons never look at other races, let alone sit down and talk. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid we would have to fight these 2 ancient dragons first, and then negotiate terms after we win. Do you think we can have a good conversation by then?" Li Chang'an scratched his face with his fingers. "That is indeed a bit inappropriate. It will also lead to the bankruptcy of soil resource producing areas near the Mingfu Mountains." Bai Suikong took out the migration route of the Hongxiang Mountains and asked Li Chang'an to remember it, because the person who will communicate with Jinju Zhongyuelong later is still Li Chang'an. Don't remember it wrong. If you make a wrong step, the losses will be huge. Bai Suikong solemnly warned Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an even worked hard to ensure that this path forward was firmly imprinted in his mind. "I've finished remembering it." "Well, I worked hard." Bai Suikong asked Li Chang'an to communicate with Jinju Zhongyuelong, and he notified the Tianguang Legion to arrange them properly on this migration route. Don't let any unrelated people get involved in this incident. Jin Zhu Zhongyuelong, are you done chatting? Li Chang'an waved the map in his hand, and the migration route prepared by Dongwang Kingdom was synchronized to Jinju Chongyuelong. Jinju Zongguolong pondered for a while. This route is not bad. They're all places where the earth veins flow. I can sneak into the earth veins, which will make the speed faster. Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong's tone was full of anticipation of leaving home, which made Li Chang'an feel unspeakable. Another 2 hours later, news came from Yuan Bo, deputy commander of the Tianguang army. Everything's ready. Bai Suikong gave Li Chang'an a look, and Li Chang'an summoned Mao Mao. He could not sneak into the earth like Jinju Zongyuelong. In order to guide it in the direction, Mao Mao can only use its breath to guide it forward. The moment Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong saw Mao Mao, he moved slightly to the side. The look in Li Chang'an's eyes seemed to be asking, "Why didn't you tell me that the ancient dragon in the contract was in such an evil star?" With the size of Jinju Zongyuelong, even if he moves even a small step, the ground will shake and the mountains will shake, making a huge noise. Bai Suikong even sent a message asking if something happened. Li Chang'an was a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell the specific reason, so he could only reply, "It's okay. Let's go. Pay attention to Mao Mao and Ai's breath. We must not go wrong." Li Chang'an reminded Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong. Jinju Zongyuelong glanced at Mao Mao warily, growled in agreement, and sank into the earth's veins with a pause. Li Chang'an was slightly stunned. This ability to sink into the earth's veins was really unusual. He couldn't tell from above that a super-large ancient dragon had just burrowed into the ground. "Mao Mao, let's go!" Li Chang'an shouted. Mao Mao flapped its wings and flew, dragging out a long crimson tail flame. Jinju Zongyuelong has begun to move. A soldier holding a detection instrument shouted while pressing the headset. Deputy Army Commander Yuan Bo looked up at the flames on the horizon and couldn't help but sigh. There are talented people in our country for generations. Everyone follow up. A healthy figure. Follow the crimson flames in the sky, like long black dragons winding under the sunset. Mao Mao didn't fly very fast at first, considering the speed of Jinju Chongyuelong. 0.0, it wasn't until Jinju Chongyuelong came from urging voice that Mao Mao started flying rapidly. Li Chang'an suddenly accelerated. Fortunately, he had notified him in advance, otherwise many people would have scolded him. The Hongshan Mountains are very far away from the Mingfu Mountains. On the way, Li Chang'an fed Mao Mao a lot of spiritual food to replenish his strength. Only then, on the night of the 9th day, did they arrive at the Red Elephant Mountains, which was tens of thousands of miles away. 9 consecutive days of traveling made Li Chang'an physically and mentally exhausted, but Mao Mao, who had been flying all the time, looked energetic. No wonder the demon-suppressing prison dragon is known as the most terrifying ancient dragon in the fight. Li Chang'an complained, with this kind of physical strength, let alone fight with all his strength for a day. Even if he fights with all his strength for a week or a month, Li Chang'an thinks that Mao Mao may still be so energetic. Is this the Red Elephant Mountain Range? The golden pillar Zhongyue dragon emerged from the earth's veins. The dragon's head that covered the sky and the sun was full of expectations. I smell the aroma of red rice crystals here, and the earth veins here are also very active. I like it here. Li Chang'an forced a smile and said, "As long as you like it. There is gold and stone over there. You can have a meal first." Jinju Zongguolong licked his mouth, came to the side of the golden stone that Dongwang Kingdom had prepared a long time ago, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Li Chang'an also took advantage of this opportunity to take out the spiritual food prepared by Yao Yao and wolfed it down. After Jin Zhuzhong Yuelong had eaten, he said to Li Chang'an, "Let's meet again in 200 years. Will you also come to give gold and stones then?" "Yeah," Li Chang'an responded. Under the stars and moon, the golden pillar Chongyue dragon slowly sank into the ground, leaving only a black mountain peak standing quietly on the ground. It's finally over." Li Chang'an threw himself on the bed. For the past 9 days, he had to pay attention to the turning points of the route at all times. His spirit was extremely tense, and he was even more tired than fighting a throne-level monster. For this reason, Li Chang'an directly asked Bai Suikong to send him back to Donghu community as soon as Jinju Zhongyuel Long entered a long sleep. After a while, Li Chang'an fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He slept until the evening of the next day, when Boss Su from the Dazhong Tavern called him and told him that the All-Ox celebration party was about to begin. Li Chang'an then got up from the bed and took the 4 little ones to the Hunter Guild. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Hao shouting in a loud voice, "Our great hero is here." A group of people rushed over with lights on, picked up Li Chang'an, and threw him into the air. If Li Chang'an hadn't had quick eyesight, caught a flaw, and successfully slipped to the ground, he would have been in midair for several quarters of an hour. Don't forget that these cubs are all hunters. Their physical fitness and endurance are frighteningly high. A few quarters of an hour is no joke. How does it feel to be a hero? Boss Su held a glass of red wine, twisted his waist, and walked to Ji Chang'an's side. Li Chang'an thanked him and said, "I won't come next time. It's too scary." Boss Su covered his mouth and laughed softly. "You saved them from a life-and-death battle. Of course, they are very grateful to you." Li Chang'an curled his lips. The hunter's thanks were so enthusiastic that he couldn't bear it. He forked a piece of tender and juicy steak and asked, "Boss Su, what method did you use? How can you keep the meat of the 3-legged black thunder cow fresh for so long? You must know that half a month has passed since he killed the 3-legged black thunder cow. The taste of the beef in his mouth is no different from that of the freshly killed beef." Boss Su smiled sweetly and explained in an indifferent tone, "There is no special method. I just entrusted a venerable level beast master to have his ice beast lock the freshness of the beef 08, that's all." Li Chang'an took a big bite of the steak. What he was eating was not meat. It was spiritual coins. If you hire a beast master who is considered to be a master, the price alone is enough to buy a live 3-legged black thunderbolt. I didn't realize that Boss Su's family background was so rich. There is no one of the opposite S*X around this shining rich woman. Could it be that she is L***********N? Boss Su's beautiful eyes flashed. What rude thing is our little hero thinking about? Li Chang'an swallowed the beef in his mouth and looked at the beautiful tavern owner with a deep look. Even though he had the power to protect him, he could still see what he was thinking. This is not something a tavern owner can do. Boss Su snorted, seeming to read Li Chang'an's thoughts, and said, "I'm not as good as you think. Observing the mood of the guests is just the basic quality of a tavern owner." Then he stepped on red-high heels and left with a click. An early warning came to Li Chang'an's heart. He sensed the thoughts of the hunters around him, so he oiled the soles of his feet and secretly left the Hunters Guild. If you stay any longer, the chance of getting drunk will be as high as 99%. Anyway, he has already attended the celebration banquet, so the rest of the joy should be left to themselves. Li Chang'an was walking back to Donghu Community when a special ringtone sounded from the communicator in his trouser pocket. This ringtone was set by me for Lu Mingjian. Li Chang'an took out the communicator. He would set a unique ringtone for some people he pays special attention to. Used to remind him that there is something important. The affairs of the Star Tree Secret Realm have been settled. Please stay at home for the next few days. Someone will come to ask you to sign a contract. Li Chang'an received it, and the corners of his mouth overflowed. The reason why the quota review for the Star Tree Secret Realm was so fast this time was because of the incident involving Jin Zhu Chongyulong. There is such a person who can communicate with Gulong, and he is also a special commissioner of his own organization. The leaders of the Night Watch Department will not let such a treasure be poached. The quota in the Star Tree Secret Realm is their goodwill in releasing them, as well as a warning to the outside world. These are people from my Night Patrol Department. Don't think about poaching. If Li Chang'an's guess is correct, the content of the contract given to him will be different from what Lu Mingjian first guessed. Night Watchmen may be unusually generous. 4 days later, the Night Watchman came to the door on time, just as Li Chang'an had expected. The original agreement was supposed to be a bet, and Li Chang'an had to pass 6 levels of tests before he could get a star earbone of his own. Now, all the gains he made in the Star Tree Secret Realm belong to him, but it should be noted that he cannot join other organizations. The organizational structures here do not include organizations such as the Hunters Union and the Beast Control Association, but refer to those government agencies. You can't go to the army, and you can't be the school leader of Tanglin University. Oh, you can have the position of Bazugwo. It will be better to say that the Night Patrol Division encouraged Li Chang'an to compete for the position of the Eight Pillars. That position was subject to stricter scrutiny than the director of a Night Patrol Division, and there was no need to worry about corruption. If President Xiao Ming knew the prohibitions of this agreement, he would definitely sneer at him. He had to be kicked in the head by Jinju Zongguolong before he allowed Li Chang'an to enter the leadership level of Tanglin University. There is Kong Sihui causing trouble in the professorial group, which is already a headache. Add Li Chang'an, who will cause them to have a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. In the days that followed, Li Chang'an lived a very peaceful life, spending most of his time practicing and occasionally going on missions. The rewards for the Jinju Chonghua Dragon Migration event are down. In addition to the 100,000 gold sword spirit coins promised by Sui Kong and the time reward in the king-level training room, Li Chang'an's authority was also increased. When he checked the sold-out status of the Heart of Purifying Water before, this increase in authority once again added several more options. This made Li Chang'an suddenly realize that it was not that Dongwang Kingdom could not find so many water-purifying hearts, but that his authority was insufficient. The heart of purified water that occasionally flowed out has long been snatched away, so it was his turn. Only by increasing the authority within the system can we get more access to resources. Li Chang'an unlocked the exchange channel between the Night Watch Department and the National Treasure House, and spent 40,000 gold sword spirit coins to purchase 2 water purification hearts. After a few days, Bubble's water purification membrane was upgraded to the dominance level. Upgrading to the dominance level also requires 2 water purification hearts. So Li Chang'an reluctantly spent another 40,000 yuan to buy 2 more and upgraded the water purification mask to the master level. To his surprise and despair, the water purification membrane can be upgraded to the origin level, but requires 4 water purification hearts. He had saved a total of 120,000 gold sword spirit coins. He had spent 80,000 on the Heart of Purifying Water before, and only had 40,000 left. He could not afford 4 hearts of purifying water. The remaining blue crystal spirit coins are prepared for Yao Yao's evolution, so they must not be touched. For this reason, Li Chang'an could only regretfully tell Pao Pao that he could not improve his skills for the time being. However, the 150% damage reduction provided by the Dominator-level water purification membrane has already allowed Bubble to use Magnificent Ode twice in a row. Pao Pao is also very satisfied with this. If he misses it, he misses it. With Li Chang'an's ability, he can still get suitable damage reduction skills in the future. After that, Li Chang'an used the King-level training room to start the spell training as an 8th-level Beastmaster. At the end of May, Huan's rapid development stage officially ended, which meant that it could try to enter the extraordinary level. Li Chang'an arranged an advancement ceremony for it, all of which were rare materials exchanged from Fan Sun, just for this moment. With his consent, Huan's energy began to rise steadily, and in an instant it broke through to the extraordinary level. Then it rushed all the way until it reached the extraordinary 3 stars. Huan understood that Li Chang'an would not let him directly break through the elite level, so she stopped her desire. Li Chang'an added the top-level skill, Magic Thunder Roar, that exploded from the 3-legged black thunderbolt to Huan. Magic Thunder Roar. This skill can make the pet beast's voice have a terrifying sound of thunder, thereby shocking the opponent's mind. The compatibility between Huan and this skill is as high as 91%. The moment Li Chang'an saw this compatibility in the Thorn Collection Room, he knew that this skill must belong to Huan. The voice of Thunderword Dragon is already powerful, and coupled with the Magic Thunder Roar, the power and effect of God's Word will be even greater. It can even supplement some of the talents that Huan lacks now. Li Chang'an saw the appearance and power of the original Thunderword Dragon from Huan's inherited memory. In addition to Shinyuxin and Hushintong, Li Chang'an guessed that Lei Yanlong's last talent, similar to controlling thunder and lightning, should be related to sound. The divine heart allows Lei Yanlong to better understand the world, thereby developing rich and diverse speech spirits. This is why Old Man Dar imprisoned Huan Huan in the hut. He knew that once Huan Huan saw the world, her own strength would skyrocket. No one can control this insidious beast in this situation. Without him, the means are too abundant. The confused god I represents lies and deception. In the inherited memory, the original Thunderword Dragon can even deceive the laws of the universe, which shows how terrifying this talent is. And this voice-related talent is likely to be the most real power given to the illusory speech spirit. This is Li Chang'an's guess. At any rate, he can be regarded as someone who has personally experienced the power of the original Thunderword Dragon. And with Magic Thunder Roar, Huan Huan's voice spirit is even more powerful. Well, physical power is also power. Name, Pandora Sandfurs. Race, Thunder Dragon. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Extraordinary 3 stars. Innate abilities, God-controlling heart, confusing God eyes. Low-level skills, Divine Word, Dominator level. Bewitchment, Dominator level. Intermediate skill, Thunder Speed, Contact level. Top-level skill, Magic Thunder Roar, 360 contact level. Status, proud and eager to try. After Huan Huan advanced, she only gained one more mid-level skill, Thunder Speed. After all, Huan Huan relied on the spirit of words to make a living, and all her abilities were concentrated in divine words and bewitchment. After so many days, Li Chang'an couldn't resist Huan Huan's frequent requests, so he used some of the blank skill points he had saved to add his 2 core skills to the Dominator level. If this internet-addicted girl, who surfs the internet for 8 hours a day, really gets serious, even the elite 3-star Warcraft tribe will be played to death by it. Li Chang'an looked at the skill Thunder Speed again. This skill is just like its name. It is a skill that increases movement speed. Obviously, the Lei Yanlong clan is an ancient dragon with full escapability. Cuckoo. I've reached extraordinary 3 stars all of a sudden. Oops. It won't take long to reach elite 3 stars. Unlike some beasts that can only struggle at the elite level, I think I'm good. So sad. As soon as Huan Huan broke through, she rushed in front of Yao Yao, posed, and gave full play to Yinling Gulong's peerless ability to mock wind. Yao Yao's eyes were slightly cold, and she took out a small medicine hammer, which instantly became bigger. In Huan Huan's stunned eyes, she hit a home run and knocked it away. Li Chang'an burst out laughing. It turned out that the eager to try in Huan Huan's status bar meant this. It's unscientific. Why does it hurt so much? Huan Huan shouted while flying upside down. She had never seen such a violent descendant of the Jade Rabbit clan. Li Chang'an shrugged helplessly. Obviously, his family's Yao Yao is big and small. My sister is an exception. Guji, you're not the only dragon that is getting stronger. Yao Yao glanced at Huan Huan's, but proudly, then dragged Huan Huan out from the small courtyard wall with a small medicine hammer and threw it back to the beast-controlling space. Most of Li Chang'an's remaining blank skill points were given to Yao Yao, especially the high-level skill, Moonlight Armor. Under Yao Yao's strong request, he was directly promoted to Dominator. Class. Now that Yao Yao is hammering down with all his strength, even the original moon-charging ape has to consider whether to hide or not. If it weren't for the Weihua armor, he wouldn't be able to advance to the origin level. Otherwise, the middle-eared ape would have to retreat 3 feet when seeing Yao Yao. Not to mention Huan Huan, who had just advanced to extraordinary level 3. Lei Yanlong was not an ancient dragon known for its physical strength. Huan Huan didn't lose consciousness after being hit by a hammer, so Yao Yao was merciful. Time passed. From the beginning of spring to midsummer in August, Li Chang'an spent the most stable period since he became a beast master. During this period, Li Chang'an's realm did not break through. His space for controlling beasts was too great, even with the help of the king-level training room and snow toad pill. 5 months of hard work had only pushed his experience bar to about 96%, and he would almost be able to break through in a week or 2. Except for the state of the Beast Master, which was motionless, The changes in the three little ancient dragons were the most obvious. Mao Mao worked hard and mastered the top-level breathing skill, Red Lotus Explosive Flame. Not only does its power and range increase significantly, the Red Lotus Mark also has the ability to delay explosions. If you are exploded by the Red Lotus Mark, in addition to further deepening your vulnerability to injury and reduced healing, at least 1/10 of the blood in your body will evaporate. There is also a certain probability of entering a negative state like blood burning. The so-called blood burning refers to the sharp rise in blood temperature in the body, giving people the illusion that the blood is burning and will gradually weaken the opponent's consciousness. Coupled with the fact that the Red Lotus Mark is difficult to dispel, enemies hit by this move have no powerful purification skills and can only wait to die. Of course, this skill with explosive effects was also upgraded to the perfect level by Li Chang'an. He lacked a large amount of Red Lotus Bloodstones, so he could not advance again. During this period, Mao Mao relied on his own strength and realized the top-level skill, Ji and Jade, to the perfect level without relying on Li Chang'an's points. This made Li Chang'an very happy and save a lot of blank skill points. But what makes Li Chang'an sour is that although Mao Mao's skills are of a very high level, each high-level and above energy-based release skill requires special materials to continue to advance. On the other hand, melee skills such as Inferno's Deathclaw and Sin Judging Blade are very economical, and sometimes they don't even require blank skill points. Just by watching Li Chang'an practice his sword skills, he was able to advance to the level. Mao Mao's crime-breaking blade was also promoted to the dominant level by watching Li Chang'an create his sword skills. At that time, Li Chang'an created his third sword technique, Cross-Cut Double Thorn, which was derived from Dao Air and Tianyi Cross of Dao Shiba. It can cause a cross slash to the enemy and is released very quickly. It is most suitable to be placed behind the powerful slashing skill, Prison Splitting. If Li Chang'an is suitable for Mao Mao to control the beast resonance at this time, coupled with his own Purgatory Singularity. Since they are two different Purgatory Singularities, there is a high probability that two different Red Lotus Marks can be superimposed on the enemy. That scene was so sour. That's why Li Chang'an called this move Double Thorns. Compared to Mao Mao's leap in strength, Bubbles is a bit lackluster. In the past 5 months, Li Chang'an has only found a suitable damage reduction skill for Mao Mao, Water Tough Body, which is of high-level quality. This was erupted from a king-level monster of the water element, the Xianshui Black Snake. The advantage is that it saves money, does not require special resources to advance, and can also provide a good toughness bonus to prevent being accused. The disadvantage is that the damage reduction effect is much worse than Water Purification Membrane. The Dominator-level Water Tough Body can only provide 50% damage reduction and cannot be upgraded to the Origin level. Better than nothing. Huan Huan has also changed a lot. She was just a little fox at first, but now she has reached elite 3-star level and is now a big fox 3 meters tall and 6.5 meters long. However, this little guy usually likes to look like a little fox. Lei Yanlong's unique ability also allows it to easily change its body shape and appearance. In addition to being coquettish and cute to Li Chang'an, the most common thing she does on weekdays is to make fun of Yao Yao. Especially after breaking through to elite 3 stars, this trend becomes more and more intense. Finally, Yao Yao impatiently stopped Huan Huan's rations for 3 days, and the little guy calmed down a lot. Huan Huan originally wanted Li Chang'an to cook for her, but after trying it once and remembering it, she never mentioned it again. Yao Yao's status in the team has once again been greatly improved. Li Chang'an also laughed secretly. In fact, Huan Huan only had to drink a cup of potion before meals, but Huan Huan, who was always naughty, disliked the taste of potion that could not be described in words. It would rather compromise with Yao Yao than take a sip of alchemy potion. In late August, Li Chang'an packed his luggage and walked downstairs. "Are you ready?" Lu Mingjian stood at the door and asked Li Chang'an. "It takes at least half a month to enter the Star Tree Secret Realm. You can't buy supplies and food inside." Li Chang'an showed a confident smile to Lu Mingjian. "We are ready." He has 2 storage rings, one of which was knocked from Comrade Lao Li. It has a large space and can store a lot of materials and medicines. The other one is the Ivy Spirit Protection Ring that Shi Huajing temporarily lent him, which is most suitable for storing some perishable ingredients. Lu Mingjian waved his hand. Then we can go. On the way, I will tell you some things and people you need to pay attention to in the Star Tree Secret Realm. Man, Li Changnan's heart moved secretly. It seemed that the Star Tree Secret Realm was not only fighting the star monsters, but also many competitors who were also secretly plotting against them. Lu Mingjian took Li Chang'an into the car and drove to the branch base of the Night Watch Division in Dongling City. The Night Watch Department in Tanglin City is far away from Tanglin University, so it's still an hour and a half's drive away. In the car, Lu Mingjian took out a folder and handed it to Li Chang'an. Please take a look at the information on the Star Tree Secret Realm first. Li Chang'an took it and looked through it for a while, gaining a general understanding of the situation in the Star Tree Secret Realm. The Star Tree Secret Realm is a 7th-level secret realm, which means that there are ecological masters who are comparable to Saint-level beast masters. Star Ancient Tree, a star monster at the ecological master level, has a gentle personality, even lazy, and seldom cares about things. The Ancient Star Tree divides the Star Tree Secret Realm into 3 major areas: the Star Field, Star Clusters, and Star Tomb areas. Starfield is a wild area, mostly filled with star beasts that have no wisdom at all. The star beasts have very strong combat power, with the lowest being at the leader level and the highest being said to be able to reach the overlord level. For trialists like Li Chang'an and others who came to the Star Tree Secret Realm for the first time, the entry point was Starfield. They need to cross the star field alive and come to the star cluster area before they can be initially recognized by the intelligent monsters in the star cluster area as qualified for the trial. The star cluster area is a gathering place for a large number of highly intelligent star monsters. There are many beast tribes here. They have initially formed a primitive social structure, probably at the level of primitive humans. Don't underestimate these intelligent monsters. This alone has surpassed 70% of intelligent monsters. Apart from the royal families of the 10 major beast kingdoms, there are only a few neutral forces, such as Songhai Dragon Palace and other Warcraft races that can compete with human society. Gulong is a good counterexample. He is strong and extremely intelligent, but he is arrogant by nature and is basically impossible to form a social structure. Most of them are monogamous or alone. The star monsters in the star cluster area can be roughly divided into 2 large tribes, 6 medium-sized tribes, and a special neutral tribe. The 2 major clans are the Saint White Moon Wolf and the Star Flame Tiger clan. Both of these 2 major clans have overlord-level experts, and there are more than one. The 6 medium-sized tribes are also divided into 2 camps: the Moon-Swallowing Toad, the Cold Moon Owl, and the Waning Moon Purple Bear of the Holy Sun and Moon Wolf camp. Star-Chasing Horse, Dark Night King Lizard, and Purple Star Spider from the Star Flame Tiger camp. The Saint Sun Moon Wolf's individual strength is slightly inferior to that of the Star Flame Tiger, but the strength of the 3 major followers in the camp is much stronger than that of the Star Flame Tiger. So the 2 sides are almost even. Trialists who successfully pass through the Starfield area need to choose a camp in the Star Cluster area to join. After joining, you need to compete with the Warcraft forces on one side of the camp to get a place in the Star Trial. If the trialist does not choose to join either camp and wants to obtain a quota for the Star Trial, he will have to face the joint efforts of the 2 camps. It is not recommended for trialists with poor strength to choose this way. Even if there is a life-saving device, it will easily leave a psychological shadow. After the trialists get the qualifications to fight from their respective camps, the 2 camps will start a Star and Moon Feast before the Star Trial. Although it is called a feast, it is essentially a competition between the 2 camps, just to put it in a more elegant way. The Star and Moon Feast will determine the 18 Star Trial quotas, with 2 quotas each for the Holy White Moon Wolf and the Star Flame Tiger, and 1 quota for each of the 6 medium-sized tribes. The Dongwang Kingdom has 8 spots exclusively. Only after fighting their way out of the Feast of Stars and Moon can they be qualified to go to the Star Tomb area and accept the Star Trial. Therefore, The Night Watch Division will not let any talented Beastmaster enter the Star Tree Secret Realm, because this secret realm needs not only geniuses with full potential, but also geniuses who can initially convert potential into strength. Otherwise, you will be beaten when you go in, which will make you look embarrassed. There are not many records about the Star Tomb area in the data. The only thing that is certain is that there must be hundreds of years of star and moon bones in it. This is enough for Li Chang'an, and the rest is up to him. Lu Mingjian looked at Li Chang'an and asked calmly, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Li Chang'an first asked about the situation in the Hoshino area. If he was blocked by the Overlord-level Star Beast, as soon as he entered, it would be a waste. Will there be strong individuals of the ferocious beasts in this starfield area? How frequent will they appear? As a veteran, Lu Mingjian has participated in the trial of the Star Tree Secret Realm and understands Li Chang'an's concerns very well. The strength of the ferocious beasts in the Starfield area generally does not exceed the king level, and even if they do, they will be cleared away by us and the Star Tribe's monsters. Therefore, the highest level is usually the throne-level Star Beast. Compared to us, the intelligent monsters living in the stars hate these ferocious beasts that have no brains and only know how to kill. The so-called Overlord-level Star Beasts were only discovered and killed when Dongwang Kingdom entered for the first time. In the following hundreds of years, there was no soil for the growth of Overlord-level Star Beasts. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, it was not impossible to kill the throne-level beast with all his strength. It just needed the right time and place. If you switch to escaping, it will be easier, and you can basically guarantee to escape without any injuries. Li Chang'an asked another question. Do I have to join one of the camps in the Hoshino area? Lu Mingjian sighed inwardly. As expected, the director had guessed it right. Li Chang'an, like his master, was a restless master. Among the people in the Star Tree Secret Realm that Kong Sihui participated in, there was another peerless genius, Zhong Yueze. These two people did not join any camp, but participated in the war on their own behalf. Zhong Yueze calmed down a little. He supported a small tribe and won the trial quota as the Luo Sheng Lord. Now that small tribe is the Lung Yushao clan of the current Holy White Moonwolf camp. Kong Sihui was much more lawless and did not cover up anything. He almost beat the fourth-generation grandson, Li Qian, of the Xingyanhu clan leader at that time to paralysis. Afterwards, he was also blacklisted by the two camps. Now, Li Chang'an, Kong Sihui's apprentice, seems to have this plan, which makes Lu Mingjian, who follows the rules, a little uncomfortable. Lu Mingjian smiled awkwardly and said, "Ahaha, you don't have to join one camp, but it is easy to be hated by others. After all, you have learned from past mistakes, so you should consider carefully." When Li Chang'an heard that it was okay, he instinctively ignored the second half of the sentence. A heavy stone fell on his heart, so he felt relieved. He is hated by others, and so on. Until now, I don't know how many people want him to die in their hearts. Isn't he still living well till now? Are there many century-old star and moon bones in the Star Tomb? Li Chang'an asked the most critical question. Lu Mingjian recalled the output of the Star Tree Secret Realm in recent years and considered the number of century-old star and moon bones must be quite a lot. But it may not be easy to obtain century-old star-moon bones with better quality. You know that the star-moon bones are formed from the corpses of star or moon monsters in star tombs, right? 17. Li Chang'an nodded. He still knew this. Lu Mingjian continued. In order to prevent the bones of their ancestors from being defiled, these intelligent monsters threw the bones of the killers of the big stars into the star tombs, where they looked like fish. Therefore, it is easy to obtain the star-moon bones formed by vicious beasts. The energy inside the star-moon bones is very violent and can easily pollute the souls of pet beasts. Li Chang'an tilted his head, and there was this operation. In order to prevent humans from getting involved in the ancestors' star-moon bones, he let the most disgusting star beast corpses defile the ancestors' sleeping ground. He very much doubted whether there was a serious disease in the brain circuits of these star monsters. Lu Mingjian once again gave Li Chang'an a popular science guide on the camp divisions of the Dongwang Kingdom. To put it simply, in addition to the 9 people in the Night Watch division, there are also 3 people invested by other organizations, a total of 12 people. Li Chang'an didn't expect that such a small group of 12 people could be divided into 8 camps, which was almost as many as the number of dormitory groups in the university's 4-person female dormitory. There are 9 people in the Night Watch division, 8 of whom are from the 4 divisions of Heaven, Earth, Xianhuang, and 2 from each division. The last one is from the Supervision Department, which is a series of special commissioners who specialize in monitoring whether their own people have violated regulations. Li Chang'an is the candidate to represent the Ministry of Supervision. The remaining 3 outsiders were from Yujing University, Shijin University, and the headquarters of the Beastmasters Association. There are a total of 8 camps in total. Lu Mingjian noticed the speechlessness on Li Chang'an's face and smiled bitterly in his heart. Although Dongwang Kingdom was generally very united, but there will also be a lot of competition. In the face of interests, everyone has their own small ideas, and 8 camps are already considered very few. His generation was divided into 10 camps, and the most impressive one was 27 camps. 12 people fought openly and secretly with each other, almost becoming an infernal gang. Today you form an alliance with me. Tomorrow I will backstab you directly and change my partner. So later, a leader severely reprimanded this behavior, and those who entered the Star Tree's secret realm restrained themselves a lot. Lu Mingjian helped Li Chang'an plan. Actually, among the 8 camps, you don't have to worry too much about the people from the Xianhuang division. They are all recommended by Xinghe and Yin Wujiu and will not embarrass you. Li Chang'an was surprised. He remembered that there were 4 captains in each film, and by Xinghe and Yin Wujiu were just one of them. He didn't expect that he could directly recommend 2 candidates. Do Captain Bai and Captain Yin have such great power? Almost the 2 of them are basically determined to be the next ministers of the Xianhuang division. In terms of performance and strength, they are far ahead in their respective departments. Li Chang'an suddenly realized that these 2 bad friends who usually like to quarrel actually have such a background, which is really unexpected. Lu Mingjian took out the photos of recommended candidates from the Tianyi department and said, "The people you need to pay attention to are Sima Feiying from the Tianzi department and Tong Hai from the Dizzy department. One of these 2 people has the combat power of a king-level beastmaster, and the other is a beastmaster who has transferred the poison element, which is extremely difficult." Li 193 Chang'an was a little disapproving at first, but when he heard that Tong Hai was actually a beastmaster specializing in poison, his face became slightly serious. He is not afraid of those beastmasters who are powerful in combat or those who use curses to disgust enemies, but he has some headaches about those insidious masters. Because he currently has no effective way to restrain the poison, Silver Giwe can be used, but the price is too high and not cost-effective. The Blessing of the Moontide can only heal injuries and restore mental strength. The Shining Moonlight cannot purify special poisons. It can only suppress the poisons and prevent them from spreading. This Tong Hai needs to be more careful. Li Chang'an thought to himself, and made up his mind that if the other party was hostile when he saw Tong Hai, he would just use the big seconds to hit him without giving him any chance. Lu Mingjian put down his worries a little. Li Chang'an seemed to be a little vigilant. As for the remaining 3 people, I don't know much about them. I only know their names and realms. Their respective methods are well hidden, so be careful. Li Chang'an glanced at the list. Chang Yu, a student from Yujing University, is a senior this year and is a level 9 Beastmaster. There is a high probability that he will be able to break through to the realm of a king-level Beastmaster before graduating next year. He is a talented Beastmaster on the same level as Comrade Lao Li. Qi Jiaer from Shijin University is a junior this year and a level 8 Beastmaster. He is also a peerless genius who is about to break through level 9. According to the data, Qi Jiaer also broke through level 7 in his freshman year and broke through to level 8 in his sophomore year. Now, like Li Chang'an, he is only 1 step away from level 9. What really worries Li Chang'an is that Jiatra's information shows that she is Zhong Yuez's disciple. Li Chang'an had an inexplicable feeling that Qi Jiao was here for him. Does Zhong Yueza want to continue the competition between Sister Kong and him? Suddenly, Li Chang'an became interested, hoping that this Qi Jiao was a strong girl. Otherwise, she would be easily beaten to tears by him. The contestant sent by the Beastmaster Association headquarters is named Fan Xiqian, a level 9 Beastmaster. It is said that he is also the leader of a large hunting group, and he built a large hunting group from scratch. Li Chang'an also looked slightly sideways at this business ability. According to the information, this man is only 25 years old and is already the leader of a large hunting group. You have to know how many students from the Beast Control University hope to get offers from large hunting groups after graduation, IFA. Fan Xiqian is only 1 or 2 years older than the graduates. In his previous life, he was already the chairman of a large company just over a year after graduation. Li Chang'an put down the information. If this Fan Xiqian was placed in the 27th group, he would probably be a good player. Now it's hard to say. Lu Mingjian asked with concern. What do you feel? Are you sure about the Star Tree Secret Realm this time? He is not worried about Li Chang'an getting good results in the Star Trial. He is worried about whether Li Chang'an can successfully get a place in the trial before that. After all, this requires not only strength, but also the wisdom to see the situation clearly and various coping methods. Li Chang'an replied, "It's okay." Lu Mingjian breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his understanding of Li Chang'an, if it was okay, it meant he was 90% sure. By the way, something might go wrong when we gather later, so be more patient. Children are not sensible. What's wrong? Applying for a quota in the Star Tree Secret Realm is usually 1 year in advance. How long did it take you to apply from the beginning to the time your application was successful? In other words, you cut off a spot halfway and replaced another person's opportunity. Li Chang'an sighed, never expecting that one day he would be able to use the back door openly and become an arrogant and domineering person. Lu Mingjian looked at this young man who had just turned 18 amusedly, who could have the ability to walk through the back door of a night patrol department. Even the director of the Night Watch Division and his own son can't do it. The Great Elder said so. In the Night Watch Division, everything is based on performance. Li Chang'an has the ability and performance, so he can naturally replace those who are not qualified. While the two were chatting, they unknowingly came to the branch of the Night Watch Division. Lu Mingjian took Li Chang'an into this branch. This place is different from Mabe City. Dongling City is the capital of Province Sei, and there are still people operating the branch here. Several people from a Night Watch department nodded to Lu Mingjian, and the two of them arrived deep underground in the branch. There is a teleportation formation here, as well as a cabin made of silver-white metal. Lu Mingjian walked into the cockpit first and waved to Li Chang'an. "Come in and take a seat. You'll be there in a minute." Bai Sui Kong is a master of both time and space. Although Li Chang'an, his disciple, has not dabbled in much, he still knows a little about space teleportation. He swallowed a sip of saliva, pointed at the formation patterns carved on the ground, showed a stiff smile, and said, "Are we sure we can use this space to teleport the formation?" Lu Mingjian said matter-of-factly, "What else? Our Night Watch division usually offends more forces and people, so we have 10 more efforts to spend on space teleportation." Li Chang'an's face was twitching. "Do you call this a little effort?" He seriously doubted that, even with the protection of this metal cockpit, if he put a piece of pork belly in it and teleported it, it would probably turn into a puddle of meat sauce with just the right proportion of fat and thin. Come in quickly. Time waits for no one. If you linger for a while, you will miss the meeting time. Lu Mingjian had a kind smile on his face. But Li Chang'an always felt that there was some evil intention behind this smile. But due to time constraints, he still resigned himself to his fate and sat in. The door of the metal cabin was closed, and the energy activated by the space teleportation array gradually boiled. Li Chang'an sat in the metal cabin, ready for battle. Lu Mingjian's eyes were full of teasing smiles. A peerless monster who could fight with the throne level would be so wary of a space teleportation array. This is really unpredictable. After a while, the The space teleportation array was fully activated, and Li Chang'an heard a roar louder than thunder, which almost shattered his eardrums. The whole person seemed to be crushed into a pancake by the continuously accumulating space, kinetic energy, spread out on the back of the seat in the metal cabin. Then there was another spin. Li Chang'an felt like he had entered a high-speed washing machine, and Lu Mingjian in front of him had turned into a twisted circle. I don't know how long this state lasted, but a light appeared in front of Li Chang'an's eyes. He shook his head and realized that this was the light coming from the headlights outside when Lu Mingjian opened the hatch. Li Chang'an took a few deep breaths to calm down the raging blood in his chest. He held on to the door and staggered out of the metal cabin. Hey, this newcomer is pretty good. He can still walk out on his own. A rough voice came to Li Chang'an's ear, but he had no intention of looking at the owner of the voice at the moment. Ugh, wow. A strong, sour smell, followed by a painful retching sound, made Li Chang'an cheer up slightly. What this guy eats in the morning isn't hot and sour noodles, right? Li Chang'an looked closely and saw a cute girl kneeling on the ground, vomiting in an indistinct manner. In front of the two metal cabins, next to her, were two young men with livid faces. One of them retched from time to time. After smelling the girl's vomit, he couldn't help but find a corner and start cleaning his stomach. The voices of kept coming and going, making the face of the other young man look even more ugly. This man was very well dressed and well behaved like an upper-class person. Their respective identities were already obvious. The well-dressed man was the 25-year-old CEO, Fan Xiqian, and the unattractive beauty kneeling on the ground was Qi Jiar. As for the brother who was affected by Qi Jiar, he should be Chang Yuxing from Yujing University. Li Chang'an calmed down, fanned a sour smell in the air with his hand, and asked Lu Mingjian, "Change the place?" There was a glimmer of appreciation in Lu Mingjian's eyes. "You are worthy of being able to recover in such a short time. Let's go to the second floor. There's a canteen on the second floor. The pickled fish there is very delicious. Why don't you try it at noon?" Lu Mingjian reminded kindly. Li Chang'an silently glanced at the stern-looking commissioner, and he was very sure that this guy did it on purpose. "No, I prefer to eat something light." Li Chang'an declined politely. Qi Jiar seemed to have heard Lu Mingjian's words and vomited even more. When she stood up, she looked at the recommender of the night watch department next to her and said weakly, "I have changed my mind. I want to eat pickled fish and boiled beef for lunch. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge will be good." Wait, wow. When she thought of the preserved egg and lean meat porridge, the cute girl knelt down and cried out in pain again. The calm-tempered night watchman also had a rare smile on his face. Li Chang'an and Lu Mingjian came to the second floor. It was more like the ground floor than the second floor. It was a large space with a reception hall in the center. They came out from the left side of the hall, and the canteen Lu Mingjian mentioned was on the right side of the hall. Li Chang'an did not go to the canteen first, because in the center of the hall, there was a group of night watchmen wearing black uniforms. The moment one of the group saw Li Chang'an and Lu Mingjian, they exclaimed, "Li Chang'an is here." All the people in the night watch department turned their heads and stared at this rookie in the night watch department who appeared out of nowhere. Li Chang'an found that the faces of these night watchmen were generally younger. Could they be the people who went to the secret realm with him? Is it too much? Before he could finish thinking, a young man with a knife on his waist walked up to Li Chang'an and asked with anger in his eyes, "Are you Li Chang'an?" Li Chang'an looked at Lu Mingjian beside him. Lu Mingjian responded with a decent smile. The result was already obvious. The dear friend in front of him should be the unlucky guy who was replaced by him. "Well, yes, I am." Li Chang'an sighed. The young man was so angry that he put his left hand on the scabbard and said, "Okay, okay, then fight me first." Li Chang'an asked Xianglo Mingjian, "Isn't this against the regulations?" Lu Mingjian replied sincerely, "He violated Article 36 and Article 137. I think he is ready to be punished." Li Chang'an, frowny face, underscored, "Are the new generation of night watchmen so reckless?" Near the teleportation array, some night watchmen began to clean up the tragic scene nearby. A night watchman in charge of the Li Chang'an area touched the door of the metal cabin. He sighed to his companions. It looks like this year's newcomers will have a hard time. What do you mean? Another night watchman asked, confused. The night watchman pointed to the cabin door, and his companion looked in the direction. I saw a shallow fingerprint left on this metal hatch that is strong enough to resist the turbulence of space. And this happens to be the place where Li Chang'an helped him out just now. In the hall, Li Chang'an pointed at himself and asked, "Does it violate the rules if I fight back?" Lu Mingjian said with certainty, "As long as the other party strikes first, it is legal for you to fight back. But the premise is not to kill anyone." Li Chang'an nodded to the young man with the knife. "Then come on." This casual look made the young man even more angry. A golden light appeared on his body. He picked up the long knife on his waist and struck at Li Chang'an. Lu Mingjian kindly reminded, Jinshin Spear Spinosaurus is a command-level pet with great evolutionary potential. It can give the beast master the effect of breaking armor and increasing attack power. It is also one of the 4 unique pet beasts of the Night Watch division. 1. Li Chang'an's eyes fluctuated. He had seen this kind of light and aura in by Xinghe. The opponent's dragon spear should be the transformed version of the king-level evolutionary form of the golden mysterious spear Spinosaurus. Seeing that Li Chang'an did not move at all, like an ordinary person waiting to be slaughtered, the young man with the knife subconsciously restrained his strength in swinging the knife. "You seem to be hesitant," Li Chang'an said calmly, stretched out a white palm, and took the menacing knife without even using the magic power. The young man with the knife had an expression of astonishment. Although he withdrew the force of the knife, he did not expect that someone would not even use the magic power, but relied on physical strength to catch his knife with bare hands. Li Chang'an exerted slight pressure on his palm, and the young man with the knife suddenly felt an unmatched force coming from the knife. Li Chang'an disarmed the young man before he could hold him. Then Li Chang'an didn't give the young man a chance to react. He stepped forward and kicked him hard in the abdomen of the young man with the knife. "Wow!" The young man with the knife spat out a mouthful of saliva and quickly backed up, knocking down a group of night watchmen behind him who had no time to react. This kick almost knocked the young man with the knife unconscious, but what really made him uncomfortable was what Li Chang'an said next. Li Chang'an held the long knife that he had snatched from the other party. He didn't even use prison splitting, he just made a vertical, slashing motion. Under the stunned and distressed eyes of the young man with the sword, this high-level talisman opened several cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Well, after the test, it was far worse than the original Thunder Demon Sword. The Thunder Demon Sword could withstand a complete prison split, but this knife couldn't even withstand his ordinary slashing. Sure enough, Boss Mo's craftsmanship is beyond repair. Li Chang'an threw the long knife to the young man and complained, "The pet beast is good, but the technique is too poor, and the quality of this knife is a bit inferior. Don't worry about the money next time and buy a good knife." When the young man with the knife heard this, he couldn't hold it back. He vomited a mouthful of blood and passed out. Li Chang'an glanced at him speechlessly. The psychological endurance of young people nowadays is too poor. Although everything he said is true, there is no need to faint in anger. Lu Mingjian glanced at the fainted younger generation on the ground and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Li Chang'an was not assigned to any of the 4 parts of Tiandi Xianhuang. Otherwise, the ministers of the other 3 parts would have made a big fuss. 3 other outsiders who came up from downstairs happened to see this scene. Chang Yuxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of him, Fan Xiqian's expression was calm, but the lips that followed didn't look indifferent at all. Qi Jiaer, on the other hand, was more like a girl next door who came to watch the fun. Her eyes stayed on Li Chang'an for a while, and then she turned her attention to the man who was tragically caught with his bare hands. "Tisk tsk miserable, too cruel," Qi Jiaer commented, looking like he was watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. The remaining night watchmen glared at him angrily, but Qi Jiaer looked indifferent, almost like a crazy girl who came to bite me. "What are you doing?" Rebellion. A scarred-faced man with a cold breath came out at the right time and shouted to a group of young night watchmen, "Everyone, gather at the number 1 training ground. Practice more today." As soon as they heard about the #1 training ground and the additional training, these night watchmen shuddered, raised the young man with the knife, and sprinted for 100 yards for fear of being noticed by the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man snorted, "You little bastards, if you don't fight for 3 days, you'll have to go to the house and uncover the tiles." He came to Li Chang'an and asked in a puzzled tone, "Are you Li Chang'an?" Qi Jiaer and the other 3 stayed 5 meters behind Li Chang'an, looking like they were watching a good show. Li Chang'an politely replied, "Well, if there is no second person named Li Chang'an in the Night Watch Department, it would be me." Scarface's secretly scary eyes narrowed, as if he was sizing up Li Chang'an, and said coldly, "Isn't it worthy of being beaten up by the old gangsters from the Supervision Department?" Li Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and asked Lu Mingjian blatantly, "Who is this? Do you know him?" Lu Mingjian seemed not to see the murderous gaze of the scar-faced man and explained in a very calm tone, "Jiehu, the 3rd captain of the Tianzi Department." Li Chang'an looked like he was asking for advice humbly. He knew that there were 4 divisions in the Night Watch Division. Each division had 4 captains, and each division was divided into 10 squads. Bai Xinghe and Yin Wujiu are also captains, and both are captains of the 1st Brigade, but they don't usually talk about it. Lu Mingjian continued, 40 years ago, I was tortured by your master in the Star Tree Secret Realm." Li Chang'an suddenly realized that the relationship was caused by Sister Kong, but he still looked surprised and said to Lu Mingjian, "After so many years, this person will not still remember this kind of thing, right? He is so small-minded." Lu Mingjian's eyelids were twitching wildly. "How could you have a nerve to say this? Of all the people present, you're the only one who is not qualified to say this." "Ahem, maybe Captain Jie, who has a good memory, maybe." Lu Mingjian came up with an excuse for Jiehu, but this made the anger accumulated in Jie, whose heart rised slowly. He grabbed Li Chang'an's collar, and the aura around him was violent. The king-level pressure restrained Li Chang'an's body and said, "Boy, you are crazy." Li Chang'an didn't seem to feel this terrifying aura and smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm crazy or not, but Captain Jiehu, you are definitely crazy. You can actually ignore the regulations of the Night Patrol Department. You bully people from the Supervision Department so unscrupulously. Although in your capacity, you don't have to worry about punishment in the end, the interrogation process of the Supervision Department is not that easy to bear." Jiehu's aura immediately dissipated, and his bell-like eyes looked up and down at Li Chang'an, as if this was the disciple who was really observing the woman. Jiehu let go of his hand and said in a deep voice, "Boy, you are very good. I really don't want to experience the methods of the Supervision Department again." After saying that, he strode away, but Li Chang'an looked at the back with a somewhat unwilling look. Lu Mingjian asked, "How do you feel?" Li Chang'an straightened the collar that was messed up by Jiehu. "It's okay, that's it. It's just the pressure of the king level." He came all the way. During his apprenticeship, Kong Si Hui used the pressure of the king level to educate him every day. After that, the pressure of evil gods, the breath of strange objects in the abyss, and the various tests of the original ancient dragon, and even the overlord-level ancient dragon's breath and saint-level pressure. This makes him extremely tolerant to this kind of momentum. It's just a king-level aura, sprinkle it with water. Lu Mingjian adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and reminded, "After today's trouble, the old people in the Supervision Department will probably like you very much." Li Chang'an was surprised and said, "Why? Is it because I am not afraid of power?" "That's right. The 5 departments of the Night Watch Department and the 4 departments of Heaven, Earth, Xin Huang, and Huang are well known. The Supervision Department is directly under the Great Elder and oversees the worms in the violent organization of the Night Watch Department." Li Chang'an's tone paused slightly. "Seriously belongs to the Great Elder? Can't the director of the Night Patrol Department control us?" Lu Mingjian said with a smile, "Normally, you still have to listen to the director's orders, but once it comes to a critical moment, the Supervision Department can directly bypass the director and ask the Great Elder for instructions. Therefore, in our industry, the most important thing is not strength, but rather the lack of fear of power." "No wonder that guy was so weak just now," Li Chang'an muttered. The calm expression on Lu Mingjian's face almost cracked. On this point, he could not refute. Zero, please give me flowers. In recent years, the Ministry of Supervision has somewhat neglected to examine the strength of the new generation. Li Chang'an added, then I shouldn't be considered a representative who is not afraid of power. I am terrible. Lu Mingjian regained his smile and said, it doesn't matter, you just concentrate on doing your own thing and don't worry about the trivial matters in the department. The implication is that Li Chang'an just needs to be a mascot. Li Chang'an's background can directly reach the Presbyterian Church. The current director of the Supervision Department has just taken over a few years ago, and his foundation is unstable. At this time, Li Chang'an was a timely blessing. Even if others were dissatisfied with the Supervision Department, Bai Lao's disciples were recruited into the Supervision Department by the current minister. Even if the remaining people have some thoughts, they will have to wait until Li Chang'an leaves the Night Watch division. Otherwise, if a child complains, they will be the ones to have a headache. This is why the Supervision Department recruited Li Chang'an at all costs. In addition to appeasing the resentment of the other four ministers, the director of the Night Patrol Department also took this into account before agreeing to the Chang'an Supervision Department. Let's go. After registering the employment information, it's time to prepare for the teleportation to the Star Tree Secret Realm. Lu Mingjian said with a smile on his face. Li Chang'an shivered. Isn't it the kind of teleportation that kills people again? Just get used to it. People from the Night Watch Division usually use this teleportation array when traveling far away. Zero. Wait, I'm going to the toilet first. What? Clear the inventory in your stomach to avoid making a fool of yourself later. Lu Mingjian froze on the spot. The conflict between Jiehu and Li Chang'an soon spread to the ears of the Supervision Department. As Lu Mingjian said, some old people in the Supervision Department did have a good impression of Li Chang'an. Such a stubborn kid should join his supervisory department. The current director of the Supervision Department, Tai Nishang, was sitting in his office and asked his subordinates, is the matter done? A night watchman with a ponytail smiled gently and said, Li Chang'an's response is very good, and now the elders in the ministry also express their disapproval of Li Chang'an. It's true that we revealed his information to Jiehu and the others, but it's a pity that Jiehu was the one who took action. Tai Nishang nodded. Being recognized by the old man in front of him showed that Ji Chang'an was indeed worthy of his name. Do I need to handcuff Jiehu and go through the process? No need. After taking advantage of others and then adding insult to injury, it won't look good. The ponytail man left the office with a smile, and Tai Nishang's cool and arrogant face showed a satisfied and relaxed look. This guy did a great job. After using the toilet, Li Chang'an was taken to the third floor of the Night Watch Division headquarters by Lu Mingjian. There are no other special arrangements on this floor, only a huge metal elevator with a long list of numbers and marks on the side of the elevator door. Under Li Chang'an's confused gaze, Lu Mingjian pressed a few times and the elevator door opened. The elevator here has a total of 9 area buttons from A to Run. The teleportation array of the Star Tree Secret Realm is at Platform 12 in Area C. We're going to the 7th floor underground. Lu Mingjian explained. Then 3 others plus 3 patrolmen. Night people also followed in. The elevator door closed, and after experiencing waves of weightlessness several times, they arrived at Platform 12 in Area C. What appeared in front of the 4 people was a closed platform and 4 black metal cabins. When Li Chang'an and others saw this thing, their faces turned pale. Qi Jiaoder's calves were trembling even more, and she asked with difficulty, Are we going to the Star Tree Secret Realm here? Lu Mingjian took a step back and corrected, It's not us, it's you. Chang Yuxing's voice trembled and his face turned pale as he asked, What do you mean? Lu Mingjian spread his hands. It means you have to enter the Star Tree Secret Realm alone. Qi Jiaoder looked desperate, and Fan Xichen's face was ashen. Li Chang'an is already thinking about whether he can learn from Shi Huajing in the future to make some potions that cause space teleportation. The smile on Lu Mingjian's face became brighter and brighter. Everyone, let's hit the road. In the quiet night, a flowing river of stars stretched across the sky, like the opened pupils of a god. silently watching everything under the starry sky. In a quiet rift valley, there are occasional roars of wild beasts, seeming to be grabbing food and threatening. The air is filled with the smell of rot and blood, and the night breeze stirs up the yellow sand on the ground, carrying the wildness here farther away. Up, a young man wearing a long black leather coat, with a black sword flashing with cyan lightning on his back, was half kneeling on the ground of the Rift Valley, retching. A pure white little rabbit appeared on his shoulder, exuding soft silvery moonlight. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the young man's complexion improved slightly. Yao Yao, you can stop? I feel much better. Li Chang'an looked back at the long track on the ground that was rolled out by the metal cabin, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although there was no trace of the black metal cabin on the ground, this powerful space teleportation left a deep impression on him. If he is like this, except for the 8-night watchman, the other 3 people will probably feel even more uncomfortable. In a dark and silent jungle, Chi Jiater's eyes turned white. A skeleton knight in exquisite armor was holding a bowl of dark medicinal soup and slapped Chi Jiater twice. Chi Jiater was awakened by the severe pain on her face. Hey, Chester, did I ask you to come out? The skeleton knight named Chester looked helplessly at his master, holding the medicinal soup and holding Chi Jianer's mouth open with his other hand. Master, it's time to drink medicine. Wait a minute, I gulu gulu will add the sugar first. Chi Zero Sanchi Jiar fell into a state of wanting to vomit due to the bitterness of the medicinal soup. The skeleton knight would not let the medicinal soup he had worked so hard to make spill on the floor, so he gave Chi Jiar a hand knife. After she passed out, Chi Jiar was placed half sitting on a tree stump to prevent the contents of her stomach from being vomited out and blocking her trachea. After doing this, it guarded Chi Jiar seriously and responsibly, and was alert to possible dangers around it. In an underground cave, San Yuxing's eyes were in a trance. Before losing consciousness, he forcibly summoned his 2 main battle beasts. Then he couldn't hold back the strong dizziness in his mind and passed out. In front of him, surrounded by a group of hounds with exposed flesh and blood, baring their canine teeth, they were salivating at this human. Chang Yuxing's main battle pet, the Frost Banshee, looked at her master with distress and glared at the surrounding hounds with fierce eyes. Another giant ice bear pounded the ground with its claws, and a 2 to 3 meter thick ice wall separated them from the hounds. These hounds could only scratch and hit the ice wall feebly, but to no avail. Fan Xichin's condition is second only to Li Chang'an, but his luck is the worst among the 4. Before him were 2 night watchmen. Fan Xichin took off his glasses and wiped them, then helplessly suggested to the 2 eager night watchmen in front of him, "Maybe we can talk. Compare to me. The person you want to target most is Li Chang'an. I could be of some help on this point. When it comes to investigating cases and apprehending criminals, you are far better than me, but I am more familiar with building relationships and making connections than you are. We can enter the Constellation area as quickly as possible, get ahead of Li Chang'an, and open up the relationship between the Holy White Moonwolf camp. As far as I know, the Xingyanu clan won't be very friendly to Li Chang'an, right?" The 2 from the Tianzi department. The 2 geniuses from the Tianzi department looked at each other, and Sima Fang from the Tianzi department chuckled. "Indeed, we do need your help, but before that, it's better to sort out the priorities. According to the practice of our Tianzi department, the best way is to have a fight and then sign the contract." Fan Xichin looked at the 2 night watch geniuses who were rubbing shoulders with a stiff expression. Reckless man, the perspective returned to the Rift Valley. After Li Chang'an returned to normal, he observed the surrounding environment. Not far from him, there was a skeleton covered in shredded meat. Judging from the freshness on it, it had just been eaten less than 2 hours ago. Li Chang'an walked over and took full advantage of the hunter's specialties. He found many messy footprints around the body. Looking at the paw prints, there are traces of canine monsters. They are not large and should be the type that lives in groups. There is still some weak thunder energy remaining in the surroundings. Are there any lightning individuals among these zone beast groups? Li Chang'an quickly analyzed the information about this group of canine monsters. These small monsters cannot be called star beasts. They are just some ordinary monsters that have luckily adapted to the special environment of the Star Tree Secret Realm. According to the documents previously given by Lu Mingjian, the aura of the ferocious beasts in the Xingye area should be filled with violent star energy, rather than this smell that exudes rancid smell. It seems that although they have adapted to the energy-rich environment of the stars, they have paid a heavy price. They should be completely different from the original ethnic group. Li Chang'an was thinking as he walked, and Yao Yao was squatting on his shoulder. This environment where the stars and the moon shine together made him feel very comfortable and fresh. Of course, this is not to say that the Moonlight Garden transformed by Li Chang'an using moon-type secret beads is not good enough, but the environment here is unexpectedly very interesting. Make the moon energy in its body very active. Li Chang'an walked for a while. A burst of howling wild beasts and roaring roars of giant beasts came from ahead, causing many rocks to roll down from the cliffs on both sides of the valley. Li Chang'an walked forward quickly, found a hidden location, and explored the situation ahead. A pterosaur with a wingspan of more than 10 meters spit out light bullets and accurately killed the blood-red hounds. But these hounds, under the command of a white hound in the lead, charged the pterosaurs fearlessly. What Li Chang'an cared about was not the hound's bravery, but the ragged left wing of the pterosaur, as if it had been torn to pieces by some huge force. This pterosaur is called Star Swift Pterosaur. It is a type of star beast. The strongest individual found is the open seat level. Even so, the Star Swift Winged Dragon is not weak among star beasts. With its flying speed, few star beasts can catch up with it. The Star Swift Winged Dragon in front of Li Chang'an only had the aura of commanding 3 stars. There were no unnecessary wounds on its body, but its left wing was so miserable. There are 2 possibilities. One is that they were attacked by surprise, but they're definitely not the weak hounds in front of them. They are not qualified to do so. This doesn't make sense. Since the sneak attack was successful, why not kill this Star Swift Pterosaur? Keep it for the new year? The second possibility is the most likely. Star Swift Pterosaur encountered a ferocious beast that was far more powerful than it, and had an extremely bad character. He likes to watch his prey struggle to death. There are not many ferocious beasts with this kind of personality type. Li Chang'an recalled the information Lu Mingjian gave him, and there were about 3 types that met the requirements. But there is only one method that can tear apart the tough wing membrane of the Star Swift Pterosaur and leave the Star Swift Pterosaur with no reaction time. Star Winged Demon. A star beast that looks like a bat, but its habits are completely different from those of a bat. This ferocious beast is extremely fast, but it doesn't like the taste of blood, so every time it defeats its prey, it will put a hole in its body. Let the prey struggle until the blood dries out, and then it will begin to taste the food. The Star-Winged Dragon in front of us fits this situation very well, but here comes the problem. The Star-Winged Demon hates others coveting its prey. This group of hounds besieged the Star Swift Winged Dragon so blatantly that the Star Demon did not destroy it. Li Chang'an sensed something was wrong and used all his mental strength to sense the surroundings, but found no trace of the Star-Winged Demon. Boom! The ground of the Rift Valley began to tremble slightly, and the finely crushed sand and stones were beating up and down like enthusiastic dancers. Li Chang'an looked at the ground beneath his feet, and the trembling became more and more intense as time went by. There's something approaching below. Li Chang'an quickly rushed to the edge of the rock wall, used a water step and a few jumps to fly to the top of the Rift Valley. After a while, a star beast with jet-black wings emerged from an inconspicuous cave, fluttered its wings, and flew into the sky. Star-Winged Demon. Li Chang'an's eyes flashed. Why is it underground? At this time, an icicle of several hundred meters rose from the ground and shot directly towards the Star-Winged Demon in the sky. The star-winged monster screamed. Its bat-like body was like a piece of dark silk cloth, soft and elegant, and it easily dodged the icicle. But it wasn't over yet. One after another, icicles shot out from the ground. The frequency was so high that even the Star-Winged Demon couldn't resist. Soon, a giant bear hundreds of meters tall rushed out of the ground, holding something in its palms. Ice Bear. This is the snow demon's savage skill, which can turn its body into a huge body in a short time. Several terms quickly passed through Li Chang'an's mind. There will be no such pure ice monsters in the Star Tree secret realm. There will be pet beasts brought in by outsiders. After the giant ice bear came to the ground, he released his palm, and a young man with a resolute face appeared. Next to him stood a woman with gray-blue skin. Li Chang'an was slightly surprised that Chang Yuxing had contracted with the Leidong Banshee. The Frost Banshee stared angrily at the star-winged demon hovering in the sky. Her master was just one step away from being captured by this damn, flat-haired beast. How could she calm down? When Chang Yuxing was about to return to the star-winged demon to launch an offensive, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Li Chang'an watching the show, his pupils trembling. Why is he here? Without saying a word, Chang Yuxing ordered the giant ice bear to take him and run away, leaving Li Chang'an, who didn't know what he was doing, and the star-winged demon, who was stunned where he was. The Frost Banshee was a little angry and asked San Yuxing, "Huh? Why is the master running away? Can't we win?" Chang Yuxing calmly comforted him. There are guys with worse personalities than Star-Winged Demon there. The Frost Banshee's head tilted, right? Why didn't she notice it? Chang Yuxing didn't explain much and sighed. Stay away from the Xingchuan area. Anyway, I won't run into him again. Not everyone who enters the Star Tree secret realm goes towards the Star Trial. Just like Chang Yuxing, he came to the Star Secret Realm just for the unique star monsters here. Collecting the violent star origins of the Star Beasts can allow the Ice Bear's Snow Demon Savage skills to be upgraded to top-level skills, or even mutate into stronger super-level skills. By then, the Ice Giant Bear will be qualified to evolve towards the King-level evolutionary type. Chang Yuxing clenched his fists. He would definitely be able to evolve the giant Ice Bear into the Polar Snow Demon Bear. He remembered his powerless feeling when he faced that ethereal girl. San Yuxing didn't like this feeling and didn't want to feel it again. This was what forced him to come to the Star Tree secret realm. The perspective returned to the rift. Li Chang'an and Star-Winged Demon looked at each other, and Star-Winged Demon immediately changed his target to the more delicious Li Chang'an. The one just now was too tricky, and the little delicacy in front of me seemed very weak. The Star-Winged Demon, whose brain was no bigger than a walnut, thought in his heart. It flapped its knight-like wings and flew towards Li Chang'an rapidly, even faster than the speed it had just dodged. Li Chang'an raised his eyebrows, and Yao Yao talked to herself. One of them was going to die. Huan Huan. A little purple fox instantly appeared on Li Chang'an's other shoulder. I'm here, darling. Then Huan Huan looked at the Star-Winged Demon with her golden dragon eyes and said in a cold and arrogant voice, Yin Ling Cramp. Hearing these words, Li Chang'an felt that his merits were falling. God knows what kind of work this internet addict, Lei Yanlong, will do in the future. A strange power blessed the Star-Winged Demon. The Star-Winged Demon didn't feel anything unusual. He just felt that this guy was more approachable than the cold guy before. The sprint speed is also a little faster. Suddenly, the Star-Winged Demon felt a sharp, throbbing pain in his wings, as if the pain was going to suck away his soul. The Star-Winged Demon's swooping posture deformed on the spot, and its speed also slowed down a lot. Li Chang'an pulled out the dust demon knife from behind, and a blue thunder light flashed, and in the night, a huge Star-Winged Demon sprinkled the hottest fireworks. Yao Yao immediately held up a moonlight shield to block the burst of yellow blood. On both sides of Li Chang'an, half of the Star-Winged Demon's body lay on each side, plus 23 agility attribute. Huan Huan looked like she was coming to praise me. Li Chang'an smiled and scratched her chin. Of course, Yao Yao was not left behind either, and she stroked its ears like moonlight ribbons. After being together for so long, Li Chang'an is well versed in the balance between pet animals. Of course, this is also related to Huan Huan being too noisy. He deliberately provoked Yao Yao every time, but in the end he was asked to calm down Yao Yao's anger. Over time, he developed it. After the reward, Li Chang'an looked at the Kuei demon knife with satisfaction. This low-level, high-grade inscribed weapon provided him with a large amount of attack boost and also had a unique evil-destroying effect. Although he himself doesn't really need to destroy evil spirits, evil objects have to take a detour when they see him, so destroying evil spirits is of no use at all. Fortunately, the Kuei demon sword has successfully awakened its spirit. It is not too smart spiritually, far worse than the Black Bladia, but can help Li Chang'an increase the speed of the sword. This was enough. Even the king-level star-winged demon was unable to dodge his sword attack in desperation. It can be seen. Li Chang'an, who has always been diligent and thrifty, will naturally not let go of the autopsy process. Although star beasts cannot buy many things with money, they have an indefinite number of star beads and a star bone in their bodies. These two things are very useful. Star beads are also called star origins. In addition to satisfying the evolution of some special pet beasts, their greatest use is to refine star system equipment. The power and effect of the tempered equipment will be much stronger than before. The star bone of the star beast is not suitable for absorption, but this bone is very suitable for forging weapons. This use can form a perfect closed loop with the function of the star bead. Li Chang'an found a 1.5-meter-long star bone from this king-level star-winged demon. This size is not bad among king-level beasts. Then they dug out a star bead at the root of each of the star-winged demon's wings. Unfortunately, the quality was inferior to the star-winged demon's star bone. Li Chang'an also peeled off the wing membranes from the wings of the star-winged demon before leaving. The scene where the star-winged demon smoothly avoided the icicle attack left a deep impression on him. Maybe Boss Missouri can't forge something good. Li Chang'an put the star-winged demon's wing membrane into the space ring. Before leaving the Rift Valley, he showed great kindness and happily ended the life of the star's swift-winged dragon to prevent it from struggling anymore. Harvest an 80-centimeter star bone and a star bead. The Hoshino area is very large. In order to prevent getting lost, Li Chang'an specially observed the surrounding terrain at a high point. Then I compared it with the crude map in my memory. Well, it's all Huangshe broken valleys and wasteland. In the distance, there's a black peak that reaches straight into the sky. It looks like it is made of special metal. Using this peculiar landform as the center and using instruments to find out the direction of the secret realm, Li Chang'an temporarily determined his location. It seems that I am in the Yellow Sand Wasteland, and the closest route to the Star Cluster area is... Li Chang'an thought about the next route forward. The Hoshino area can be roughly divided into Yellow Sand Wasteland 08, Demonic Jungle, Black Swamp, and Red Sausage Road. On every full moon day, each region has a unique scenic spot. The Yellow Sand Storm in the Yellow Sand Wasteland, the Magic Night in the Monster Jungle, the Black Tide in the Black Swamp, and the Lost Shadow of Death on the Red Intestine Road. It is precisely because of these unique scenic spots that the intelligent Warcraft tribes in the Star Cluster area are not interested in this place. Among them, the Yellow Sandstorm in the Yellow Sand Wasteland is the most simple and crude. Every full moon season, there will inevitably be an overwhelming sandstorm. Don't underestimate this sandstorm. The sandstorm here can tear apart any creature below the king level in an instant, and instantly weather it on the spot, even eliminating the need for one-stop incineration services. Li Chang'an raised his head and glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and then at the watch specially provided by the night watchman. There are still 6 hours until the full moon. There is no day in the Star Tree Secret Realm, only a starry night. So after 12 o'clock in the evening, the yellow sandstorm will set off and will not stop until after midnight tomorrow. With his current strength, he is still unable to withstand this kind of natural disaster. He needs to find a location to avoid the storm in advance. He thought about it and found that there was only one place that was most suitable. Li Chang'an returned to the Rift Valley. Before that, Chang Yuxing and Starwing Demon came out of the underground, indicating that there was a very large space underground. Although it was pierced by the giant ice bear, there's a high probability that it can still be used. Li Chang'an walked down from the cave where the Starwing Demon emerged, and Yao Yao pinched out a moon ball to light up the road ahead. The road inside this cave does not go straight or diagonally downward, but shows a spiral downward trend like a road coiled out by some kind of snake-like creature. When he walked to the bottom of the cave, he smelled a strong smell of blood, which was still very fresh. A few steps forward is an underground cave filled with hound fragments and ice spikes. It looks like San Yushing is having a fierce battle down there. Li Chang'an walked around and found the large cave pushed out by the giant ice bear. Due to the large open space, this cave was not suitable for sheltering from the yellow sandstorm. So he changed to another direction. There are traces of the star-winged demon on the road in this direction, which should be the place where the other party usually hides. The location that can be favored by this cunning and cruel beast is more than enough to avoid the yellow sandstorm. He came to the star-winged demon's lair. Not surprisingly, there was nothing useful in this lair. The starfield area is already barren, and the star-winged demon will never let go of the star bones and star beads on its prey. It is expected that there will be no harvest in this lair. But Li Chang'an still found some interesting things. For example, there are several thick and sharp stone pillars on the top of this nest, which look like petrified teeth. Coupled with the special structure of the previous cave, it is not difficult to deduce that this should be the place where a powerful star beast fell. It is also a snake-shaped star beast. Li Chang'an was bored and knocked down all the stone pillars on the ceiling. To his surprise, there were still 10 points of essence left inside these cloth teeth. The color of this essence is very similar to starbone. Li Chang'an put all the essence into a small bottle and put it away. Maybe it can be used after going out. A few hours later, Li Chang'an looked at his watch and blocked the entrance of the lair with a round stone plate from the lair. The structure of this circular stone plate should be a segment of the spine that the star-winged demon pulled off the corpse, which happened to be used to seal the entrance of the cave. Soon there was a howling sound like a ghost crying and a wolf howling from outside the stone plate, and large pieces of gravel hit the stone plate, making a dense crackling sound. But Li Chang'an didn't panic at all, and instead fought against the landlords with Yao Yao and Huan Huan. He couldn't get out anyway, and the conditions here were not suitable for xiangxiang practice. If you don't kill time by playing cards, what else can you do? In the dense forest of demons, Qi Jiao hid in a sphere made of bones, which was airtight, but he could exchange air with the outside world through the special properties of the bones, so he would not suffocate to death. What the hell is this place? Why are there all demons and with spirits dancing around? Qi Jianer's mouth was filled with complaints. When she woke up, she was attracted by a cute little squirrel, and then the image of the little squirrel suddenly changed. The wide-open mouth made Qi Jiao wonder whether he could swallow an elephant. Fortunately, the skeleton knight cut the opponent in two with one sword, but the strange thing is that the squirrel's body is still squirming. It didn't take long for her to regain her strength, and the squirrel's upper and lower bodies roared and crawled toward her. Immediately afterwards, all the creatures around them began to riot, and the originally quiet forest turned into a meeting of demons in the next second. In the process of escaping, Qi Jiao discovered that these greatly changed creatures only attacked her, but had no reaction to the skeleton knight. I immediately understood the reason. The returning guys don't attack things that have no life breath. So it became what it is now. Qi Jiao used the special ability of another undead beast to build this bone ball, and attached a layer of death aura to the outside. Only then did he escape a disaster. If Li Chang'an were here, Mao Mao would have gone crazy by now. Due to the influence of evil and creatures with a certain degree of immortality, there is no place more suitable for the dust demon and the prison dragon to fight. It's a pity that Li Chang'an is in the yellow sand wasteland. Although the yellow sandstorm is simple, it is also the most unsolvable thing. If you're strong, you can ignore it. If your strength is not up to standard, you will die if you encounter it. Li Chang'an was forced to play cards with his pets underground. Qi Jiao's ears heard several cries of crying for father and mother, as well as a few words of F***K. Then came the hurried steps, but she ignored it. In the secret realm of Star Tree, it was always the immortal V*** of the dead Taoist friends. What does the life and death of other people have to do with her? In the dark swamp, Fan Xiqian's face was swollen and bruised, but he couldn't care less about the pain on his face at the moment. In front of him and the two night watchmen from the Tianzi department, a tsunami-like tide of black mist appeared. They saw a crocodile ferocious beast being swallowed up by the black mist, and its life breath quickly dropped, turning into a walking zombie with an unknown aura wrapped around its body. Damn it, what is this? Fan Xiqian couldn't help but cursed and ran out desperately. Sima Fei spoke English very quickly and explained, "The Black Evil Tide is a special mist that can make people fall into nightmares. Once you lose yourself in the nightmare, you will become that ghost." 1. Is there any way to avoid it? Yes. Protect yourself with equipment or skills that have the aura of sweet dreams, and just survive the day. Fan Xiqian cursed again. How could he have such a pet beast? Sima Fei led the two of them to a relatively high tree and quickly built a platform to avoid being attacked by the ferocious beasts below the swamp. There is no other way. We can only survive. Another night watchman took out a bright lamp, and the warm breath dispersed the strange black fog. Fan Xiqian breathed a sigh of relief and asked nervously, "How long can this light last?" Sima Fei said regretfully, 2 hours. Fan Xiqian's face was very dark. They were already in a dark wave. 2 hours later, wouldn't they just be waiting to die? Oh, he won't die. He will only be teleported out of the Star Tree's secret realm, lose his qualifications, and be deeply shadowed by nightmares. No, we can't stay here. Take this light and leave this area within 2 hours. Fan Xiqian gritted his teeth. Sima Fei picked up a branch and threw it under the tree. Soon there was a terrifying roar. What gave you the confidence to act in the dark tide? Fan Xiqian swallowed. He couldn't just do anything. Sima Fei showed what she thought was a kind smile. It's not impossible. Although the Mingming lantern can only last for 2 hours, we can add fuel to it. Fan Xiqian suddenly felt an uneasy chill. What is the fuel? Sima Fei compared the length with her hands. A 50-centimeter star bone can last for an hour, and a star bead can last half an hour. Fan Xiqian's face immediately darkened, feeling, "You're trying to hit my wallet." The three of them had killed many star beasts along the way, and Fan Xiqian also received some star bones and star beads. Unexpectedly, only a few hours later, these two shameless Hundan would take him back. Due to the strangeness of the black tide, Fan Xiqian could only agree to this unequal treaty. Wait until I get to the Xingchuan area and see how I deal with you. Fan Xiqian thought angrily in his heart. How had he ever suffered such injustice when he was young and promising? Sima Fei, 993, smiled broadly, but looked at Fan Xiqian a little coldly from the corner of her eye. Still thinking about going to the Xingchuan area? On the Red Sausage Road, you will be solved. In front of a bright dream lamp. The three people have different thoughts. The last area, Hanchang Road, is the only way to the Xingchuan area, and the scenery here is also the most severe. If you're caught by the lost shadow of death, even the last survival protection device may fail, and you'll have to stay on the Red Sausage Road for the rest of your life. So here, members of the Night Watch Department's Dizzy Department and Huangzi Department gathered together, trembling. Although they have been prepared, this thing is the most dangerous existence in the 4 major regions. If it is touched, it will be teleported out if it is lucky, but it will rise to the sky if it is not lucky. Isn't it true? We are so unlucky this time that we landed directly on Hanchang Road. Be careful. Don't get caught by the lost shadow of death. Tong Hai, the genius of the DG department, looked aggrieved. The poison he was so proud of was of no use in front of these insubstantial and lifeless dead shadows. It's a pity that Li Chang'an's birth point was not in the other 3 major areas. Otherwise, he would have lived an extremely comfortable life. The weirder the area, the more comfortable it is for him. However, his initial position was in the Yellow Sand Wasteland, and he was hit by a simple and violent sandstorm, leaving him with no way to do anything. "Haha Wangjia!" Huan held 2 cards in her paws and shouted excitedly, her golden dragon eyes full of provocation to Yao Yao. Yao Yao stared at Huan calmly. "Guji, I don't believe you have a pear in your hand." Huan was stared at by Yao Yao so much that cold sweat broke out on the back of her head. She really didn't have a match in her hand. "Nay, I remember the cards. You came out with 3 twos before. There is no way there will be a fourth one. Huan threw down a card. Yao Yao showed a naughty smile. Huan suddenly felt bad, and, as expected, she played a card. A 2 made Huan's pupils shrink suddenly, and she screamed, "You are sick. Take 4 twos apart and beat them. You said it was not against me." 11. Yao Yao looked like you were out of your mind. Guji, I'm not targeting you, but who? You're taking the landlord's card. How could Huan listen to this? Without saying a word, she came up and started fighting with Yao Yao's real beast. She didn't use the power of the spirit, and it was just a fight between females. Li Chang'an, he didn't know how many times he had watched this scene since the beginning of Landlords. Moreover, Huan likes excitement very much, and she always comes up with all kinds of tricks that make people's eyes dazzle, but Yao Yao just happens to seize the opportunity. So every time, Huan breaks the defense and cheats, and then starts fighting the landlord again without giving up. He is really good and fun-loving. One day later, the yellow sandstorm finally dissipated, and Li Chang'an also walked out of the underground cave and rushed towards the Hangchang Road area. Hangchang Road is adjacent to the Xingchuan area and runs through a long queue. The remaining 3 major areas in the Hoshino area are not related to the Constellation area, but are next to each other. Therefore, if you want to enter the Star Cluster area, you must cross the Red Sausage Road. Li Chang'an is now located in the southwest of Huangsha Plain, and Hangchang Road is in the north. It takes a long distance to get there. He didn't want to waste time, so he tied a star-swift pterosaur on the road and asked Mao Mao to frighten him with the breath of the ancient dragon. Use the simplest principle of the weak and the strong to let it take you to the Red Sausage Road. It's not that he doesn't want Mao Mao to take him flying, but the environment of the Star Tree Secret Realm is special. As long as the aura of outsiders appears blatantly in the air, those usually invisible, throne-level ferocious beasts will attack regardless of their own safety. Therefore, in order to prevent wasting time and unnecessary battle losses, he still found a local to lead the way. Moreover, the Starbone and Starbead of the Star Beast are only useful, and the rest are given away for free and no one wants them. Efforts are not proportional to income. The Xingchuan pterosaur was very fast, and it took him only half a day to fly to the edge of the yellow sand wasteland. Soon you will reach Hanchang Road. Outside, the 5 chief ministers of the Night Watch Department gathered together and watched the movement of the 12 little red dots on the screen. The head of the Geographical Department is a man with gray corners and white eyebrows named Fu Shui. He looks at the screen expressionlessly, as if nothing can arouse his interest. The head of the Huangzi Department is a rich middle-aged man who looks like he knows how to get things done. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that none of these little guys have solved the secrets of the Hoshino area." The head of the Xuanzi Department is a woman, sitting next to Tai Nishang, who is also a woman. The minister with exquisite makeup complained, "This is not the case at any time. After these little guys experienced a full moon night, who has the leisure and elegance to explore their respective areas." The head of the Tianzi Department was a thin old man. He pinched a grape from the table and put it into his mouth. He said lightly, "What a pity." "That's right." The minister of Tianzi Department turned to Tai Nishang and asked, "Minister Tai, the young man you're interested in seems to be busy leaving the Huangsha wasteland. In terms of forward speed, he ranks first." Tai Nishang's pretty face was slightly cold. This old man was still so annoying, and he would always hurt people by turning corners. The head of the Xuanzi Department chuckled and helped out. "Xinghe, I heard that you and Li Chang'an know each other. What do you think of this kid?" In this conference room, in addition to the 5 ministers, there are also some important personnel from various ministries. Bai Xinghe of the Xuanzi Department, as the next minister, is naturally among them. Bai Xinghe sighed secretly. The fundamental reason why Tai Nishang was targeted was the word airborne. Without any working experience in the Night Watch Department, and without any recognition from the members of the Night Watch Department, he was directly parachuted into the position of minister, which would be a bit unbearable for the middle-level cadres of any organization. If his minister hadn't met Tai Nishang, the Iron Minister would have been completely alone in the Night Watch Department. Bai Xinghe thought for a while, and based on his understanding of Li Chang'an, that was probably the only possibility. He cleared his throat and said, "As far as I know, Li Chang'an never does anything without benefit. I guess Minister Iron didn't tell him about this." Tiny Shang was stunned for a moment and said, "I did not tell Li Chang'an that his goal is to pass the star trial and obtain the century-old star and moon bones. So there is no such information in the information I asked Lu Mingjian to give him." Bai Xinghe had a serious look on his face. Li Chang'an has always been grateful for troubles that are of no benefit. As long as his own bottom line is not involved, Li Chang'an rarely interferes in other people's affairs, let alone let him waste time exploring the secrets of the Hoshino area. The Minister of Tianzi Department said rudely, "When a person like this who only cares about his own interests is recruited into the Supervision Department, he must be carefully watched and don't let him do anything harmful to the interests of the country." Tiny Shang had a smile on her face. "I don't need to worry about that, Minister Zhao. You should know best how much Li Chang'an has contributed to Dongwang Kingdom, right?" Minister Zhao is still worried that these words will not reach the ears of interested people today. After all, Li Chang'an's master has never been a stickler for rules. Be careful not to miss out. Minister Zhao of the Tianzi Department snorted coldly, turned his head, and stopped looking at Tiny Shang. Fu Shui, the head of the Geography Department, said he was bored and began to close his eyes and rest. Yin Wujiu, who stayed behind the head of the Yellow Department, secretly sent a message to Bai Xinghe. "Old Bai, I have been busy on business trips recently. Why is Minister Zhao so targeted at the new Minister of Railways?" Bai Xinghe wrote back, "Minister Zhao's private friend is Deputy Minister Linghu of the Ministry of Supervision. He was about to be promoted to a regular position." Minister Iron snapped and climbed directly to the top. Deputy Minister Linghu was so angry that he announced his retirement on the spot. Yin Wujiu, "Huh? That's not right. Doesn't the Supervision Department not allow subordinates to have more than friends relationships with people from other departments?" Bai Xinghe, "So, don't you think the Minister of Railways has just airborne here?" Yin Wujiu, "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Doesn't that mean that old man Zhao is also a thing of the past and is not far away from being dismissed from his post?" Bai Xinghe gave the other party a roll of his eyes. "It is impossible for the higher-ups to do this. Old Zhao can still work until he retires. After all, Vice Minister Linghu has been forced to retire." Yin Wujiu, "No, then the relationship between Li Chang'an and us is..." Bai Xinghe, "I'm so nervous. Just get along as before. Li Chang'an is just a mascot and can't hold power." Yin Wujiu thought thoughtfully. It seems that the Night Watch Division cannot tolerate Li Chang'an, a troublemaker. He recalled Li Chang'an's recent struggles and smiled stiffly. Minister of Railways is wise. This guy should just be used as a mascot. The symbolic meaning is greater than the practical significance. Don't let this guy play its practical significance. In the secret realm of Star Tree, Li Chang'an let the Xingshuan pterosaur land on the ground, then took out the sword with his backhand and killed the commander-level beast with one strike. He quickly peeled off the star bones and star beads. It is a good habit to be diligent and thrifty at home. Red Intestine Road is a long strip of area, blocking the front of Hoshino area like a *********. Only by crossing this area can you enter the Constellation area. Li Chang'an did not walk directly into Hanchang Road, but was looking for something nearby. Although the night of the full moon has passed, the lost shadows of death rarely appear on the Red Sausage Road. But the dangers on the Red Sausage Road are not only lost shadows of death, but also star sandworms and star ghosts. Even Li Chang'an doesn't want to face thousands of star sandworms or ghosts. Therefore, it is very important to find the right entry position. There are 10 stone roads on the Red Sausage Road. Most of the other places are red sand or thorny areas. The probability of encountering swarms of star sandworms and star ghosts is high. There are even fewer complete trails than stone roads, and they're exclusive private trails. These 10 stone roads were painstakingly built by the two major factions in the Xingchuan area. The stone bricks on them were mixed with some substances. These substances will make star sandworms or star ghosts feel disgusted, and they will subconsciously stay away from the stone road. 3 of the roads have been damaged, with more than 20% of the stone roads lost. Of the remaining 7 roads, 2 connected the Huangsha wasteland. Li Chang'an was looking for the stone road closest to him. After searching for about 7 or 8 minutes, Li Chang'an saw a simple stone road. The stone bricks above were either broken into several pieces, or most of the stones were covered under the red sand. It should be right here. Li Chang'an was a little unsure. He didn't expect that these so-called intact stone roads turn out to be of this character. If it were intact at this level, what a desolate scene the 3 damaged roads would be. Li Chang'an sighed and walked on this stone road. He had no choice but to go up it even if he had to bite the bullet. Soon after, Li Chang'an's figure disappeared at the end of Hongchang Road. In the Xingchuan area, in the territory of Saint White Moon Wolf, several young people from the Night Watch Department are building suitable wooden houses for Saint White Moon Wolf. Several young people were so busy that they never thought that one day they would become carpenters. But at this moment, they were relying on others, so naturally they could not refuse the request of the Holy Sun and Moon Wolf clan. Since the Star Tree Secret Realm comes into contact with the Dongwang Kingdom once a year, the intelligent people here are not living like this. Each Holy White Moon Wolf has its own cabin. It's just that they are all monsters, so they're bound to be bumped into and some damage is inevitable. And the monsters in the Star Tree Secret Realm are not human, and their hands and feet are not so flexible. So every time human Beastmasters came in, the groups from the 2 camps would always entrust these humans to help them repair their houses. These Night Watchmen were members of the Underground and Yellow Divisions who were originally located on Red Sausage Road. They were almost sent out of the secret realm by the lost shadow of death. But fortunately, the current patriarch of the Holy White Moon Wolf happened to be nearby and saved them. It is precisely because of this that these few people agreed to repair the house. An old Saint White Moon Wolf came over and sighed. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, this year's little babies would really not be able to find a place to live. Oh, things are different now. In the past, when we were looking for female moon wolves, as long as we could beat the female or be beaten by the female, we could get a wife. Since humans came, moon wolves who now have no house to live and are looked down upon by females. According to you, they're not even qualified for a blind date. Tong Hai had a dark look on his face, and he had 10,000 words to complain about. How could human society affect the Holy White Moon Wolf clan so deeply? I even learned how to buy a house on a blind date. Woo! A younger Saint White Moon Wolf came over and whimpered a few words to the old Moon Wolf. The old Moon Wolf also howled a few times. The wolf's eyes were scattered and solemn. It turned around and asked several people, "Did any of your companions set out by the yellow sand wasteland?" Several young night watchmen were obviously confused. "I can't come. The initial position of the teleportation is random. God knows where the others are." The old Moon Wolf saw clues from the expressions of several people and said regretfully, "I just got the news that a holy road connecting the Huangsha Plain was damaged. The damage started from the Land of Stars, and we are already repairing it. But it takes time. In other words, if an unlucky person walks on this road during this period, there's a high probability that he will reach halfway and find that there is no way." Several night watchmen looked at me, and I looked at you. They had heard about how tragic the outcome would be if they lost the guidance and intimidation of the Stone Road on the Red Sausage Road. The history of the Night Watch Division is full of such tough-minded seniors, but most of them ended up not very good. Moreover, there are 2 stone roads connecting the Huangsha Wasteland. A discerning person would probably not choose the worst road. Well, probably. On Red Sausage Road, Fan Xiqian was being chased by Sima Feiying and his 2 men. His current state was no longer as refined and calm as before. Fan Xiqian said angrily, "Ma Chengyuan, you keep your word and violate the contract." The night watchman next to Sima Feiying, very good, laughed and said, "Wrong. Yes, the one who signed the contract with you is Ma Chengyuan. What does it have to do with me, Ma Xiao?" Fan Xiqian's face was full of disbelief. "It's impossible. I clearly saw that the contract took effect, and the light of the contract was connected to your body." Ma Xiao slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, "Oh, This is what you're talking about. Alas, my pet that I only had for less than 2 days is gone. With that said, Mashio took out a leech that was obviously just dead from his arms. Fan Xiqian recognized it as a mutated monster in the Black Swamp, a leech with blood. Fan Xiqian's head buzzed, his lips trembled, and he asked with a pale face, "Is this Ma Qingyuan?" Ma Xiao stroked the bloody leech corpse with a pretentious look on his face and sighed. "Ever since I saw this little guy, I liked it very much, and even named it after my surname." What a nice name, what a pity. During the pursuit, Sima Feng raised his hands and shouted, "Thank you, Brother Fan, for your support of 30,000 gold sword spirit coins." Fan Xiqian didn't know that half of the money he paid to bribe Ma Xiao was given to the disgusting Sima Feng in front of him. "You're going too far." Fan Xiqian didn't care about the so-called etiquette and temperament, and tried his best to assist his fastest pet beast to make it a little faster. In fact, flying beasts are faster, but flying into the sky here is an act of seeking death. There was deep disdain in Sima Feng's eyes. "It doesn't matter if I bully you in the Night Watch division, you have to let your strength and achievements speak for themselves. The intrigues outside are just for fun now and then, but if you really treat them as the foundation of your life, that is putting the cart before the horse." On the other side, Li Chang'an looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. The sky was filled with red sand, and he could vaguely see the ghosts burning in the sand. Where's the road? Where's the stone road? The sky is filled with red sand and flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Li Chang'an sighed and accepted his fate. He seemed to have no good luck since his debut. "Same now. Mao Mao." Li Chang'an called out to Mao Mao. There were more and more star sandworms and star ghosts gathering around him. And what made it even more uncomfortable was that he couldn't fly into the air and run away, because Hongchang Road is different from the other 3 areas due to some special reasons. Forbidden air. In this case, only Mao Mao can lead him out. Li Chang'an pulled out the Kuei demon sword, and the blue thunder wrapped around his fingertips, causing little sparks when he waved it. There was a ray of excitement in Mao Mao's sapphire blue dragon eyes. This unknown creature with numerous numbers and weird characteristics was its favorite. Thousands of star sandworms gathered and no longer stopped to watch. One 3-meter-long star sandworm couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of sand bombs filled with acid at Li Chang'an. Almost at the same time, thousands of star sandworms also emerged and attacked Li Chang'an. The corners of Mao Mao's mouth curled up, and a sky-wide wave of hellfire evaporated all the sand bombs. Red Lotus explosive flame. A crimson flame breath exploded in the pile of star sand insects, and the splashing tongue of fire was like a peerless red lotus in full bloom. The rich smell of burnt protein made Li Chang'an feel not only unwell, but actually a little hungry. The Dark Star Ghost did not stand idly by. It can be called one of the 3 pests in the red sausage area, and it naturally has the ability to be a gatekeeper. The Star Ghost is not considered a soul, nor is it a soul-based monster. It is more like an obsession born from a special substance. After hundreds of star ghosts gather together, they can activate the magic sound that shocks the soul. This kind of magic sound is not a skill like the magic thunder roar. It is more simple and crude, killing souls with a judgment style. If you can't survive the magic sound, you will die. If you survive, if you don't kill the star ghosts or escape, the second round will come soon. This time Li Chang'an faced nearly 1,000 star ghosts. Wow! A harsh sound wave penetrated the body, like a sharp steel sword piercing Li Chang'an's soul. Li Chang'an frowned slightly, decisively focusing on Yao Yao's beast-controlling resonance, and a thin layer of silver moonlight shrouded his soul. This layer of moonlight weakens the star ghost's magic sound attack, and also comes with a certain amount of soul recovery. Even with his peak king-level mental strength, Rao was sweating profusely despite being able to survive this wave of demonic sounds. Li Chang'an had a splitting headache, but he had no time to care about this problem. The magic power in his body fully supported Huan Huan's beast-controlling resonance. Huan Huan came to Li Chang'an and said coldly to the star ghosts, "Yanling photography. A roar that was like thunder coming from the sky struck thousands of star ghosts, causing their floating figures to freeze in place instantly. This was the first time that Huan used the magic thunder roar in a battle, and the effect was very satisfactory to her. Before getting the last talent of Thunder Word Dragon, Magic Thunder Roar really helped it a lot. Li Chang'an let out a breath and made a slashing gesture with his sword. For just a moment, the bright sword light lit up in the red world, accompanied by blue thunder, flowing shadow. The hundreds of star ghosts in the front were directly killed by the light of the sword, and the star ghosts in the back also felt uncomfortable. The cyan thunder attached to the Kuei demon sword made their already weak consciousness and instinct even more scattered. Coupled with the slow shock of the spirit of speech, they had not yet reacted from the trance. Li Chang'an kicked off his left leg, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. The red blade on the Chun demon sword in his hand faded and turned into a yellow luster. But this does not affect his next killing. He has already rushed into the star ghost. One can imagine what would happen to a group of wandering ghosts who were playing dirty tricks when they were approached by a sword wielder. Flowing shadow. Several consecutive rays of snow-white sword light swept away the surrounding star ghosts. Li Chang'an has never been as crazy as he is today. In the past, he was either defeated or defeated by others. Protracted battles were rare. Double spines. A huge cross slash burst out, shattering the star ghosts in a straight line on the spot. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's black leather jacket burst into flames. This piece of armor is the Raging Thunder set, made by the three-legged black thunder cow. This set of armor has two special effects. One is thunder, and the other is evil breaking. Generally, the equipment owners use the special effect of Thunder Rush. The effect of Thunder is that after the wearer enters the battle for 5 minutes, special thunder and lightning will be accumulated, which is Qing Xiao of Kuei Nyo bloodline. When the lightning is fully charged, the current will be released to stimulate the wearer's body and activate it. The popular point is that the physical strengthening max will greatly increase the speed, strength, and physical defense. If the weapon in hand is the matching Kuei Thunder Sword, the attack power will be further enhanced. The second effect, Destroying Evil, as the name suggests, is a special offer to evil beings. Just like the group of star ghosts in front of me, every time Li Chang'an kills a star ghost, the evil-breaking effect will be activated, speeding up the accumulation of Qing Lei. Thus, the thunder effect can be sustained for a long time. The source of this effect is also the Kuei Nyo blood flowing in the three-legged black thunder ox. Kuei Nyo is a divine beast of the thunder system, extremely strong, and its thunder is also very effective in restraining evil spirits. However, the evil fighting effect is usually difficult to activate, and Li Chang'an's current situation is also rare. Li Chang'an was like a wolf among sheep, and Mao Mao was no worse at all. To be precise, it was even more brutal. The red sand has now been burned into the scorched earth of purgatory by the hellfire, and those star sandworms hiding underground and planning to attack became stewed barbecue on the spot. The remaining star sandworms were also thrown away and disemboweled by Mao Mao's purgatory death claws. Huan is confused. Are these smelly sweet potatoes and rotten vegetable leaves worthy of Li Chang'an's caution? After Li Chang'an and Mao Mao killed these star sandworms and star ghosts, they did not relax their vigilance. Instead, they stared at the depths of the red sand with full fighting spirit. An uneasiness emerged from Huan's heart. The little guy trembled and quickly returned to Li Chang'an's shoulder. Not long after, Li Chang'an felt the slight trembling of the sand under his feet, and a whining cold wind began to blow in his ears. Here we come. Li Chang'an held the Chun demon sword and released all the Qing Lei he had just accumulated without any hesitation. There was also a glazed fire jade pressed in Mao Mao's mouth, which was condensed to the extreme. If it weren't for the creepy aura emanating from the glazed fire jade, I'm afraid many people think this is a unique and exquisite craft. What's coming? Huan couldn't figure out the situation. When Li Chang'an was reading the information before, she had deserted and her attention was entirely on the game console in her hand. Yao Yao couldn't stand Huan Huan's stupid appearance, so she decisively started taunting her in the team voice. Guji, idiot Huan Huan, she has a low IQ, and she deserts. Huan Huan immediately became anxious. Huh? You, this violent rabbit, are a disgrace to the race. Why don't you let the rabbits of the Jade Rabbit clan see your aggressive way of fighting with a hammer? Just when the two little ones were about to scold each other, a dull pressure filled the depths of the red sand. Huan Huan's tone paused. Throne level? Li Chang'an took a deep breath, Ba. He was troubled by the number of star sandworms and star ghosts. Not because he was worried about being dragged to death by the human sea tactics, but because he was worried about the subsequent reaction after killing these insects. No ancient dragon is afraid of the human sea tactic. The destructive power they cause is a natural disaster. One skill can kill a large area, especially for Mao Mao. As long as the existence on the battlefield that has the intention to kill it is alive, it can continue fighting indefinitely. AICA, killing intention, is also a kind of malice, and Purgatory can burn and convert this malice and provide Mao Mao with strength. This is the origin of the word Dust Demon. In Dust Demon suppresses Prison Dragon. Ancient Blood Star Worm, Dead Cursed Spirit. A bloody worm with a diameter of 5 meters and a length of several hundred meters appeared in front of Li Chang'an. On the other side stood a pale wraith. Like an energy body, a transparent white veil wraps half of the upper body skeleton. These two guys are almost out of the body of resentment. In a sense, they're already soul-based monsters. They are all throne level strength. This is not the most troublesome thing. What Li Chang'an is worried about is that there are still king-level resentment bodies sleeping in this red intestine road. What a great deal of fun it would be if I killed these two throne-level resentments and then lured out the king-level resentment body. God knows whether the group of monsters in the Xingchuan area have cleared away the king-level ones in this area. This is what Li Chang'an is most worried about. For others, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that the main level resentment body and the lost shadow that only appear on the day of the full moon appear at the same time. If there are too many kills on the red intestine road, this chain reaction will occur. I knew I would have brought Violet with me. An idea popped into Li Chang'an's mind. Violet is his dependent and can be put into Mao Mao's purgatory world. But he was worried that staying in the purgatory world for a long time would cause Violet to accumulate too many evil thoughts and lose her mind. That's why he didn't bring her over. Oh, if only I were a king-level beast master, I could put Violet into the small world of beast control. Li Chang'an's desire for strength once again appeared in his heart, and it was useless to think too much. The moment the ancient blood star worm emerged, Mao Mao sent out the Jian Jade from his mouth, and a slowly rising sun completely illuminated the dim red intestine road. The blazing flames baked the red sand into crystals, which continued to break and vaporize, until a crystallized pit thousands of meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep appeared in front of them. The ancient blood star insect's red skin was covered with scorched marks, but its overall aura was not weakened too much. Li Chang'an had already expected this, and an excited fighting spirit appeared on Mao Mao's face. Li Chang'an knew that he would rely on Mao Mao to break the situation at this time. He could kill one of them, but the price he paid would be that he would be left powerless and at the mercy of others. So he didn't plan to do it on his own. Instead, he and Mao Mao performed a beast control fusion after a long absence. But instead of him being the main one, Mao Mao was the main one. Li Chang'an drank 2 drops of silver osmanthus moon dew. 1 drop melted into his body, and the other drop was held in his mouth and wrapped with magic power. After 5 months, Yaya has a lot of this stuff. Then Li Chang'an turned into a jet black light and merged into Mao Mao's body. In an instant, Mao Mao's size began to skyrocket from a height of more than 30 meters to more than 100 meters. The prison-suppressing demon body is fully activated with a 20-fold increase. The power of Huan Huan and the ancient dragon with a large volume of bubbles passed through the transfer station Li Chang'an and merged into Mao Mao's body without any obstacles. coupled with the increase brought by the fusion of beast control. Today, Mau Mau has indeed achieved a 100-fold increase. This has not yet used Pow Pow and Li Chang'an's Eye of the Sea. Compared with before, his training in the past 6 months has raised his combat power to another level. And Li Chang'an will not easily break through the limit of a 100-fold increase before he is confident enough to break through that shackles. He is a man who cherishes his life. Mau Mau's hell-splitting tail ignited crimson hell flames, and it accelerated instantly. An arc-shaped blade extending for thousands of meters cut through the red sand world, just like a divine sword that opened the sky. The hundreds of meters long body of the ancient Bloodstar worm was torn apart. The crime-breaking blade. The dead cursed spirit was also affected a little, and it quickly retreated with a trace of vigilance in its malicious eyes. The knife just struck was too fast for it to react. Several sections of the ancient Bloodstar insect's body twisted and rolled on the crystallized ground, trying to use its powerful power to restore its body. But how can it be so easy to resist the attack of the dust demon suppressing dragon? In particular, the ancient Bloodstar bug is still a body of resentment. Once the red lotus mark is attached to its body, it is like a crimson iron, constantly burning its soul and origin. If you want to break free from the red lotus mark, even the original blood god clone can't do it, let alone a resentful one. The ancient Bloodstar worm temporarily lost its combat effectiveness. Mau Mau wasted no time and pounced directly on the dead cursed spirit. The dead cursed spirit will naturally not sit still and wait for death, and the magic sound that stirs people's minds comes from its skull mouth. If Li Chang'an were to face this level of soul attack, the probability of death would be extremely high. It's a pity that he is facing Mau Mau. As an ancient dragon who hunts evil gods, in addition to his terrifying combat power, his soul defense is also the best. At this moment, Mau Mau is under a 100-fold increase. This soul attack that can kill the throne-level soul is like a spring breeze blowing on his face. With just a shake of his head, Mau Mau tore the stunned Death Curse Wraith apart and spurted out hot hellfire from his mouth, burning the remaining body of the Death Curse Wraith directly. +1 soul crystal. Li Chang'an was surprised. This can actually explode soul crystals? Suddenly, he looked deeper into the star ghost, with a hint of fire in his eyes. After the dead cursed spirit was killed by Mau Mau, the struggling ancient Bloodstar worm was eliminated. Unfortunately, the ancient Bloodstar worm did not explode anything good, not even attribute points. If this battle were to be dominated by Li Chang'an, the first target to attack would definitely not be the ancient Bloodstar insect, but the Death Curse Wraith, because it poses the greatest threat to Li Chang'an. Although the ancient Bloodstar worm is difficult to deal with, Li Chang'an is less than 2 meters in size and can easily avoid the entanglement and attacks of the ancient Bloodstar worm Zero. Instead, Mau Mau is the main one. For Mau Mau, the ancient Bloodstar worms hundreds of meters long are the most troublesome. The worm's body is inherently tough. It doesn't matter if a body of hundreds of meters is stretched to 1,000 meters. If it is entangled by the ancient Bloodstar insect, even Mau Mau will not be able to break free in a short time. At this time, there is another big boss, the Death Curse and the resentful spirit, watching eagerly. Therefore, Mau Mau will first deal with the ancient Bloodstar worm, and then kill the dead cursed spirit. And because Li Chang'an was not sure he could withstand the soul attack of the dead cursed spirit, Mau Mau will be the main force in this battle. The core of Li Chang'an's battle is to be bold and steady. After the battle, Mau Mau's body shrank rapidly and separated from Ji Chang'an. Li Chang'an swallowed the silver osmanthus moon dew in his mouth, swallowed another drop, and recovered slowly this time. Compared with last year's life-threatening situation after the Beastmaster fusion, after he broke through to level 8 Beastmaster, the sequelae of the Beastmaster fusion have been alleviated a lot. If you break through to level 9, perhaps the beast-controlling fusion will only require a drop of silver laurel moon due to heal the injury. Originally, Li Chang'an wanted to kill the Star Ghost and attract another Death Curse Ghost, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. At his soul level, This intuition is more accurate than any early warning. Withdraw. Li Chang'an ran away, heading in the direction of the stone road, and quickly rushed towards the Xingchuan area. Before he could run far, there was an explosion in his ears. Sima Feng, Ma Xiao, you forced me to do it. Don't even think about it easy. An angry shout exploded, and the entire Red Sausage Road seemed to come alive, and the surrounding space continued to squirm, just like the squirming stomach after just waking up. Li Chang'an was speechless. In the past, he had affected others, but he never thought that one day he would be affected by others. Two figures chased an embarrassed man and sped through the air. What makes Li Chang'an even more puzzled is, how can these people fly? Isn't this a restricted space? The time came 2 hours ago, when Fan Xiqian was chased by Sima Feng and two others, and had no choice but to escape from their side of the stone road. They originally thought that Sima Feng and Ma Xiao would retreat in the face of difficulties, but they did not expect that they would also follow Fan Xiqian's footsteps and leave the stone road. It was as if he looked down upon this terrible red road. However, this was indeed the case. Fan Xiqian looked back at the two pursuers, his eyes almost popping out of his head. In the meantime, Sima Feng and Ma Xiao were guarding their hands, each wearing a forehead protector with white light shining on it. Those star sandworms and star ghosts took a detour like avoiding snakes, scorpions, and beasts. But at this time, Fan Xiqian, who had no protection ability, became the target of public criticism. The star sandworms and star ghosts who took a detour stared at him and beat him. It made Fan Xiqian miserable. Fortunately, as a genius sent from the headquarters of the Beast Taming Association, and also the leader of a large hunting group, he has all kinds of life-saving talismans and even inscription weapons. Only then did he save his life for a considerable period of time. But when the props were finally used up, Fan Xiqian couldn't figure out why these two souls were chasing him. Do they have a life-or-death feud? As for chasing him all the way at the risk of being eliminated, if it could be solved with money, Fan Xiqian and Sima Feng would have sat down and had a good chat. But it is obvious that these two people are not seeking wealth. Fan Xiqian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why? Sima Feng, Ma Xiao, you forced me to do it. Don't even think about it. Fan Xiqian gritted his teeth and took out a trump card that he really didn't want to use. Fan Xiqian was seen holding a beating black heart in his hand. At the moment when the heart appeared, the entire red intestine road seemed to be activated, and even the most basic air-trapping ability disappeared without a trace. A hint of gloom appeared in Sima Fei's eyes. As expected, Ma Xiao guessed that Fan Xiqian was involved with the evil god cult. Ma Xiao has a special pet beast with very sensitive perception. When he signed a contract with Fan Xiqian, his pet beast sensed a special fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation is most familiar to Ma Xiao, a genius from the Night Watch department. That's why he gave up his idea and cooperated with Sima Fei. The two teamed up to hunt down Fan Xiqian, not seeking wealth, but fame and power. This is the scene where Li Chang'an was affected. Fan Xiqian held the black heart in his hand and muttered words, and the red heart became more and more active. Li Chang'an did not pay attention to Sima Fei and the others, but speeded up and hurried on, hoping to reach the Xingchuan area before Hanchang Road completely changed. As for these three people, what does it have to do with him? You're responsible for your own nickname. Young man, don't run away, it's useless. An old voice sounded in Li Chang'an's mind. Li Chang'an ignored this sentence, and regardless of its authenticity, he did not even know who the owner of this sentence was. How could you believe it? Alas, the old voice was very helpless, and he was another young man who would never look back until he hit the wall. Li Chang'an was also speechless. You neither said your identity nor the reason, just alas. How could he believe it? This is a life-and-death moment. If you are slow, you may fall into a deadlock. As if aware of Li Chang'an's thoughts, the old voice sounded a little embarrassed. Ahem, I haven't talked to anyone for a long time, and I have forgotten how to deal with people. Let me introduce myself. I am the ancient star tree. The old voice was obviously a little proud in the end, but it knew that these humans were in awe of it. However, Li Chang'an ran at the same speed and just said lightly, "Oh, what next?" Xingqian Ancient Tree obviously did not expect Li Chang'an's reaction and said again unwillingly, "Didn't you hear clearly? I am Xingqian Ancient Tree. I am the ecological owner." Li Chang'an chuckled. "You say yes. Will he believe it? He is not a 3-year-old child." Li Chang'an's mood swings made Xingqian Ancient Tree a little angry. "Ho ho, it's been a long time since I saw such an arrogant human being. The last time was a girl 40 years ago. Is your name Kong Si Hui?" "Yes, how did you know?" "She is my master." "Ahem, who are you by Sui Kong?" "My master, some time ago, killed a saint-level man in front of the entire Dongwon kingdom. If converted to the realm of Warcraft, he is an eco-master." Ancient Star Tree. Let's talk about the current situation. The old voice sounded a little embarrassed. A starlight fell from the sky, penetrated the red sand in the sky, and fell straight on Li Chang'an. A strong star power instantly healed the remaining injuries in Li Chang'an's body. "Now, you should believe that I am the Ancient Star Tree." Li Chang'an stopped and complained. "Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier? We have to pretend to be mysterious." The Ancient Star Tree has not made a sound for a long time. It may have not seen anyone treat it like this for a long time, which makes it miss it quite a bit. "Hey, are you still here? Can you explain the current situation?" Li Chang'an asked his mind. Let me explain." The Ancient Star Tree seems to have been reminded. "Do you know the secrets hidden in the Hoshino area?" "I don't know." Li Chang'an's concise answer almost made Xingqian Ancient Tree fail to react. Xingqian Ancient Tree. Fortunately, I have no waste, otherwise it would have been easy for me to get hit by that saucy remark just now. Every human being who enters the secret realm of Star Tree should be informed of this matter. But Li Chang'an didn't lie. "Ahem, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Let me tell you slowly. From a long, long time ago." "Sorry, can I make the story short?" Li Chang'an interrupted. "There is something not good about the vision on Hangchong Road. 0, please give me flowers." There was a powerful man who fought with the god of the Dark River, and then suppressed and sealed some of the remaining limbs here. I am a guardian. What the human boy just held in his hand was the heart fragment of the god of the Dark River. It must have been cultivated completely using some evil method. Under the influence of this heart, the red intestine road was activated, and soon the remaining consciousness of the god of the underwater river would awaken. Li Chang'an asked, "You, the caretaker, won't you take action? As the guardian of the Ancient Star Tree, it has the strength of an ecological master. It should be easy to deal with a god who is about to awaken." The Ancient Star Tree sighed. "Of course I can suppress this remnant, but the most difficult thing about gods is not their strength, but their authority. There is a special power in the authority of the god of the Dark River, which can be regarded as his backup force. Once Lao Chan takes action to suppress it, his strength will quickly rise to the same level as Lao Chan. Although this power will not last long, the lives below the Ecology Master will be affected a lot by this short battle. By then, many little guys will die." The Ancient Star Tree said this with a somewhat regretful tone. After being worshipped sincerely by these little guys for so many years, even the heart made of wood should be a little softer. Li Chang'an thought in his heart that if this were to happen, the Star Tomb would also be affected, and there was a greater chance that the Star Tree secret realm would be closed for cultivation. 0. The century-old Star Moon bones he hoped to obtain were far away from him. This is not possible. Yao Yao is still waiting to use it. "So you want me to go head-to-head with the god of the Dark River? Don't you think too highly of me?" Li Chang'an suddenly said what the Ancient Star Tree had not said. But with his temper, he will not work for free, and it has always been his good habit to get some benefits from it. The Ancient Star Tree chuckled and said, "Of course I won't let you go up and fight the god of the Dark River directly. I will give you some assistance." After that human brat integrates his heart into the red intestine road, the residual thoughts of the god of the Dark River will awaken, and his strength will probably be at the level of a king-level beastmaster. After 5 minutes, it will be upgraded to the throne level. With your current state, you will not be able to trigger the special authority of the god of the Dark River. The god of the dark river may also bottom out and rebound, but within 5 minutes, the upper limit of its strength will not exceed the throne level. Li Chang'an pondered for a while. Throne level? To be honest, it's difficult. The opponent is not some novice throne-level person, but a god. No god is easy to offend, not to mention the god of the dark river, a difficult person who cannot be completely killed even by the power of the ancient star tree. Li Chang'an asked, "Senior, do you know about the 100-fold increase in combat power?" Ancient Star Tree became interested and said, "Although I don't know where you learned this secret, I can tell you with confidence that this statement does exist. The 100-fold increase in combat power is already the limit. Is there any way to break this limit? It's very difficult. The 100-fold increase in combat power is already a limit that 99% of the creatures cannot reach, let alone break through the shackles." 11. Li Chang'an didn't want to hear this nonsense and said bluntly, "I touched it. Senior, can you tell me how to do it? If there is, then this battle can be fought." The ancient star tree paused for a moment. "Ah, did you touch it?" It didn't expect that this inconspicuous little planet could give birth to such a monster. "There are 2 methods I know. The first method is to break the law with force and use absolute strength to break through the shackles. The second method can only use tricks to temporarily deceive the rules of the universe, but this method will not last long." The ancient star tree sighed. "That's all. Let's be Lao Chan's angel investment. I have a star brand here, which was given to me by Lao Chan's master. This star brand can help you bear the cost of cheating the original rules, but it can only last 3 minutes. Are you sure you can achieve a 100-fold increase in combat power and still have some left over?" Li Chang'an's eyes flashed. "Okay." Oh, the old man's blood is boiling with excitement after a long time. Star Ancient Tree's voice was slightly excited. "Li Chang'an, do trees also have blood?"